Take a 5-minute break.
Cut.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. I'd like to welcome everybody to the budget workshop, Monday, July 8th, 2019, for the fiscal year 2019-2020. We'll begin our meeting with the invocation given by Commissioner Larry Harvey, and Commissioner Goddard will lead us in the pledge. Please stand.
Let us bow. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for a wonderful day here in Putnam County and in this state of Florida, in this great country we live in. Father, today as we go through our deliberations on this budget, we have a lot of challenges that we need to be looking at. Father, give us your wisdom directly from your throne room today, so we may have that wisdom when we deliberate, and we may do what's right for the citizens of Putnam County. Father, we thank you for that. We ask that all things are done in decency and order today. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Harvey. Thank you, Commissioner Goddard. I'd like to welcome all the staff here this morning, all the department heads, constitutional officers, and some of their staff. And thank you for all the work that you've put together to help with this budget. And also Matt Reynolds, Stacy Papel. And I hope everybody had a good 4th of July weekend and ready for a good budget talk today. So I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to Administrator Terry Suggs for a few comments before we turn it over to Matt and Ms. Papel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Good morning. As you know, this is our first workshop scheduled for this coming fiscal year's budget. As we did last year, we took direction from the Board of County Commissioners on the goals that we were seeking for this upcoming budget. I will tell you that last year's goals of putting a balanced budget together without the use of reserves and building a reserve balance was somewhat a bit easier than this year's budget. Last year we received a little over 6% increase in our taxable value for Putnam County. This year was about half that. So the revenue coming in was a little bit less than last year. As you know, the recurring costs are the same or more than last year, so it was a little more difficult this year. A lot more went into it. We met one-on-one with each one of the department heads for several hours, some even days, and did the best we could to bring a budget to you today that hopefully meets the vision and mission of this commission, which is to, again, present you with a balanced budget, again, without the use of reserves to balance that budget, and look at funding opportunity, or I should say opportunities to do something for staff that hasn't been done in a while, which is give some salary increases. So we put together several different scenarios with that, and so once again we were challenged with a difficult budget to do those things. I think we've done a yeoman's work. I will again commend all my department heads for their input, for the efforts that they have put forth this year to streamline cost and create some efficiencies. We've had some difficult times with staffing levels being what they were this year. The inability to fill vacancies this year has been difficult. I want to commend Matt and Stacy for the large number of hours that they've put in on this budget, both here and at home and on weekends. I think they deserve the credit for what you're going to see here today. What you will also see is very little, if not any, change from what you saw in your one-on-ones. There might have been some updates to a few of the slides, but the content will basically be the same as what each of you had saw. I also want to take the opportunity to commend my commissioners for that opportunity to meet one-on-one with each of you and receive some input. I think that makes the budget cycle go a whole lot smoother, and so I commend each of you for that. But here today, when you get through with seeing a presentation by Ms. Papel and Mr. Reynolds, there will be a slide at the end of it, and it's an input slide. This is where we're going to need some assistance and guidance from our 5 elected officials on where we go next to complete this budget process. So, Mr. Chairman, without further ado, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you and Mr. Reynolds and Ms. Papel for a presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ritter Suggs. Like I say, this is a workshop, but gentlemen, we do want to keep a point of order when we ask questions. I assume we can ask questions during this presentation, but please recognize the chair, and I'll recognize you to ask the questions, okay? So Matt and Stacy, thank you, and looking forward for a good presentation again.
All right, good morning, everybody. As Mr. Suggs mentioned, this year's budget goals, a little bit different than last year's budget goals. Last year, the goals were to look at what we could do to decrease the millage rate while presenting a balanced budget and attempting to increase reserves. This year, what we heard from the commission was, again, to present a balanced budget without the use of reserves for recurring expenditures, and to look at what we can do for pay increases for Board of County Commission staff. And we'll talk about those later in the presentation. So the goal of this presentation is to provide a kind of a high-level review of the major funds, which may or may not be dependent upon the general fund, and those funds which would be impacted by proposed increases in staff. Last year, the budget presentation, I kind of presented the revenues and expenditures of each of the individual funds that the county has. This year, at least in this presentation, only going to talk about those larger funds. This year, the countywide budget assumptions, again, no change in insurance premium contribution amount for the employees, with the discussions that are ongoing with self-insurance. We are holding those premium contribution amounts the same for the employees, so any changes would be on the county. But at this time, we are trying to, or at least in this budget, holding that rate the same until we receive further information. The proposed millage rate is same as this current fiscal year that we're in now, 9.5946, and the same for the fire MSTU as well, that remaining at 1.1 mils. Countywide budget, we have 32 total funds with budgeted amounts. General fund, 22 special revenue funds. A lot of these funds were the ones that we went over last year. The total budget as it stands right now is $125 million. That is a decrease of about $9 million, or a little over 6.5% from the current fiscal year, but that is primarily due to the changes in the grants and appropriations, things like the FDOT SCRAP, TRIP, SIGP, those various things that we get from the state, as well as state appropriations. Last year we had, I believe, 3 different state appropriations. At this point in the budget, we haven't included any of them because the state's budget was kind of late getting adopted this year, and we were unsure about what appropriations we might receive. So what will happen from July to September will be that as we receive more information on the current projects that we have going on, if there's going to be any amount that is not finished by September 30th, we will have that information as we get closer to September, and then we will work that into the budget before the final budget is presented in September. So this number, as it is every year from July to September, is likely to change, and that will be increased because of that as we receive more information on various grants or projects that may need to be carried over. First fund is the solid waste fund. This fund is the fund that takes care of the landfill as well as solid waste collection and recycling throughout the county. The solid waste fund is operationally balanced, which means the recurring revenues and the recurring expenditures each year are balanced, and that is due to the fact that those solid waste assessments can vary. So those solid waste assessments have been set in order to cover the recurring costs. The proposed rates that we have in the solid waste fund right now is the landfill assessment decreasing $1 from $183 to $182, and the collection charge decreasing from $110 to $109. So for the municipalities that do their own collection, they would only see a dollar decrease. But for everybody else countywide, and those municipalities that do participate in the county's collection, they would see a decrease of $2. Here is the information in this table that shows the revenues and expenditures of the solid waste fund. The balance forward is, which is basically the reserves that we're carrying forward into next fiscal year, we're estimating to be about $2.4 million. And down on the bottom, you can see that the reserve amount at the end of next fiscal year is projected to be $2.4 million. So holding the reserves at a steady amount, but this budget does include $4.1 million in capital expenditures. So the next slide will show what these capital expenditures are included. So there's quite a bit of capital included in the solid waste fund. Does anybody have any questions or discussion on the solid waste fund?
I do.
Commissioner Rawls?
We just purchased a new roll-off container truck, and during that conversation when we voted to buy that, I raised a question on buying reconditioned equipment. Has anybody looked into that yet?
I have not spoken with Jay if they have, or Mr. Rulon, if they've had a chance to look into those various processes. Again, we included the request as received from the departments. And again, this is tentative, and we can make adjustments to this before September. And these amounts are also earmarked for these projects. It doesn't mean that you know, if there's $450,000 included in capital outlay, that we have to spend all of it. If there are ways to reduce the cost and get that at a lower price, then absolutely we can do that.
Part of the question goes to, we're fixing to surplus a Sterling truck. Even this morning when I was looking online, there are refurbished Sterling roll-off container trucks for sale. Personally would like to see this commission take the position that we start looking at refurbished equipment, especially when you're looking at this. You got almost $1 million, $3 million forward at the bottom. We're going to be buying a new excavator and off-road dump truck and stuff like that. I'm assuming we're looking to purchase brand new. The question is, wouldn't it benefit us to save the money right now and buy something refurbished with a 2 or 3 year warranty on it, the same thing we're going to get with a brand new piece of equipment?
Absolutely, that's something that we can look into at staff level between now and September, and bring more information back to the commission on that.
Well, you have an opportunity right now to have somebody take a look at that Sterling truck and give us a price on refurbing it versus sending it down the road at a low price and then having to buy a brand new one to replace it.
Administrator Suggs has a comment, and then we'll go to Commissioner Turner.
Yes, sir. As we talked about in the workshops, the one-on-one presentations, we said that we would look at every option that's available to us and bring back the options that we thought would be most economical, most efficient, and the most cost-effective method of which we should utilize our funds. And we have not looked at that since last week, but that was a comment, that was a question that was brought up, and the comment was that we would look at every opportunity to do what we could to minimize our costs, but it's at the same time make sure that we're providing the efficient service that we need to.
Commissioner Turner?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no problem with Mr. Rawls, or Commissioner Rawls' deal that we take this Sterling truck or whatever and look into what it would cost to rebuild it, and if we could get a 2 or 3 year warranty on it or something along with the rebuild. I have no cost in using that, problem using that as a test case, and it'll either work or it won't. We can put it to bed once and for all. As far as any of this other equipment, I don't think we should buy refurbished loaders or whatever, and the reason why is we work these things every day, 6 days a week, most of the time 6 days a week. we can't have one of them go down. We need to buy new equipment and then hold them all the way to the end. And if we want to refurbish, we've got 3 pieces of equipment out there that we're looking at refurbishing right now, or Jay is, which is the old compactor that we replaced last fall, the old bulldozer that we replaced last fall, and the old loader that we replaced last fall. Those 3 pieces of equipment currently are being looked into just to do that because they're backup pieces of equipment, where the frontline pieces of equipment need to be the best stuff we can buy. And the reason why is because if all that stuff shuts down for a week, it'll take you 2 months to catch up. And you'll be out of compliance with DEP because you haven't put on the amount of cover and the kind of things that you need to do every day. So while I think that your comments and your suggestions about refurbishing a certain piece of equipment have merit, I don't think these are the ones that we need to do it on. And then maybe Jay could look into that Sterling truck to see if it could be refurbished to the point to where it's reliable. That's what's got to happen, reliability. Because if you have a full roll-off container at Huntington or wherever it may be, and you don't move it and you don't change it out when it comes time, then it takes you a week to catch up because everybody just goes out there and starts throwing their trash by the gate or on the side of the road or wherever it is. And then you got to bring in hand power to pick all that up. So you think that a roll-off truck not being running for a day is no big deal, but it really is, because then it takes 2 or 3 days of hand labor to get caught back up. So like I said, I agree with the merit of the suggestion, no problem. Let's use that one for a test case and see what it would cost or where it would go now that it's gonna be available. But please don't hold up the others while we're doing this experiment on can we rebuild these and save money and get them to a level that makes it worth it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Harvey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, my question is, outside of the FDEP requirements for their reserves that they send down on a yearly basis, do we have a policy ordinance requiring a certain set of reserves at the landfill in that fund?
Not to my knowledge, and Mrs. Papel just said that as well, that not to our knowledge that there's any external requirement on reserves. And again, I forgot to mention on the previous slide, the amount that we showed in reserves is their unrestricted reserves. They do have
Right.
a substantial amount more that is restricted for closures and maintenance requirements.
Well, the reason I asked that question is the fact that we use that for debris removal in some cases with hurricanes, and that might be an opportunity for us. I don't want to set any board to the point where you can't touch that money if you need it, let me say that, but I really would, if we can make a goal there of this is about how much we need based on previous events that have happened. I think that's what this board should look at. But I don't want to bind any board, by no means, to that point, okay? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Turner?
Ms. Papel, please help me with this if you could. The money that we borrowed last time from the solid waste fund, we actually borrowed from the monies that were put in there for cell closures and what have you, because we knew we were going to get them back, correct?
Yes, and we deferred capital outlay
Right, so
in
that's
several years.
several millions of dollars that's there that we can't use except for something just like that. It's earmarked for long-term cell closures and long-term maintenance in case the landfill couldn't be operated anymore by Putnam County or what have you. So I think that's where our borrowing money is that we borrowed last time, is in that chunk of money that we could borrow from on a short-term basis. We just have to put it back in when the monies come back in. So I thought that's where we got it from.
Okay. Commissioner Ross?
Going back to the equipment, I think it'd be prudent for us to take a look. We have right next door in St. Johns County, you have Caterpillar, and they do have a rework facility there. They're very aggressive, and they offer almost the same warranty, if not the same, on used equipment, reconditioned equipment, as they do on new equipment at a lot lower cost. And you're saying that we're going to be getting some of our equipment reconditioned anyways. But I really think we should take a look at that. You know, we're $450,000 for an off-road dump truck. I know I've seen these for sale for a lot less. Archer Western uses a lot of those, and they take advantage of getting them reconditioned and putting them back out on the road, and they use them a lot. They're all over the state of Florida. But I think it would be worth having somebody maybe from Caterpillar come in here and talk to us. And what about the possibility of leasing equipment and having it rolling in and rolling out on a regular basis versus paying cash for it? Have we looked into that possibility at all?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Turner?
I think right now, Mr. Tilton is looking into a lot of this stuff. This stage right here is just that we have the money to know what we can go and do or what he can go and do. He even mentioned to me a while back that he was looking at possibly leasing a certain piece of equipment. I promise you that he's looking at every angle that he can at this present time. We've had our new guy in here a couple of months, and I'm impressed. So I think that we just need to put the money in the budget and let him bedazzle us with what he does is what I think we need to do.
I like the word bedazzle. That's
Yeah.
pretty good. But no, I just wanted, Mr. Chairman, if I could, to echo Commissioner Turner's comments that the numbers that you see here before you today are budget estimates to bring you, some folks, the information that you need with a balanced budget. These numbers are subject to change, as we all know, from purchase to purchase, lease to lease, project to project. So this is an opportunity to bring a balanced budget in front of you this morning, and I promise you, before we get through in September, these numbers will change.
If I could, I understand that. This is the only opportunity I get to say it now, because once this ship sails, it's done. So.
So it comes back.
Yeah, I understand that, but
Right.
by the time it comes back, we'll be looking in September, and we'll be looking to get this thing out the door. So I just want to make,
No, I mean, the sales come back to us, any sale over, even though it's in the budget, if
Yeah,
it's over
yeah.
25, it's still got to come back to the commission for
right.
approval.
What I'm having more is more of a policy conversation and a shift in focus or a shift in direction conversation. That's all. I'm just looking for a little bit of clarity and a little bit of comfort.
And if I can, Mr. Chairman, if I could respond to that, Commissioner Rawls, you're absolutely right. The philosophy and the vision of this commission has been of such. We are in the process. This is our second year together as a working unit, working body. And I think the last 2 years shows you the direction that they're trying to go and what the administration is trying to do. We actually buy into the theory and the concepts of what you're preaching, and I appreciate that. We all want to be able to do those things that will loosen or what I should say is not loosen, but to be able to give us the ability to use those dollars that we save collectively to do the things that we need to do, not only for staff, but also for the services we provide.
Thank you, and I agree, Commissioner Rawls, that those things need to be looked at, and as Commissioner Turner said, we believe that Jay is looking into that. And, this is our third budget, with Buddy and Terry. Larry's had more than that. The first budget, 17, 18, I guess, was just one of survival, right? And so 18, 19 was to try to do some things that the board felt needed to be done, which is reduce the millage rate, increase reserves. This is a completely different budget, but I appreciate those conversations, and those will add to the bottom line if we can get those things in place. So go ahead, Matt. So, okay, Commissioner Goddard?
I don't think Jay has a problem. If you find a decent price on a vehicle, just send it over to him. That's fine with you, isn't it? Because I know you've been looking.
I don't have a problem with it. We just, I just gotta understand the procurement
Right.
process if we want to buy a used piece of equipment to where, if it makes us work. But at the same time, we gotta make sure that it's a machine that's gonna do the job that we need to be done.
Right, and what we're looking at is just as an overall is the budget of what we're looking at spending, and any way you can save money, I know you're going to. I've talked to you quite a few times on it. I know that's your plan. Thanks.
Okay, Matt?
And that was something that I should have prefaced this up front with. As we all know, Mr. Tilton just recently got here, and so what we received in budget requests was during that transition, of course, and Mr. Tilton is getting up to speed, and as he gets a chance to look through this list, as Mr. Suggs said, this list is subject to change. Also, the capital outlay is built into the budget where it's balanced. If in the future the capital outlay is not does not need to be the $4 million, that is when the rates could, and we discussed this, Commissioner Rawls, where the rates could those solid assessment rates could look at coming down. So we'll be assessing all of that moving forward. The next fund is the 118 fund. That's the Fire MSTU fund, and this fund covers cost for fire service protection throughout the county. 18 volunteer fire stations. The county has one fully staffed 24/7 station currently, and another station that is 12 hours a day, I believe 5 days a week. But we did include in this fiscal year's budget for the new East Palaca Fire Station that was just recently completed, for 10 additional firefighters for that station to go fully staffed 24/7. We budgeted for that to occur on June 1, 2019. Obviously, that has not occurred yet. Station just recently, last week and a half ago, received the CO. So that has not occurred yet. The fire fund is balanced operationally, and they have a surplus of about $68,000. However, that does not include any capital expenditures. That is just personnel and operating costs. There is currently a reserve in the fund of about $350,000 that could be used for one-time expenditures, capital expenditures. However, once it's spent, unless we leave the surplus of $68,000 in there, then there will be nothing to add back to reserves, no way to increase reserves other than by attrition, or if revenues come in over budget, expenditures come in under budget. That would be the only way to increase reserves. And again, that $68,000 balanced operationally is without any proposed increases for staff. All of the numbers that we're showing in this presentation is for staff to be at the current level, so that I could show the commission how each fund is balanced operationally, and then what a impact for pay increases would do to basically ultimately the general fund, since the majority of the larger funds that have staff are dependent upon the general fund for that. Here is the
Mr.
yes.
Chairman, in one of your future slides, does it show what happens if we put a percentage raise on the people that are covered by this fund? Does it show how much money that is? In other words, just for the sake of this conversation, if we did a 6% pay raise to the firemen in the county, and firewomen, I guess, but the fire personnel fire personnel in the county, would it burn up that $68,000?
Yes, sir. That's when we get to the personnel scenarios later. I didn't specifically break out the fire fund, but I did show the impact to the general fund. So the way it worked is any personnel increases first used the $68,000 in surplus.
No, I understand that. I went through this with you, but I didn't remember that piece of information being included in the presentation that I had gotten earlier. So I would like to know, at some point, you can write it down, come up with it later. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'd just like to know if we came up with a certain percentage pay raise for the fire personnel, how much money would that cost out of this fund? Because this fund, it should come out of here before it does the general fund, in my opinion.
We'll give you credit right now because it was your comment that caused us to add a 6%.
Yep. And Mrs. Papel, we have the individual spreadsheet that shows the impact fund by fund. Just in this presentation, it's just a lot of numbers, so I didn't include it and break it down that way fund by fund. But we do have that information.
It would burn up the $68,000 then some.
Double that.
Yeah. It depends on what the percentage is, but yes, it uses that 68 first, and then any additional above that would be dependent upon the general fund.
In
Yes.
your future slide that you're gonna show us later on, does it take into account the 68,000 that's in this, that's gonna be used first? It takes that into account
Yes, sir.
before it tells us how much is gonna come out of the general fund?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. The impact to general fund is net of using the 68 first. That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Harvey?
Matt, have we, you know, this is a very tricky fund and it's right now at 1.1 mil. But it's something that we pass down to municipalities. Have we heard from municipalities if we're going to put them over their cap by keeping this at 1.1 mil? Have you heard of any problems out there?
The only municipality that I'm aware of is Crescent City.
Okay.
And I think their millage rate is currently, I think they're at 8.9. So with our 1.1 mil, they're effectively capped at 10.
At 10.
But personally, I haven't heard from any other municipalities if the 1.1 mil was going to affect them, other than Crescent City, and we've been hearing that from them for a couple of years now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
How many municipalities participate in this? Because Interlochen does not, correct?
That is correct. Interlochen does not participate in the fire MSTU.
How many more are there? Is it just Crescent City, or is it the town of Willaca, Pomona? Do you know, Matt?
I think all of the other cities, except for Palaca.
Do you know, I guess it would be per city, of what the effect would be if one of them decided not to participate?
We can calculate that. We can just pull the taxable value for that municipality and calculate what 1.1 mils brings in. I don't have it
Right.
readily available, but we can gather that info.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Rawls?
Your personal expenditures are 2.1 million, so 6% is going to be about 120,000. So that
Correct.
answers that question. What does 1 mil bring in on that MSVU? What does 1 mil equal in dollars?
Yeah, Mrs. Papel ran
I
some
meant to ask that at
scenarios.
the beginning, but
Yeah.
it's,
She'll work on that. I'll keep moving on. On slide number 9, it shows the revenues and expenditures of the fire MSTU fund in table format. As you mentioned, personnel services is about 2.1 million. That is, again, without any proposed increases when we get to the personnel scenarios.
real quick, is that budgeted or is that actual?
That is budgeted. 2.1 million. That is if they're fully staffed.
Right, okay.
Correct, yes. And I broke out the operating expenses for administration and the paid departments. It's about 900,000. And then I broke out the expenditures for the volunteer stations. That's about 640,000. There's also a transfer to the risk fund. That's for the various insurances to cover vehicles and stations, liability insurance and whatnot. So this just shows it in a tabular format to show that this fund does have a surplus of about 68,000. But obviously with 2.1 million in personnel services, any sort of percentage increase, the 68 is quickly taken up. Again, as I discussed, personnel services shown above don't include any increases for staff. And again, this budget as shown in this tabular format doesn't include any capital expenditures for equipment. So any equipment replacement, stations, any of that would create an additional deficit in the fire fund that would need to come from another funding source. And the couple of places that we are aware of is general fund, better place, any grants or appropriations such as the appropriation that we got to construct the fire station in East Palaca, or the little bit of reserves that they do have, the 350,000 in reserve there.
Chairman.
Commissioner Rawls?
This is a dying animal. This is not sustainable, especially if you look at any kind of pay increase. Forget that.
Right.
Wreck one fire truck.
Correct.
So are we not, can we have a conversation right now about recommendations moving forward and how you fund this animal? Because it's got to be funded. We're responsible for providing it. I don't know what the policy has been in the past as far as acquiring equipment, but again, there's companies out there, E1 right in Ocala, you got Pride down in South Florida that specializes in refurbing equipment. And I personally, at the rate that we're going, we need to be looking at everything we can do to save every dollar. And this is the poster child for why we need to be doing it. because they're not going to survive the next year without blowing a tire or having some significant event to an engine or an ambulance, and those things are not cheap to repair. So,
Yes, I agree. Administration does agree with that statement that we need to start having some serious conversations
Why not
about
now?
fire protection countywide.
not now. We're here.
Mr. Chairman, again, Commissioner Rawls, you're absolutely right. We're here to discuss the workshop, but there will be the direction of the chairman and the elected officials of how deep we get into this here this morning. It won't be up to Mr. Reynolds or Ms. Papel, but we'll answer whatever questions we can answer here today.
Commissioner Goddard?
Yeah. If we're gonna have this, can we have Mr. Romay come up here? Because I had the same concerns when I first came on board here, because it's something that has crippled many other counties. And I didn't know a whole lot about you worked there. I never really dealt with the fire department. But I did spend a lot of time with a lot of the different people over at EMS, especially during the hurricanes, and with the chief. And grant you, sometimes we spend a lot of money on a machine that I don't understand why we do, but I do know, from what I've seen, Mr. O'May has taken what small amount of money he's had, well, a large amount, I guess it is to do it all, and has bought surplus equipment and has done amazing things over there. I've seen some of the stuff that we have, and we're a unique county. A lot of our stuff has to be heavy duty. It's off-road equipment. It has to be off-road, just the way our county's set up. But if you want to explain some of the things that I know you've done, you've taken some of the older trucks, you've fitted with new beds on them. I mean, he has done, I think he's tried to be very frugal with our money, from what I've seen. If you want to elaborate, please.
Thank you.
Quinn, before you start, Commissioner Turner has a comment. I appreciate all of this.
I appreciate the fact that at some point we need to get into all the weeds and the procedures and everything else. I don't have any problem with that. I just don't think this is the right place for it. I'm sorry. This is a budget hearing. We're supposed to be looking at things from the 10,000 foot level, trying to see how we're gonna put the money where for the budget. I'm into it. If Commissioner Rawls wants to have a workshop on how the fire's set up, I'll applaud him for it to come up with, but today ain't the time to do this. We're in a budget hearing. You know, let's try to keep on the numbers and how we're doing it. You know, if we workshop this deal, then he can bring in his full budget with his line items and show that I bet you that he's got a line item there for blowed tires and for blowed engines and maintenance and stuff like that. It's not coming out of his capital reserves. It's already budgeted in there. So all these additional things that we're talking about today are already in the budget that he has and the budget that he's had for years. So I don't have a problem completely reviewing the whole deal. I really don't. But I just don't think today is the proper place to do it. I think we should be trying to go through the budget presentation and then make notes at the end, ask your questions. Whatever you don't understand or you want to carry forward to another level, then we need to workshop it, and either we could workshop it Wednesday during the budget thing. But I think today, Mr. Chairman, in my opinion, we need to get through the budget presentation, develop our line of questions, and then we'll be able to discuss them either today when we're done or on Wednesday when we have our Wednesday at 9?
We do have another budget workshop scheduled for Wednesday at 9 a.m. if it's needed after today's discussion. And we also have one scheduled for, I believe, the 15th?
Monday, yes.
Next Monday, if needed as well. So we do have a couple dates set aside for further discussions if we want to discuss now or
I'd really
push it
like
till
to
after
go
the
through this at
presentation.
some point, like Commissioner Rawls. I'd like to go through it with him, you know, at some point, the whole thing, just for a better understanding of what's taking place. I just think today we need to get our presentation, develop our list of questions, and then ask them, and then if whatever doesn't become apparent or what questions you may ask, such as line item maintenance or whatever, we can ask that at the end of this presentation. But I think we need to try to keep our questions about what's actually going on in the presentation today, or we'll never get through this. And just, and not try to get all the way down on the line items on the budgets that we don't have in front of us. Where if we had, you know, if we have a question of Chief Romay and say, look, we want to know how you're going to pay for your maintenance on your tires or whatever, then he can bring us the full budget in instead of just basically the balance sheet off the budget, for lack of a better term, which is what we're looking at today.
Okay, Commissioner Rawls.
So we got 24 hours set aside for budget talks. And this is just in my estimation, it seems counterintuitive to talk about something and circle back around and talk about it again. We're here right now, we're talking about it. This issue isn't going to go away. It is the necessary evil that no one wants to talk about in any government, and that's providing fire and rescue services. It's a loss, we all agree. There's no way it'll ever make money, but we have a responsibility to the taxpayers to provide them with the minimal level of service, whatever that is. So whether it's today, Wednesday, or Thursday, I'll be here all week. So, I do want to get into the weeds. I want to see what we can do and how we can start looking at moving this county forward, because at some point in time, if we have another 1.6% increase next year in our property values, these numbers are going to go backwards. The cost of doing business is going to go up between 3 and 4% this year. There's nothing we can do to stop that. That's just basic inflation. But if we don't inflate at the same rate as inflation, then we're going backwards. Am I correct? I mean, I don't think that the laws of economics cease to exist at Putnam County's border. We incur the same expense increases as everybody else. So, and I'm not here trying to tell Noah about the flood, but I understand your position. You know where I sit. We had a very frank conversation about this the other day. I personally am in favor of finding a funding source for the fire service at a level, but we need to decide what that level is going to be and start encouraging that funding source, whether it's going to be increases in taxes, increases in fees, coming up with a creative way of funding it. We really do have to do this, because right now our volunteer fire service is aging out. We don't seem to have a lot of young folks coming in and diluting the age pool. Everybody's shaking their head, so can we raise our hand for consensus? But seriously, whether it's today, Wednesday, or Thursday, we're going to have the conversation at some point.
Yeah, and I agree with you 100%, but I also agree with Commissioner Turner. I believe we need to get through this budget presentation, and I know that Administrator Suggs is making notes, and I know you're making notes, and I am, of things that we really need to go back and address. And this is definitely one that we need to address, fire service and law enforcement service. I mean, we have to provide these, and it keeps getting more expensive. But I think today, and Quinn, you can touch base, we'll give you a few minutes and we'll move on, is that these are conversations for another time, but we need to have those conversations and workshop them to see where we're going to move forward with it.
Mr. Chairman, I totally agree 100%, I really do, but I just don't feel like today's the day to do it.
Exactly.
You know, if you're gonna have a list of questions, whoever one of us, then you need to give Chief Romay that list of questions exactly, and let him come before us prepared, instead of us stroking him like deer in the headlights of how much is your line item maintenance for truck tires? How much is your line item for this or that or whatever? You know, that's something that needs to be workshopped. The overall process needs to be workshopped. But I'll tell you right now, before it goes to workshop, this commissioner is not gonna vote to raise fees or taxes. Not gonna do it. I understand what you're saying, but the deal is, we've been the last 2 years, we have gotten more money by the tax base broadening over the last 2 years. Fortunate for us. I only see that happening more in the future. You got GP that's fixing to come online. You got Seminoles fixing to start paying more taxes. You got things that are happening. I think we need to take that into effect along with it. Now, I understand what you're saying about that won't affect the fire fund, but it does affect other monies that we can add to the fire fund. That was kind of, when this fire tax was sold to the citizens of this county, it was sold to the citizens of this county as not the sole funding source for fire, but as an addition to help us provide better service to the county. So that doesn't mean that we got to make this fund add more and more to this as we go and make this fund cost more money. That's not what was sold to begin with. So I'm ready to have this conversation, but I just think we should let Quinn get ready, bring his budget, set up a workshop, and then we can line item his budget right along with him. That's for sure, but I just don't think today's the place to do it. Give him a list of questions and concerns, and then let's dedicate time to that, either this week in a workshop, normal workshop, whatever you want to do. But we got to get through the budget somehow, and this is basically looking at it from the 1,000-foot level.
If I could just, real quick.
Yes.
Just for clarity, I'm not, me personally, I don't see the advantage of getting in the weeds. What I'm really saying is that I feel like this commission needs to put their heads together and come up with a funding solution and a definition of what our minimum level of service is going to be. I don't think Mr. Romay has a dog in that fight. It really has to do with just the 5 of us and Administrator Suggs. That's something that we're responsible for providing. All he's going to do is take the money that we give him and do what he can with it. My point is that I don't think that we're coming up with enough money. And I agree with you. At some point in time, when Georgia Pacific does start paying for the new machine, when Seminole Electric does start paying for the new powerhouse, we'll see more revenues. But this piece of property was purchased on the assumption that money was coming, and it didn't, and it hurt us. We've made mistakes in the past. Past commissions have made mistakes thinking that some things were going to be there, and they weren't. 2008, 2009 really happened. When you look at the fact that, you know, if we're going to be a growing community and we're going to provide fire service and we're heavily dependent on volunteers, a large part of the problem is the fact that we don't have the volunteerism. And I know we've discussed this before with civic groups, churches. Everybody's suffering the same problems, and that's that younger folks aren't volunteering as much. So I think at some point we are going to have the conversation regarding funding at whatever it's going to be and how it's going to be. We're going to have that conversation.
And I think we're all in agreement on that, so.
Well, and we just need to keep in mind when just like they did in the last 10 years when they had no funding increases and their tax base was going down because of the economy and every year they were getting less and less money, they still survived. Mm-hmm. They still maybe didn't give the level of service that we're able to give right now, and that's how you fix that. You fix it by if your funds are running slower than the level of service you want to get, you can either raise taxes or lower your level of service. Well, as this conservative commissioner, I don't want to raise taxes and I don't want to raise fees. If three of the other of y'all want to raise fees and taxes, then raise your hand and vote, but it won't be me, because I don't think the people in this county elected me to sit up here and raise taxes and fees on them. I'll tell you that right now. So we've been fortunate the last 2 years, because last year we had a $3 million increase in our tax base, and this year we had a 1.7, give or take, increase in our tax base. So we've had some money to work with. The first year I sat in this chair, there was no money to work with. I'm telling you right now, they had to even use $1 million, the last $1 million of their reserves that has been used just to balance the budget that year, or fire people. That was the two options.
Right. I
don't mean just lower, I'm talking about fire people. So you take and you start pointing at who you think needs to be fired in the county. I don't think anybody did. So yes, I voted first year to do the reserves. Second year, we were lucky enough that we had or fortunate enough that we had an increase. This year, we were fortunate enough we had an increase again. I look forward to another increase next year. But what we've got to make sure of when we start talking about these employee raises that are coming up here shortly in this presentation is that whatever raise this commission comes up with has to be given in a way that could be sustained in the future. You can't spend all your recurring revenues you can't spend any non-recurring revenues and only recurring revenues on raises. And then you got to be real careful that you don't give them so much raise that if you have another bump in the economy, all of a sudden you're firing people because you got to lower your level of service and bring it back down within where we need to be. So With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll get off my soapbox.
All right. All right. We'll take two more, and we're going to have,
I was wanting to get us
Quinn
back on.
say a few words.
That's what I want to do, is get us back onto this, and I agree with you. Maybe this does need to go out to workshop. I only wanted Quinn to explain, he is doing everything he can with the amount of money he has. I've seen him stretch it out, and just a few of them, a few items that I can think of. You have more than doubled the cost, more than doubled the value with minimal amount of money. But what I wanted him to explain was how he has with the equipment. He can't do anything about the manpower, and he can't do anything about the volunteerism. That's another issue. But I know he's working on the things that he can, which is the equipment.
Quinn, just give you a minute or so, since you walked all the way up.
Real quick, you're exactly right. We're very fortunate to have a lot of great folks that are volunteering. Volunteerism is down everywhere. We are seeing it particularly hurting, because if you look at what fire service does, it's a 24-hour day, 365-day job. So asking someone to volunteer every ounce and hour and, and requiring this and all that is just not in the cards anymore. So it's definitely a real conversation that we've got to have. But to your point, we've really capitalized on the federal excess property program. Just a couple of examples, brush trucks. Brush fires are one of our larger number of fires we have. And we've never, since I've been here, gone out and bought a brand new truck to do that. I personally wouldn't be able to sit or stand before you and look you in the face and say we were spending money wisely. So we've taken military surplus trucks and put tanks and pumps and all of the necessary sundry in them and utilize those at a fraction of the cost. The trucks we get for either free or in the couple of $100 range, and then we put a paint job on them, put a radio in them, and a tank in it. So it's very minimal the money that we put into those, probably less than $15,000 total. And you have a $200,000 or $300,000 truck at the end of the day that we're able to do. But we do that across the board with many different things. And to your point, Mr. Turner, you're exactly right. This is a conversation we've got to get well past where we're at now. It's a conversation that we've got to have. Fire service, EMS are two fundamental agencies that we're bound to provide. And quite frankly, right now, I can't get paramedics. Just lost one this weekend. We're, I think, at 12 short. I'm fixing to have to start browning out trucks. So what y'all do, with pay raises and all that will be, a critical scenario going forward. So.
Okay. All right, thank you, Quinn. All right, and we need to move on.
On average, we've had about a 3.5% increase, and I'm being generous, year over year over the past 2 years, which pretty much keeps this county up with inflation. So on average, we really have not had any increase in our spendability of our budget. Taking hamburger and box of hamburger helper and making a meal out of it is just that. We've got to get to the point that we start looking at moving this county forward, because yes, we did survive over the lean years, and yes, we deferred a lot of maintenance, and yes, a lot of it is catching up to us. And this commissioner is probably the single most conservative individual sitting on this board. But I also am a realist, and I'm a business owner, and I know what it's like to go through lean times. I know what it's like to walk in and staple a check to the wall with my name on the front of it so the company keeps going. I know what it's like to get through the hard times, but at the same time, driving around and talking with the citizens and looking at the assets and looking at our roads and our ditches and some of the things that we're having issues with, and realizing that by deferring year over year over year, the inevitable is happening, and we really do need to get ourselves in a position. So I'll end the conversation by saying I'm ready to have this conversation 5 days a week, 7 days a week, 365, 24/7. I'm in it, because we really do, we do need to make that a priority as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, thank you, Quinn.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam, can you take
I
it?
don't want to beat this, and I'm not, if you don't mind. It's been mentioned Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday meeting. No, it's Monday, Wednesday, and next Monday meeting.
That's
Okay,
correct.
I didn't
Exactly.
want the
Oh, okay.
public to see
Yeah,
that.
Monday, Wednesday, that's right.
Oh, that's right, we have a meeting tomorrow. Tomorrow's a workshop opportunity, that's what it is. You're right, 20 hours, we have 20 hours opportunity.
We're gonna take a 2-minute and 10-second break. And turn it back over to Stacy and Matt.
All right, moving on to slide number 10, we'll discuss the 405 fund, which is the utility fund, East Putnam Regional Utility Fund. As we all know, this is the fund that covers both water and wastewater in the East Putnam area. The utility fund is unbalanced operationally by approximately $661,000 a year. However, Better Place is currently covering $550,000 worth of debt service payments, but that leaves about $111,000 that must be covered by the general fund. This fund does have a reserve amount of about $1.2 million, but again, just like the fire fund, there is no mechanism in place to restore those reserves each year or to continue building those reserves each year.
Well,
Also,
once we start bringing in more revenues to that fund, that's where the payments go for somebody that's on the service over there, correct?
correct, yes.
Okay,
Once,
so as we expand the service, we expand the revenues.
yes,
We don't have Elsie Drive or Horseman Club or Horse
Horse
Landing
Landing.
Road, either one on this, on the service yet, do we? So we're going to have some expansion in this money coming in this year. Are we gonna have them hooked up this year, Press? The expansion? Okay, so for this fiscal year's budget, we should have an additional amount. Did we take that into consideration when we did it? The additional people that may come online next year?
do you remember, Stacy, if we had built that in? I didn't think that we did, but I'm not sure that
So
with
that
the amount of homes,
we may get a little more then.
a little bit more, correct, yes, sir. Another important aspect of this fund is that depreciation is not budgeted for. Depreciation is currently $1.2 million a year. That is, the water plant, water treatment plant, assets that we have in the ground. They're depreciating at approximately $1.2 million a year, and we're not setting aside that money to be able to replace that whenever it does reaches its end of life. So that I felt that was an important fact to include in the figures.
Okay, Matt, Commissioner Rawls has a
Yes.
question.
So you're 36% short on revenue. And we talked about this the other day. The ongoing maintenance and the depreciation of the assets, on top of the fact that the 100 homes that you're fixing to hook up with Landmark is going to bring in about $12,000 a year in revenue at best. Our cost to maintain those utilities at each house, and from what Mr. Tompkins tells me, we've adopted the policy that we're responsible for going on private property, installing and maintaining these little lift stations on each house. That is not included here, is it?
I do not believe so. We'd have to, again, go to the line item budget to see if there were any increases included in operating expenses. I know that there is some repair and maintenance costs, but to the amount, depending on how many would have to be repaired or maintained in a fiscal year, it's all going to depend on which ones happen to go out.
The reason I bring this up is I think at some point, we collectively need to have a conversation about trying to get out of the business of working on private property and being responsible for all these lift pumps. I know that to connect the houses to the sewer, it's a force main system. They have to have that pump in the ground, but I really don't think it should be our responsibility going forward. We got another 100 right now, but if the 1,000 people that were petitioned had signed up, we would be looking at 1,000 of these right now, and that could just really hurt us in the future. So I think maybe not today, but at some point we need to have a conversation about that utility and how we do that.
And again, I think these are things you make notes. I know that Matt's making notes. Administrator Suggs is making notes over there. And these things need to be really looked at and brought to a workshop where we can give ample time to press, for everybody to get the information together. We can have a meaningful conversation about this, okay?
And Mr. Chairman, as we move forward, I'd just like it to be said that I think we should be in the business of this. Because what we do is we move forward and we make people hook up, and they hook up with the understanding that we'll come and repair their pump when it breaks. Now, you're talking about somebody maybe living on Social Security. I know it wouldn't hurt you or I to go out and buy a new pump every month if we had to. Wouldn't like it, we'd fuss, but it wouldn't hurt us. But there's people out there that couldn't do it, and can't do it. And so I think we do need to be if we're gonna put these things in and we're gonna make people hook them up, then by God, we ought to go out and fix them. And that's my opinion on the matter. I know it costs more and I know it makes it worse for revenue, but that's just my opinion.
Okay. All right, Matt.
Chairman?
Okay, Commissioner Harvey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I want to dig a little deeper in the weeds on that one myself, because that was not the policy of the board years ago, but something changed. Matt, in our rates, we probably need to do a rate study. There's probably no doubt about that. But do we build any contingency reserves in our current rates that we charge the consumer right now?
No, sir, and on slide 11, it shows the breakdown of the total revenues, about 1.1 million in revenues. The total expenditures for next year, almost 1.8 million. The debt service alone is 1.2 million, which is more than what we're bringing in revenues, but Better Place is covering a portion of that, so.
But I'm talking more of a capital outlay fee on top of say a water bill's $25 a month, and now it's $26.74 based on capital outlay projections that might need to come in. I don't know that answer. I don't know what that would look like.
Correct. We don't have, that's not currently our rate structure.
Okay.
There's different ways that you can do utility rates, and that would be something that you could look at when you do a rate study, but typically the rates are set at a certain amount in order to cover depreciation, which covers your capital need going into the future,
Okay.
as long as that amount is being set aside and being saved each year to put into reserves, so that when the time comes to replace water plant, wastewater plant, or assets in the ground, you have the reserves available.
So what I'm hearing you say is just take an arbitrary number, whatever that number is, inside that number, there should be some reserves built into
It would be
that
built in.
number for that situation to happen.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
More statement. To Mr. Harvey's point, the quick ratio says if you just increase the prices by 40%, you're going to break even. But it's not going to cover your cost of replacement. The city of Palatka has a $1,750 per utility fee. What do we charge to connect? If somebody goes in with a brand new house over in East Palatka right now, what's the connection charge?
And I don't know,
Can't.
he's not prepared to
Not off the top of my head, I
answer
don't
those
have that.
questions. So those are the
Press
things that
might.
you need to continue to make notes on.
Okay, all right, all right.
And I appreciate those, Charles, because those are going to be the questions that we have to ask and comparing to what neighboring counties do, or maybe the city does, but not today. I mean, that's not fair to Matt and Stacy there, so. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Again, these numbers that are shown on slide number 11 with the personnel services, only about $250,000 out of this fund. So we have a relatively small amount of personnel in this fund, as well as operating expenditures. We've been able to try to maintain those at a much lower level. But again, the $250,000, as shown above, doesn't include any proposed increases for staff, which, especially in this fund, is needed. Again, any capital expenditures for equipment, vehicles, utility system assets would create an additional deficit over and above the $111,000 that currently is in the budget for as a transfer from the general fund to the utility fund. Again, other funding sources would be general fund, Better Place, grants, appropriations like we've received this current year, or the $1.2 million that fund does have in reserve. Could be funding sources for capital or one-time expenditures. Any other discussion on the utility fund? I know we'll
Haven't done
be
enough
having.
for you yet?
Yes, sir. I'm just wondering if there are any other questions, because the next slide is moving
I
on
got
to
lots, but I'll
transportation. Yeah,
Matt, don't ask the question.
okay. Just keep on moving. All right,
We'll save it for the workshop.
Okay.
Not this workshop, but another workshop.
slide number 12 is transportation fund. The transportation fund is the special revenue fund that is used to account for road maintenance and construction. So the various different gas taxes, excluding the capital gas tax, which is a different fund, comes into the transportation fund. It provides the revenue for that. Transportation fund is unbalanced operationally by about $700,000 each fiscal year, which has to be covered by the general fund. This fund does have a reserve of about 1.1 million. Again, that could be used for one-time purchases, capital expenditure purchases. But again, there's no mechanism built into this fund for it to normally build a reserve. With 700,000 being transferred from the general fund each year, yeah, there's nothing built into this budget for them to build a reserve in this fund. Slide 13 shows, again, tabular format, just visually, the breakdown of, I apologize, the breakdown of revenues versus the various categories of expenditures. So we do have about $3 million in personnel services in this fund. So any discussion on increases for staff obviously is going to affect this fund quite a bit. But again, just to reiterate, there is no capital expenditures included in the figures that are shown here. So the $700,000 is the operating cost for this fund year over year. Any equipment, vehicles, buildings, drainage, repairs that aren't considered capital expenditures have to come from would create an additional deficit and would need to come from additional sources. Again, same sources as before: general fund, better place, grant funds, appropriations. All of those are the only funding sources we're aware of that where monies can be pulled from to accomplish those
But
one-time
for
and capital.
But for non-reoccurring expenses such as a piece of equipment or something, it could come out of the $1.1 million in reserves, correct?
Yes, sir.
You just wouldn't want to spend that on reoccurring expenses because it's a
Correct.
non-reoccurring revenue.
Yes, sir. As I previously mentioned, we do have Fund 307, which is the capital gas tax fund, and we get about $1.1 million a year in that fund, and that's currently allocated for resurfacing. But that capital gas tax could be used for other capital improvements such as bridge replacement, which we'll discuss coming up pretty soon, as long as it's a true capital improvement, capital expenditure.
I had a question.
Commissioner Ross?
This reflects the staffing, the current staffing level, or fully staffed?
This is fully staffed, so this would be budgeted with all of Mr. Tompkins' current personnel, even the positions that he does have open. But it doesn't include any increases for them. We'll discuss that when we talk about the personnel scenarios.
The reserves, is any of that accounting for the attrition? Or
The-
does the attrition count into the reserves, I guess is the question.
Yeah, that is basically how that reserve amount has been built in that fund via the continuing attrition as well as other expenditure savings. You know, you run a business, if you have a certain budget, typically you don't spend all of your budget, so there is some savings that goes into building a little bit of reserve into the fund, and so that's where that has come from over the past couple of years. Mr. Tompkins has a large amount of attrition, and that has lended itself to increasing that reserve amount.
I'd like to see if I could get the last 3 years of attrition totals and how it ties to this 1.1 million.
Commissioner Turner?
Why wouldn't that money be turned back to the county like all the other departments and all the constitutionals and everybody, whatever's left over at the end of the year they give back? Why wouldn't that money be turned back in? What makes it different in the way it's handled?
The money could be turned back to the extent that it had been transferred from the general fund. But since we have transferred money from the general fund each year, it just,
I get
We
what you're
just
saying.
never
You-
handed it back.
It was just a, decision on y'all's part to roll it over instead of turn it back in and start from a fresh budget
but to the
standpoint.
extent that the money came from the general fund, and I think I could justify every penny of it. It
I'm not
could be.
asking you to justify anything to me or that anything's out of line. I'm asking you why in this particular instance, because this is the only department that rolled it over that I'm aware of anybody, why did we roll it over in transportation and use it as a reserve instead of turning it back in and starting from a fresh budget standpoint if we're gonna include all the positions and all of, I mean, that's fine to find this $1.1 million pot of money. We just found out how we're gonna buy his dump truck. So, but what I'm asking is why did we handle it like that instead of turning it back like we did everywhere else?
Because it sits in a separate fund.
Okay.
Next slide is slide 14, which shows general fund in the same tabular format that we've looked at the other funds. So what I did with the general fund is took all of the annual recurring revenues that come into the general fund and broke out the different operating expenditures that are the recurring operating expenditures. Couple of points to note here. Down at the bottom, under the expenditures, you'll see the transfer to constitutional officers of about $26 million. That's the same amount as the current fiscal year, so that doesn't include the requests that were made to the board last month. Just wanted to be able to show the board effectively this year the amount of surplus that is available for the board to decide how they would like to expend that, whether it's,
Remind us how much that was total?
it's down at the bottom of, about 1.3
Oh,
million.
requests.
Oh, the requests, it was almost 2.1 million.
Okay.
That's an extra request.
That was
Last
the increase from the constitutionals via their requests.
How much?
So
2.1?
almost 2.1. It was 2,075,000. I have it on a slide coming up.
So we haven't had any of them resubmit or anything since we asked them to hold the last year's level. Because last year they got all the money. We got none. We gave it all to the constitutionals last year. Every request that was made, we gave to them last year. So this commissioner had asked them to hold the line for this year. Not cut their budget by 3%, but hold it what it is this year. I guess I'd come back on the street from a time or two that we had asked somebody to cut their budget. We haven't asked anybody to cut anything. We've asked them to hold it at last year's level. So you haven't had any of the constitutionals come back and resubmit or make any comment on that whatsoever?
No, sir, not to my knowledge, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Also, the deficits that we discussed on previous slides, that is shown under the transfers to other funds. So those deficits are built into the recurring costs. So this slide shows the commission that it's kind of a positive note that we do have, as Commissioner Turner said and Chairman Pickens mentioned, a couple budget years ago, it was basically survival. This year, the positive news is that we at least have some funds to decide how to utilize those surplus recurring funds, whether it be personnel services, the requests that we receive from constitutional officers, putting to reserves, or one-time expenditures, capital expenditures, and I have that coming up on slides, a couple of slides coming up. The next slide, I put this in the presentation. It's in the budget book, but I just wanted to show everybody that kind of put things in perspective. This is the taxable value information for Putnam County going all the way back to fiscal year 2007. And just wanted to show that even this coming fiscal year at $3.91 billion, we're still below the taxable value that we were in fiscal year 2007, which was not even the peak of before we went into the recession. So you can see there what those taxable values have been for the past 13 fiscal years. The next two slides, I included this as well just to show. On slide 16, it shows all of the various departments that has a smaller proposed budget amount going into next fiscal year. So the lighter blue shows the fiscal year 20 proposed amount, and the darker blue shows what those departments had as a budget back in fiscal year 2009. So 11 fiscal years ago. These departments are still continuing to work with a smaller budget than what they had 11 fiscal years ago. The next slide shows departments that have gotten a little bit of an increase, or departments that the county has now that we did not have back then, such as, I believe, animal control. I didn't see anywhere in fiscal year 2009 where animal control was budgeted, so, or OMB. But you can see the largest increase has been via the constitutional officers. They have seen an increase of about 4 million, 4.5 million over the 11 fiscal years. A couple of other, well, one department in general, the welfare administration, you can see has gone up almost 900,000. We're at the mercy of the state when it comes to that department. Those are set via formula, which the state changed over the course of several fiscal years, and it has gone up quite a bit. So moving on to slide 18 is personnel discussion.
Matt, excuse me.
Yes.
Under
Mr.
the
Rawls.
welfare, does that include the reimbursement for Medicaid?
Yes, that is the HCRA reimbursement, Medicaid reimbursement. Yes, sir.
So it's gone up 800,000, almost $900,000 in the past 10 years.
Correct. Moving on to slide number 19. Just some information when we get into the section to talk about various different personnel scenarios and the impact that it'll have to the general fund. Just so I know some county commissioners are aware, but just wanted to reiterate that county does have two unions. We have the Carpenters Industrial Council, as well as International Association of Firefighters, Local 3529. So under the IAFF union, there are two separate groups. We have the non-officers group and the officers group, and they have separate collective bargaining agreements under that union. So employees of the following departments are members of these unions. Of course, fire and EMS are members of the IAFF, and then under the Carpenters Industrial Union, employees of general services, solid waste, parks and recreation, public works, and fleet are members of that union. So when we discuss, personnel scenarios, any proposed pay increases for employees of the union still must be collectively bargained and agreed upon by that union and the county. So just wanted to put together some different personnel scenarios to talk with the commission about and get some input from the commission on what the commission would like to see included in this year's budget, if any. Of course, any proposed increases staff will have to go back to the unions and negotiate with the unions on those pay increases. So could be a little bit different, but just wanted to, for informational purposes, let you guys know about that. So scenario number one that,
Matt.
yes.
So what you're saying is that if we give them a raise that they didn't see coming, that you think that's gonna be a problem with them?
No, sir. I'm just saying that we still have to bargain that with the union, and both parties do have to agree to it.
Well, that ought to be a pretty good one to bargain for. Oh, by the way,
I would hope
we
so.
got a few extra dollars that we're gonna give you that we didn't know, that you didn't know was coming.
It could have its challenges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay. Commissioner Harvey?
I have a question, Matt, on the International Association of Firefighters, Local 3529. Says the officers and non-officers. I guess I don't know how to ask this question other than, who's not covered in fire EMS? Maybe that's
I'm
easy.
trying to remember off the top of my head. I believe it's only the chief of the department and any administrative staff that they may have. Your base level paramedic firefighters, all the way up lieutenant, captains, and I believe even battalion chiefs are in the, unless I'm incorrect, I believe they're in the officers.
Quinn shaking his head yes.
Yes. Okay. He would know better than I would, so. So, scenario number one that we ran, again, this is just general information, wanted to be able to show the commission what the impact would be for a scenario such as this. So what we ran was a 12% for employees of the Carpenters Union, 12% for employees of the Fire Rescue Non-Officers Group, and 12% for all non-union employees who make less than $20 an hour. And so just wanted to also preface the first two bullet points for employees of the Carpenters Union and employees of the Fire Rescue Non-Officers. All of the employees of those two unions, with the exception of one employee, make under $20 an hour. So we kind of tried to look at what we heard from the commission on giving raises to those employees who make under a certain amount to try to get them increases. And so employees that are over that amount, in this scenario, we left flat, 0%. So next bullet point, $20 an hour equates to an annual salary of about $41,600 for a 40-hour per week employee, or $39,000 for a 37.5-hour a week employee. And so just as an example, an employee making $9.16 an hour, which is about $19,000 a year on a 40-hour schedule, they would be increased to about $10.26 an hour, which is a little over $21,000 a year. So 12% might seem like a large number, but for those employees, which we do have at $9.16 an hour, it's only $1.10 an hour raise. The impact for that across all funds is a little over $1 million, but the impact to the general fund is approximately $925,000. So again, we have about $1.3 million in the general fund recurring surplus to use if that is the desire of the commission. And this particular scenario would take about $925,000 of that. So in tabular format, again, the $1.3 million, that would leave us about $366,000. But again, there were, here is the figure for the request from the constitutional officers, $2,075,000 requests from the constitutionals. So if those were, if that was given to the constitutionals as well, the general fund would be upside down about $1.7 million a year recurring. Slide 22 shows another personnel scenario. It's essentially the same as the previous personnel scenario, but it includes 2% for all other employees who were not included in the 12%. That impact is a little over $1 million, about $1,033,000, so a little over $100,000 increase to give 2% to the remaining employees. So slide 23 shows various different scenarios at lower amounts other than 12%. So the top table shows scenario number one, which was 12% for those under 20 and 0% for everybody else, and then a 10%, 8%, 6%. So it shows the impact to the general fund and then the surplus that would be remaining in the general fund if that was given. The second table is the same, but it's the 12% and the 2% for everybody else, and then lower amounts from there.
Commissioner Turner?
So basically what you're saying with these new scenarios is that the money that's, you say the net surplus, but that's the net surplus after having budgeted what? After having budgeted everything that you've budgeted and told us about so far? Because so you haven't burned up any of that net surplus and any of you basically held everything where it was last year, except for these scenarios, these new scenarios we're talking about the possible pay increases.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and so, and the net surplus all the way down at the bottom is what would be left if we went with that to give some of it to the constitutionals if we had some left, but
Correct.
then we wouldn't build any reserves. But you already budgeted reserves at least the level we had last year, correct?
Yes, reserves have remained the same, so.
Just making sure
yes.
we're not
That
budgeted
is-
without reserves, so we.
That's correct.
Budgeted with reserves at the same level as when it came into this or came into this past budget year.
That,
Okay.
yes.
We had to
and-
use some of our reserves throughout the year this year to do
Yes.
some things. So we budgeted our reserves at the level that they were at last year's budget, not at what they're at standing today.
But reserves are also likely to change, and Mrs. Papel has done all of the heavy lifting on the budget. And so a couple of slides, we'll talk about what we're estimating the reserves to be and the potential reserves that we have to talk about using for one-time expenditures or capital expenditures, if that is the wish of the commission to use any of those reserves. But
I appreciate the answer that you just gave me. I understand it. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. My question was very simple. In this budget that we're putting together today, did we budget the reserves at the level of last year? Last year's budget reserves, that's being this year when we started, or did we do it at today after we spent some of that reserves throughout the year on some of the drainage projects or whatever the stuff we had to spend money on? So what level did we budget this year's reserves at?
we budgeted the full amount of reserves, taking everything into account that has been done so far. So when Stacy does put her projections together, she incorporates the reserves that we carried forward into this year, and then anything that if reserves, if we're projecting them to be over budget or expenditures to be under budget, that adds to reserves. She also has gone through and looked at everything that you guys have done throughout the year to take out of reserves, and all of that is incorporated into
You put
the
that
reserve
back
amount.
in.
Yes.
Anything we spent, I guess I'm not very good at this.
I think, what we budgeted for reserves last year, are we budgeting that same amount this year before we get to these figures? Is that what you're asking?
That's exactly what
So
I'm
if we-
trying to
So if we
ask.
had $1.5 million that we put into reserves to add to it, or reserves that are we doing the same thing this year?
We did not budget for anything to go into reserves. That's not built into the budget. So increasing not built
Not
in,
what
but
I'm asking, Matt. Let me try this again. Thank you for trying to help me, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if I'm just being thick or I'm just not very well at communicating. But, all right, the question to me is just simple as it can be. Is the amount of reserves in this year's budget the same amount it was in last year's budget, or is it the amount that after we spent what we spent this year?
Let me
That's
answer.
a yes or no. We either put it in there or we didn't put it in there.
The answer is, I don't know without looking, because that's not how I
That's
did
a good
it.
answer. I don't know is not a bad answer.
Well, because I based it on actual, and our actual cash balance forward walking into the fiscal year we're in was quite a bit higher than what we budgeted. And I based it all on actual and forecasts of actual, plus a reduction because we budgeted to transfer some of the reserves over to the self-insurance fund.
Well, I would really appreciate it just to find out.
I
that
will
one
come back
question.
to
If
you with
could
a
look-
good answer.
Look for me, or the amount of money that we're budgeting for reserves in the 19-20 budget, the same level or more than we budgeted for in the 18-19 budget.
I'll look for you.
Simple.
Commissioner Harvey, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The impact of general fund, when we talk about the 6%, those are the unfilled positions as well as the filled positions. That's if we're 100% staffed. I think I heard that earlier, right?
that is correct. Yes, sir.
All right, okay, thank you.
Chairman,
Okay, Commissioner Rawls?
Tell them about that number.
year over year, can I get you to get me reserve, 18, 19, 19, 20, and then on the side note, set aside for self-insurance? So it's not, year over year, not including,
Okay,
okay, thank you.
okay.
And you say that this does include unfilled positions?
Yes, sir. This would be all
Staffed.
budgeted positions. So even ones that are currently unfilled, it would include an increase for those positions as well. So basically, move them to the same level.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question.
Mr. Harvey?
Thank you, sir. Matt, I know this is going to be an uncomfortable conversation. It seems like, we're talking about trying to do something for our employees that haven't been done in a very, very long time. And I appreciate that. And I think we do need to, this commissioner thinks it's beyond time to help these people out. But there are some challenges here, and even at $9.16 an hour, that's not a living wage, and that's not something, we're not gonna attract anybody, so we can act like we're giving 6% and get them to 10-something, but in all reality, they're still not coming. Is there any talk, and I know that the constitutionals could completely wipe this whole budget completely off the board, and we're gonna start over from scratch. I get that. I fully understand that. But is there any idea of how do we get people to make a living wage inside of this? Maybe, because see, I never paid minimum wage when I worked people. I figured if you were a minimum wage worker, you just didn't need to work for me. That's what I was gonna get, was minimum work. I'll always encourage people to rise up. And there was sometimes we had to lose some positions because people made more money, but they were doing more work. And it kind of went along with that. So is there any talk about trying to get salaries up to where people can live? There. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What is that, Mr. Chairman, if I may ask a question? What do you think that level is?
I don't know.
I mean, I know that some people that make $14 an hour think they're rich.
Yeah.
And because they used to make $8 an hour and they got a better job. I'm not saying that's a good living wage, but what level do you call a living wage? It's all relative, I mean, to how you feel. So, I mean, I've struggled with this,
Yeah,
I have.
I
And
know.
I've talked about it in just about every workshop that came up, is that we need to do something to help. But it's very difficult for me to answer that question that you just came up with. What level do you actually start at? Do you say that everybody makes $15 an hour? Well, I don't know that that's the living wage. Wouldn't be a living wage at my house. My wife's high maintenance. I hope she ain't watching this.
She is, man.
Mr. Chairman.
No, you're right, you're right.
I mean, but at a lot of houses, people that have learned to live on $10 an hour, $11 an hour is a better wage or whatever. So I'm not,
Yeah.
it's really a hard scenario to talk about.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I think the department I'm really looking at is our Public Works Department. And that's the one where you hear the stories of needing assistance with food and needing different things that they need because they can't live on what they're making. And that concerns me. These are people, let me assure you, if you can't get to the accident scene because the road ain't right, we got a problem there. If we can't get garbage trucks down there because the road's not, we got to look at that part. And I think, Press, that's where you, and I'm not pointing the finger at you, Press, I'm just saying, I think that's where you're gonna have to answer our question is, what's it gonna take to hire people? What's it gonna take to, we know that in the fire service, but what's it gonna take to hire people to do the job that's required of them to do to keep this county running? Because if we don't do those services, that's where we're in trouble at.
Well, that's actually a very good conversation, if I may, Mr. Chairman. And the reason why is because you're talking about a different scenario than EMS or firefighters that make $40,000 a year. And I'm not saying it's enough by any means. I'm just saying it's a whole different conversation when you're talking about somebody that makes $9.35 an hour and we're asking them to go mow or sit on a $100,000 piece of equipment or $80,000 piece of equipment. Or I think a road grader guy right now is $12.35 or something like that. So, and you're putting him on a $350,000 piece of equipment. I think that needs to be, that conversation needs to be separate. But by the same token, when I think I brought this up in our budget presentation, is that if we're gonna give a percentage or whatever, we've got to give it to everybody or the union's gonna go berserk. So I don't know how, and I'm not a union expert, don't claim to be one. But I don't know how we say, okay, everybody in Public Works is gonna make X amount minimum a year, or X amount an hour. I don't know how to do that and get it through the union. Do y'all? Or is that something that's gonna be a big snagging point if we decide to give the lowest paid people a larger raise than the middle income people?
It's hard to say, and that's why we looked at scenarios with this flat percentage, so that it would be flat across the board for those employees. But back to Commissioner Harvey's question, it's a good question. Just recently, we got the proposed pay schedule for the city of Palaca, and their minimum, even for their lowest labor or maintenance worker, is $11 an hour.
Yeah,
So-
they changed that last year.
Mr. Harvey?
I'm done, thank you, sir.
Commissioner Ross?
All right, so at the beginning of this conversation, several months ago, I requested pay raises for staff, but I also requested it be handled at a departmental level. And that would alleviate a lot of the anxiety that we're having right now. In my estimation, Mr. Tompkins should be given his entire budget, told him to work through it, figure out what he can do to get his pay rates up, staying within that budget. It doesn't sound like that's what happened. So we still have time to do that. As far as classifications and step and grade at a departmental level, I think that's going to be the easiest way out to avoid a bunch of conflict with the unions. So the union, I guarantee you, would love to have a step. Do you guys have step and grade, Quinn? No. Would you like to have it? Would you guys like to have it? Yeah. So there's part of your answer, and you're not going to have a lot of pushback and fight at that point. Have the conversation. Did you have it with these guys that you did me about the cost of insurance versus folks that are making less than $10 an hour, $10 an hour, and what some of them may or may not be taking home when they pay for their health insurance?
Oh, well, yeah, if they choose family coverage and some of the higher plans, yeah, it costs more than what they bring home.
And at that
Yes,
point, you got an
absolutely.
employee that's writing a check to come to work just to cover the basics of the health insurance. So we collectively, as a county, have created a perfect storm, and the only way to get out of this and do anything meaningful to employees is eventually going to have to raise revenue somewhere. We're going to have revenue increases to be able to increase. If you just use 3% as a cost of living adjustment over the past 11 years, that's 33%. So that means that the person that has been making $10 an hour is working for 33% less than they were 10 years ago. And in my estimation, that's just a form of indentured servitude. And they can't run out of county because they can't even afford a car payment on a vehicle that they could drive back and forth, let alone the fuel. So we've got ourselves in a catch-22. We have our employees in a catch-22, and only the 5 of us can work through this. But I really think that to be meaningful, it's going to have to be department by department coming in and telling us and advising us what can and cannot be done at each department level to be able to get their rates up to be competitive. It scared me when Quinn said his median time in seat was 8 months for a paramedic. Coming out of paramedic school and getting your license doesn't mean that you know enough to save somebody's life. It means you know enough to be dangerous. And if you've only got 8 months in the seat and you're running around Putnam County, almost 800 square miles of it, and you don't know the county that well, and you're with an unseasoned EMT, it's a recipe for disaster. So I really think that this commission should consider letting the departments, or advising administration to let the departments come back with their suggestions and do it department by department and avoid the pitfalls of just a unilateral pay raise and saying, well, this is, for me, if I was making $15 an hour, $1.50 an hour, to 10% increase would probably be pretty meaningful. But if I was making $8 an hour and you gave me 80 cents, I'd be looking at the person making $15 an hour really mean face.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, one thing we figured out around here since I've been here is that there's not enough money to pay what St. Johns County pays.
Right.
They ain't.
Right.
But The law enforcement fights it, everybody fights it around here. We're the training ground. I get it. I don't know how to fix that. We don't have the money that they have. I can't live in as nice a house as some of the people I know because I can't afford a house that nice. So that's just all the way it is. The only way to fix it, is to raise revenues. I agree. How we raise revenues, I do not agree. I agree. I think we should raise revenues by being more friendly to development and broadening our tax base, not by raising taxes on the people that are here already. So those are the biggest differences between us. I think that the landowners and the property owners around here have caught the brunt of this whole situation for the last 10 years, and we need to start trying to figure out a way to give them some relief along the way, along with everybody else. But as far as the employee thing, not a bad idea. I mean, sure, we can just come up here and unilaterally give everybody 6% or 8% or 10%, or we'll fight over the percentage. I don't think it really matters, to tell you the truth, unless you start thinking about who are you going to help. Well, the people that need the help are our lowest paid employees. Those are the ones that need the help. So I just don't know. I mean, unless y'all kind of brought it up the other day in the meeting when we had it about that you didn't know if you could get it through the union, that we give a $11 a guy a 10% raise and a $14 a guy a 8% or 6% raise. You didn't think you could get that through the union. So the only other thing that I have to do, unless somebody can show me another option that may fly, would be just across the board raises.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Turner, I believe you're absolutely correct in your scenario there. We would have to go back and meet collectively with each one of the unions to have that very honest and direct discussion on whether or not that would be an acceptable presentation to them. I do think that we're looking at a situation this year, again, much different than last year. I think that doing something for staff this year is certainly paramount. We need to do something. I think we've already started looking at and gathering information and trying to fix, as Commissioner Rawls is alluding to, department by department. We did that with our building department and some other folks, and we're trying to build those step and grade increases into other departments. I think that is certainly a viable option. I think it's one we need to pursue, but it's not one that we could pursue in the next 6 weeks to 8 weeks. This is something we've been looking at throughout the year and fixing as we go. And I think your staff and with the direction and the blessing of this commission so far, we've put some of those issues behind us, and now we just got more to deal with. And that's going to take another cycle or two to get to where we need to be. And I think we're working in that direction.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Rawls?
I think what might bear fruit actually would be for us to get in front of the employees and have a conversation with the employees. Let them know where we are. Let them know where we would like to go, and get them to buy in as well. Mr. Suggs just said over the next cycle or two. So if they saw that this is something that's going to be proactive and move into the future, maybe we could start to make meaningful change this year and a little more next year and a little more the year after. If we put on the table step and grade by 2021 budget, that's a step in the right direction. And I can't speak for the unions, but I can tell you right now, as somebody that used to negotiate for International Association of Firefighters Local 292, I would have loved to heard these words. You're in a catch-22. It's going to take all parties to come together to get to a resolution. Otherwise, we could tie this thing up now until the cows come home, and But I really think it needs to be. We really need to do something for the employees this year. It needs to be more than just something to keep their nose at the water line. And a 2% increase, in my estimation, you're barely doing that. If you give somebody 3%, right now the CPI over the past year is about 2%. That means you just did nothing for another year. And the employees that we have working for us right now, I dare say they are very, very, very loyal, because I would not come to work for anybody that wanted to pay me $9 or $10 or $11 an hour for a 10-year period of time and just keep saying, I'm sorry, but that proves their loyalty to us. So I think it's our turn to step up and do something for them.
I think everybody's in agreement of that. That's that was it's the second point that we wanted, other than holding the millage rate the same, is to do something for the employees, all the employees. Now, am I hearing this right, is that the unions can somewhat dictate what we're able to do to the other employees, because you have to get it through bargaining through them?
They have a Me Too clause, more than likely.
It would be for the positions within the union.
Okay,
You know,
can you
it-
have
that would have to be
meaningful
negotiated.
conversation with them before we move forward with this, to see what they're open to? I mean, is that possible? Is that something that would be counterproductive?
No, sir, it's not counterproductive. We've already had those conversations to some extent. They knew when we met with them earlier that we were going to be having this conversation today. They knew that we were going to be having a conversation to possibly increase salaries for staff today, move it into next fiscal year. So we've had that conversation already. We've also, to Commissioner Rawls, we have been, in our department heads, talking about this for a while, so staff should be aware of what we're trying to do. We made it very clear last year where we're at, what our issues were, and that we would address the other concerns moving forward, so they're aware of it. I think you made great strides this year by at least looking at the potential of going self-insured as opposed to fully insured. I think they understand that when we told them we were going to hold those costs constant this year, it was a plus for them, because last year and the year before, they were eating cost. So the word is out, the message is out that this commission and this administration is looking to do what we can for our staff. Certainly our staff that's the least paid. Unfortunately, we do have some hurdles to deal with because of the unions that we have. But there is conversation, and they're aware of what we're trying to do. We're trying to do something this year based on the direction of this commission for this particular year as we build towards the future. Commissioner Rawls, I think you understand when we were having our conversation the other day that we're not going to be able to change the culture and what we're trying to do overnight, and it's going to take a collective effort by you 5 elected officials, and then some good dialogue from you folks to us and administration on how we get there. And I think we've started that, and I applaud this commission for that and for having this discussion here today. Unfortunately, we can't fix it today, but we can do something, and that's what we're going to be looking for direction today.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Goddard?
Yeah, we went over quite a few scenarios, Matt and I did, but we're not going to fix, what we're trying to do is just trying to help where we fell behind years ago by our employees did not get a raise. We're not going to be able to move them up into the surrounding counties' salaries, but what we can do is try to start fixing it. And unfortunately, I see all these numbers here. The one that we targeted the most was the 12.2, and that still does not move our employees up to the level surrounding us. But it is something that's doable, and then we can look at this year after year after year. And we're already in the right move if we go self-insured. If my numbers are right, that should self-sustain itself in about 3 years, which means that money would come back into reserves, and we would also, hopefully, depending on how the insurance runs, be able to offer the insurance at a lower rate, and therefore that in its own sense is also helping increase the take-home pay of the employees. But this is something we've got to target. We've all talked about this. This is something we want to do. We just need to come up with a number and settle on it. We want to help our lower-paid employees the best we can. We need to bring them up to that level. And at the same time, that's why I still go for that 2% for everyone else. And then see what the unions do say. If they shoot it down, they shoot it down. I don't think they will. In conversations that I've had with quite a few of them, they understand what we're doing, and they're on board with what we're trying to get done. So we do need to look at department year after year, but this year, we need to fix the wrongs that were done in the past. We need to fix that any way possible this year.
Commissioner Turner?
I agree with you, Commissioner Goddard, but I don't think it was wrongs done on purpose. I think it was wrongs that were done out of necessity.
We were
When you're
trying to
balancing
survive.
your budget off reserves, you can't hardly give raises, and that's what happened, so I get all that. Now I'm trying to be responsible in moving forward. I don't know that the county, using all their reoccurring income from this year and putting it into reoccurring raises next year, I don't know if that would be the prudent thing for this county to do. I think we need to look into something like we give the 6% deal this year and give them a bonus up to a certain level of, I don't know what the amount is, but for sake of this conversation, let's say $500. I don't know how much money we're talking about. Say everybody that makes under $40,000 a year gets $500 bonus this year. Just to tell them thank you for still being here, or whatever the case may be, and then give them a smaller raise. That way you're not, if you give 12% this year, you can't take half of it back next year if the economy goes to hell. So you've got to be able to, pay your expenses out of your recurring income. That recurring income went down a few years ago. Hope we never see that again, but it did, and not too long ago. So I'm thinking that maybe we need to use part of the money that we have we're gonna put towards this issue, make it part out of stuff that's gonna reoccur and part of it out of a one-term deal. If we can do it again next year, because our tax base broadened some and some more, or even more than this year, then good, I'm for it. But I think the prudent thing to do is probably use some of this money for like a bonus of some kind for people that have been here over a couple of years or whatever, to appreciation bonus, and then just give them the smaller increase this year just in case something happens, and hopefully we can give them another one next year.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Rawls?
Mr. Suggs, would it be harmful to have the two unions come in with their representation and have a discussion with us at a workshop? Not negotiations, not
Yeah,
negotiations.
I would like the opportunity to think on that and reach out to our legal representation.
Don't overthink it, just a very bland.
I understand.
You know, something along the lines of, what could you do to help us get to where we need to be? Here's where we are, here's where we'd like to go, and just have one of the, invite them into the conversation. And then, as far as going forward, $2.5 million reimbursement to the state. What could we do with that $2.5 million if we didn't have to pay that back this year towards increases in pay?
You mean are you talking about the Medicaid and reimbursements and whatnot? That would be significant amount
All right, so
to be able to use to increase wages.
And maybe we'll discuss it later. Are we going to be discussing it later, other funding sources, or?
Yes.
Okay, so we're having the cart and the horse conversation because we really need to be looking at funding going forward. I think this year, my opinion would be to do as much as we can for everybody, but take a look at it from a departmental level and a hourly range, because most of the folks we're talking about are hourly, not even salaried.
That is correct.
And that's really, really painful. I don't know how much overtime we pay a year, but I would imagine it's probably excessive. You guys pay a lot? Quinn's shaking his head, yes. Press, no?
Yeah, Press,
Okay.
no.
Well, fire does, and, in the private sector, when you're overtime, it's an indication that you're understaffed, so, to get to the proper staffing levels and stop the bleed, look at how much money, 1.5% or 150% of what it would normally cost to pay a paramedic or EMT or firefighter, because we're paying overtime, we're paying 1.5 times. And that just is counterintuitive. So it's got to be a way to stop that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, there's also another way to look at it, and I'm gonna probably get shot before I leave this room. If somebody can do their job with 16 less people and what they need at full salary, then maybe they don't need 16 more people. Sorry, guys.
But are we getting
That's the way it
100% of the
is.
work done? That's are we deferring maintenance by having that less? I agree. I've thought the same thing.
I understand.
I'll make a comment on that too, because we know that we're understaffed in certain departments. I'm not picking on press, but press, you've been 14, 15 down for, I think, since I got here. I think it may be time that.
So much for not picking on one department.
Yeah.
Mr. Turner didn't mention any names.
Everyone up here will agree that his department is the one we have most contact with, okay? And as a good commissioner goes, is Public Works, and he's doing a great job. But it might be time to figure out, I'd like to have 7, and get them up to a certain wage, but that may not be possible. That, I don't know if that's possible for him to decide, this is my staffing level, and I think I need, but that's what Commissioner Rawls was talking about, is the department heads come and say, okay, this is what we need to be able to hire these particular people. Because I passed the grade all, I didn't want to say this, but I could pass the grade all going across Dunn's Creek Bridge, headed to District 1 this morning.
Well, what else is new? Probably had to refuel.
I'm not sure what he's going to be doing, but I'm glad he's there. But I was wondering what we actually were paying this person to operate that $500,000 piece of equipment. And it's probably less than $15 an hour. So we understand that we do have an issue, and at least we all understand that, but what we're going to do about it, that's another issue, so.
Well, I know that Mr. Chairman, I know that in my personal life, if I pay somebody $14 or $15 an hour, I get a hell of a lot more out of him than 2 guys that make $10 an hour.
Right.
So I've had this conversation with press multiple times, that maybe what we need to do is restructure our pay scale over there, and that we need to get people that are more qualified by paying more. So maybe instead of having 15 more people, maybe he has 9 more. I mean, I'm just pulling these numbers out of the sky, but maybe he has 9 more people, but he can pay them $5 more an hour and get into the competitive wage of the outside world with full boat benefits. Now, you got to look at that, because in the outside world, somebody that makes $15 around here may make 17, but they got to drive to Jacksonville, and they've also don't get full boat benefits in today's world. That's just not it. So that enters into it also, especially for a family person. So, I don't know. I think that the departmental thing needs to be part of this, that they need to restructure. It's not as easy for Quinn, because he has to, EMS is an EMS. I mean, maybe some are more qualified than others, but the licensing and what have you, it makes them the deal. Just like somebody has the right driver's licenses or whatever for over in CDLs or whatever over in press's department, definitely should get paid more if that's part of the job. But I can't sit here as a commissioner and go over and sit down with them and come up with a new pay structure for them. I think that what we need to do is just redo the people that they have in that department. I don't know if they need to do it during this budget cycle, because we're going to give them the same amount of money. Just, okay, you want 10 good people, or do you want 15 people that don't know how to do anything but shovel?
What I would say is allow him the latitude to reallocate his budget.
Doesn't he have that latitude now?
Not to that extent, no, sir. Salaries are structured. There's personnel that we have to go through. And also, there's still union members within that organization that we have to deal with as well. So it's not that simple. But again, it's one of those things that as we're talking here today, moving forward is certainly one of the things that we need to address. Whether it's a reduction in the current personnel levels or what, we need to look at the structure itself. And we do need to look at that, and we do currently do that to an extent now department-wide. And so those are all options that we were talking about earlier that we can certainly move forward with having discussions on how we address those in the next couple of cycles. But yes, you got to deal with the unions, you got to deal with the pay structure. We got personnel policies that we got to adhere to and all of that. So it's not just like, for example, if what I'm hearing here is, let's say we give Public Works $5 million, now you spend it the way you think you need to spend it. We can't do that, because there's projects.
I don't think that's what anybody up here
Well,
even came close to saying.
Well, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying, because I'm responsible. So that's,
That's a wild scenario on the other end of what I think's being discussed here,
well,
Mr.
when we
Suggs.
start talking about allocating dollars to departments and letting them figure out how they manage their staff and all, Commissioner Turner, maybe I'm thick, but, as far as the county administrator, I need to know exactly what direction we're looking at here for the simple fact because we have.
I think the only, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I think the only thing that's been discussed up here that I've heard as far as that is that to let the department head try to restructure his payroll. Not everything he done or spend his money on anything he wanted or hand him $500,000 and let him go to Vegas. I don't think none of that was discussed here. I think that what was discussed here was that let them have participation into a new scale for their people that work for them, to where then they could say, okay, I'd rather have 7 people at this pay scale than I would 15 people at the lower pay scale. I think that was the only thing that was discussed there.
Well, good, that gives me a lot more clarification than what I was sitting here understanding in the
No,
process.
not the total.
Okay,
budget,
because
no.
that's,
No,
I want to make sure we're all here.
positions, reallocate personnel positions
And that's
within,
fine.
within his or her specific budget, and not just Public Works.
No, it needs to be countywide. We need to look at each department. That's one of the things that we've been talking about since we got here, was we need to do that, and we've done some of that already. Those that fall under the unions makes it a little more difficult, and those are the things we need to address. Step and grade may be the
If we could have a
opportunity.
conversation with the union locals, I really think we'd have an opportunity to get, and what I'm just describing is getting them to buy in, just to have a conversation.
Let me just make one comment on it. You're absolutely right. We've had that conversation. I told you we've had meetings with our union representatives from Fire Rescue already, and the letter we got back from the union president was they didn't trust that. And that was a.
Didn't trust what? Do we
The
want
fact
to
that-
give them extra money?
That's exactly what we're talking about, and that we haven't gotten to the salary structure of the union agreement yet, and the reason why is because we wanted to have these conversations.
In my past,
We've got some hurdles to get over with our union, but I believe we're getting there. I believe the conversation that we're having with our folks, for example, last night when I met with them, because we were working last night at the fairgrounds, they very much appreciate what they're hearing and what we're trying to accomplish. I think it's the masses are going to be okay with it. We just got to get it to them and get them to understand where we're at and why we're trying this.
I'd just like to reiterate that in the past, we took that approach when I worked for the city of Palatka, where we did approach the city commission and had conversations with them outside of negotiations. And it was encouraged by the city manager. He said, look, I'm not the guy you've got to convince, it's them. And we went in, discussed it with them, and were able to move the needle forward. At one point, we actually said, we'll hold 2 years, no pay raises, but we want to guarantee in year 3 a 5% raise, and that we were able to get that. So I love the tenor of the conversation. I think that would be and not, not just restricted to Public Works, like I said, allow all departments to do that. And maybe, like Commissioner Turner said, they could work a little leaner, but get their pay scales way up, and then we don't have to have this conversation going forward, and it would take off the table the fact that we're understaffed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Matt, how do we move this forward? We need to actually, you're sitting there all quiet. Do you need for us to come up with a scenario right now on the 6%, 8%, 10 or 12? Is that what you're needing at this point, or are we gonna wait till the end and do all that after we fight over the Better Place plan? Because I don't think you've seen nothing yet.
Wait, could I interject one thing real quick? What if, it's just what if you took a 10% scenario and gave it to the department head? Would that make it easier?
That would be one way that we could do it, but again, what staff is going to need direction from the commission on, at least in the immediate future, is we're tasked with bringing a tentatively balanced budget to the commission at the end of July for you to set your maximum millage rate. That has to be done by 35 days within July 1st, I believe, if I'm remembering trim rules correctly. That's the urgent need for us. So we need some input from the commission on at least what to include in a tentative budget. We can, of course, change that before the final budget in September, which we'll have some time in August to get that done. But we'll need some direction, and on the last slide, I've got a couple of bullet points where, try to get consensus from the commission on each one of these different items to discuss. Personnel scenarios,
Already got these
any
numbers.
remaining surplus.
You've got these figured out. So it's just, to
Correct.
me, it would seem simple that if you took the 10-2, you've got your number right there, it's gonna be.
We would have it broken down by
1291.
department,
Yeah,
yeah.
so that number's in there, and we can continue the conversation further. It gives you the number to plug in,
Yes,
and we can work backwards from there. Easier to go down than up, obviously.
correct.
Okay, so do you need something from us?
Well,
now? We
well,
got towards the
there's
end.
more to the presentation. We'll get to the last slide, which is the one where, I've got each individual bullet point where I'll try to get consensus from the commission, because there's some other
In
things.
the rest of the presentation, is there anything in there that you need as far as this salary discussion?
Yes, sir, that needs
At
some
the end,
direction on the
I understand you
commission.
need us to tell you the percentage, but is there anything between now and then? Because I think while we're here on it, if there's not anything, I think we need to just go and hash this one out and be done with it and move on to the better place before it draws blood.
Sure, absolutely. If
I
the
think
commission
we
wants
should
to
use
finalize now, that's
8% at the very most this year, and the reason why is you can always give them more next year, and that's more conservative than 12%, obviously, is more conservative than the 12%, and that will give us some reserves of $588,000 to move forward the agenda.
But that's not 8% across the board.
8%.
8 and
The
2.
8%
Is
that
this
he's
8 and 2?
proposed.
8 and 2, yes, sir. That would,
8 and 2.
that would leave almost 600,000 in
Right,
recurring revenues to allocate.
588, that would be 8 and 2. Well, this
started-
says 8 and 0 on it, Matt.
Yeah,
Well, there's two tables.
Well, I got
Top
you
table,
here,
bottom
yeah.
table.
That's the one I'm talking about, 8 and 2. I think we need to move that one forward. I think that's that's more money. Even the school board only gave 3% last year, I'm thinking, if my memory serves me correct. And so if we give our employees 8% this year, it shows them our affection, that we love them. And so I think the 8% is good enough, and the 2% for the higher paid ones. And then we know there's a couple of spots in this county that there's got to be something done, that we're paying somebody half of what they ought to be making.
Correct.
And some of that needs to be rectified.
but
Yeah,
that would be correct. So what I'm proposing is if we took the 8 and 2 total number and divided up into each department, then the department head has a latitude. It may not be 8% and 2%, it might be 10% and 3%, depending what they do with their staffing levels, or it could be 15 and 5. But what we're talking about doing is giving them more money within their respective budget for personnel. That's what we just discussed, correct? But what he's saying is he needs a number to live by, to plug in, to get to the total budget at the end.
Well, I don't think it's up to this commission to micromanage the county. I think it's our position, and what we should be doing is setting policy.
Right.
So yes, if we decided to use the 8 and 10 scenario, and then the Administrator Suggs wants to let his department heads decides who gets what, a little more or a little less or whatever, but that's how much money they get is that amount, that's between Mr. Suggs and his people and his department heads. And I don't think we should be sitting up here trying to manage it to that level. So I think we need to come up with a percentage, let it move forward, and then let staff handle it. If
Well,
he's
he
got-
needs a dollar amount is what he's saying.
I know, well, which would be 8 and 2's is total dollar amount. So what they do with it is up to Mr. Suggs. And then if he wants to go to his department heads and have a tiered level where somebody gets more and somebody gets less, I think that's a management decision that we pay him to make, not me sitting up here behind this dais.
I personally think that 10% is going to be more meaningful, number one, and make us more competitive, number two, and be able to hold employees. And if I could have just a second, something we have not talked about is helping employees out in other ways besides in their paycheck. And one thing we could do is, and I know it's not going to happen today, but work towards developing a policy that utilizes some of the SHIP funds maybe, or going to the Federal Housing Finance Corporation, but some way raising capital that we can give our employees in the form of incentives to stick around. So if we do get a paramedic or an EMT, a firefighter, a sheriff's deputy, somebody that comes to work for the county, that maybe coming in a little bit lower salary, we can offer them an incentive if they purchase a house here and sign some sort of agreement that binds them to the community for 7 or 10 or 15 years. And offsetting their mortgage payment is a direct impact on their paycheck anyway. So just for future conversations, I think
Well,
that
I
would be
guess
something that'd be fun to have.
if we may, Mr. Chairman, it looks like we're gonna have to do this through motion, because we're definitely not gonna get a consensus, Mr. Chair.
What is the
Mr. Chairman, I
consensus
move-
of the other commissioners?
I was gonna make a motion and we'd
Okay.
find out.
All right, have at it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to propose a 8%, 2%, pay raise that was the scenario that was, presented to us.
Okay, we got a proper motion to go with the scenario of 8% and 2%. Do we have a second?
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay, so we got a second by Commissioner Harvey, so we'll open it up for deliberation discussion. We'll start with Commissioner Harvey.
Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate, we got to do something, there's no doubt. And I love the concept of getting Mr. Suggs and the department heads to sit down and say, okay, let's move this one to that one. I do think very strongly, I know, if we don't get relief from our constitutionals, all this conversation is for nothing. We started off with a 1.567 million surplus, and before we got done with the constitutionals, we were 511 in the hole. If they hold true to what they're asking for, we can't do any of these. This is all for naught. And I think that's the conversation. I know we got to give Matt, I know we got to give you something to work with, and that's why I second it, because I think you deserve something to work with in hopes that the constitutionals will realize our dilemma. And I really want our employees to know we're trying to do something for them. I don't want to pit one person against the other or one department against, I don't want to do that. But reality is reality, and this is what's going on today. So I just wanted to bring that out, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Turner?
Did I miss something here? I thought that the constitutional officers make requests, and it takes 3 votes up here for that to move forward. I mean, I was told, and unless I'm missing something somewhere, or I've been mistold, this commission by 3 votes can say, I'm sorry, constitutional officer, you're gonna have to hold it at last year's level, which is what this commissioner asked them to do. I mean, what's their option? They can't go hire a lawyer and sue us over a budget request. You're saying they can by nodding your head yes?
Petition the governor,
Yeah.
or everybody can accept the supervisor election, from my understanding, can petition
The governor.
higher up, and we have to
Well,
negotiate.
I wouldn't mind negotiating, and with Ron DeSantis on my side, telling me that, and explaining to him that exactly what the scenario is here. I believe you'd win. So I'm not saying that we pick a fight or do whatever, but obviously I asked the constitutional officers earlier in this process to hold their deal, and they just went silent. They haven't done any additional proposals. Basically, they wanted $200,000 more than the total increase that came this year.
300.
Last year, we gave them all the money. So this year, I asked them to let us try to do something for the employees of the county instead of just the sheriff's department or just the EMS, or not EMS, I guess that's not one of them, but the different departments. I understand that Charles has got to have a little more money this year. It's an election year. He dropped his budget last year because it was not an election year, so, for this year. And so, I get it. But by the same token, I'm calling out the constitutional officers, every one of them, to tell them, we need to hold it 1 year at where you are, and we'll see what we can do next year. People around here haven't had anything. And as I said earlier in the deal, it's come back to me on the street that we've asked them to cut their budget. We haven't asked them to cut anything. We've asked them to leave it at the level that it is, not cut their proposed budget like's coming back to me. We're asking them to keep it at the same level, and they all got their requested increases last year. Every single one of them. So now we just give it all to them again and not help anybody in Putnam County? I can't go there. I'd rather go down swinging with the governor. if that's where it takes.
Mr. Goddard?
Well, I understand that this could all be for naught, but let's go forward as though as though the constitutional officers are gonna work with us on this. Let's go forward this. My thing still goes back to 8%'s good. I think we need to at least think about the 10%. I know you've got a motion on the floor, but I really think we need to, you know me, I'd rather push for the 12 because I think that those guys really need it that are down there at the $9 an hour. But let's look at the 10. If you, and I know where you're coming from. I do understand where you're coming from. We've got to do something, and we need to do it. We need to do it today.
Well, I was trying to actually go up to 8 and make everybody happy, because I was.
I know you were at 6. I know you were at 6.
So I was,
He doesn't have 9 in here. Can we go 9%? 9% going once.
Commissioner Goddard, if, I will, I don't think that my second was real happy about it. He
No,
was
I'm
just wanting
fine.
to talk about it. Are you fine with the 8?
I'm at 10.
Well, he's a 10, he's a 10.
Well, y'all are,
I withdraw
I came
my
down from
motion
12,
if you
so
want me to. I don't really care about it.
Yeah, I've moved from
Maybe
12.
Maybe if the chairman could tell me where he is, and then it might be our first 3-2
Mr.
split
Chairman.
vote.
I agree that we all agree we need to do something.
Yeah.
And we're sitting there talking about whatever we do is still probably not enough. But if you don't start, then you're never gonna get, to a point where, at least you're showing that the commission and everybody's trying to do something to, to try to retain these employees. As Commissioner Harvey said, if the Constitution officers, don't come back with something or hold the line as of last year, then this is a moot point here, because it doesn't work. I do worry about, and that graph that Matt showed us is real.
that's right.
And that could start going down again, because this is reoccurring. I believe I'm comfortable with the 8 and the 2, because I believe we could sustain that next year. If you look at the scenario, the 10 is not that much more.
Right, 165,000.
So I would vote yes for the 8 too.
Mr. Chairman? The reason I kind of wanted to go down this line with Commissioner Turner was I like the idea, I'm not a big fan of experience pay. It's already there, people got it, it doesn't go away, I get that. But I like the idea that Commissioner Turner had, that maybe we could help somebody if there was some room there that we didn't tie our hands completely up, that there might be some room that somebody gets $500 or somebody gets $600. That's a lot, that helps. That's groceries, that's 3 months of light bill, that could be 4 months of light bill. So that's why I kind of wanted to support the 8 and 2, to give us that little bit of wiggle room in case we want to do something extra for them, or if we could even do extra. We're not sure yet.
That's actually why I was leaning towards the 6 and 2, because I was hoping to do some kind of a merit pay or some kind of a bonus pay. And I know that somebody that makes $40,000 a year, maybe $500 isn't that big a deal. But for somebody that makes $9.20 an hour, you lay $500 on them, they might squeal like a little girl. So I'm gonna tell you, I think it's a big deal to give somebody that small amount of money. I mean, not small, it's all relative.
If I can comment in there.
Commissioner Goddard?
You can convince me with the 8 with that fact of being able to give out a bonus. Now, that one I'm on board with.
It's fine with me. Give us some more money for some merit pay.
But what do we, give me a guarantee now, because I'm still at 10%. I wanted 12%, to be honest with you, but 10% I'm happy with. 8% with a merit, what? Are we gonna set aside a definitive amount or guarantee something? This is a conversation that the union's gonna wanna have.
That is part of the conversation. I agree with you.
Okay,
that,
so-
that we need to do it. I mean, I wouldn't mind amending my motion to where we, well, I just don't know if it's enough money to make any difference
Follow
whatsoever.
this logic. If we set the money aside, a not to exceed number, that using the 10 and 2, and then each department head utilizes that money up to that amount for whatever. We're,
Basically $160,000.
yes, sir.
So go with the 8 and 2 and put
8 and 2 and put
165.
10 and 2, and that includes the merit pay.
Determined by the
There
administrator.
you go. And
Use the
department.
10 and 2 number, but it includes the, if we're gonna do that, it's included, is what I'm saying.
We're gonna use the 8 and 2 number and then include 160,000 to be used for merit pay.
So it's the same difference. Okay,
Same
so
difference.
there's your number, Matt. That's the number you needed.
That's right.
We gotta vote on this.
I'd like to amend my motion saying that we add 160,000 to be used as merit pay at the discretion of the administrator.
I'll second that. I'll amend my second.
Okay, so we've got amended, motion and amended second. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
8 and 2 with 160.
Or 10 and 2, no matter how you look at it.
10 and 2 ain't quite there.
Mr. Chairman, can we take a break, 3-minute and 15-second
How
break?
about making it about an hour and a half?
I'm gonna say is this,
Excited about it, but I'm good.
how much longer you think, I planned on all day, I don't know about everybody else. You want a break for lunch and,
We get it done in a day.
you want a break for lunch?
Yeah, we have some more discussion on
Oh, yeah, it's
better
gonna be a
place
while.
budget and capital,
all right.
what to do with the remaining approximately 425,000 constitutional officers. Yeah,
Okay,
there's,
all right, what time does everybody want to reconvene?
1:30.
1:30?
It's all the other counties.
Fine.
Gives everybody 2 hours? Okay, we recess until 1:30. Like to reconvene our budget workshop. Welcome everybody back from lunch, and if we're on schedule, we're moving towards to the Better Place Plan. That's where we are. Okay, Matt and Stacy.
Yes, sir. Slide 25, it gives an overview of the Better Place Fund, the revenues and expenditures. Starting with the revenues, the line that has 6.1 million in it, that is the revenue that we receive on the discretionary sales surtax that funds Better Place. Going into next year, we're estimating to have almost 3.6 million as a carry forward. That's due to several different projects, such as animal control shelter for one. That's 750,000. That's going to carry over. The debt service reserve of 1.1 million carrying forward and adding some more money to that next year. So there's several different carry forwards that are going into next year, and that translates into the budgeted amounts near the bottom. Almost 6 million in capital outlay, 1.75 in transfers to other funds. We are having to set aside reserve for future debt service. That's that 1.65 million you see down near the bottom. That is, we're setting aside 550,000 each year for utility fund debt. This was a finding in the state audit because that debt was pledged with Better Place funds. However, the Better Place is slated to potentially expire before the debt service is fully paid off. So that is a set aside for that. And we still have set aside in reserve almost $500,000, about 450,000.
Mr. Chairman, does that finish us off now with that set aside, or do we have another year? How much do we need to put in there to satisfy the requirement for the state?
Mrs. Papel, do you have an
I
idea
thought
of
there
the
was
total amount of that, or
always
is
fully
that?
funded. The reserves,
It'll be going on for several more years.
several.
Mr. Chairman, may I recommend at this point, I hoping they would bring them the list of Better Place Plan projects.
That's on this slide. Slide 26. Has an overview of the various
That ain't
different.
what I'm asking for.
Oh,
I'm
the actual
asking for
printout?
The list of things that you presented to the Better Place Plan Committee
Mm-hmm.
of projects that were budgeted in this year. I think we need to look at that list. I have a copy on my desk if I need to walk out and get it and get some copies made that you sent to me.
I can print it out if you'd like.
I think it's very relevant to what we're fixing to discuss here. Because basically it shows, the best of my math, it showed about a 30% dirt to pave and 70% on equipment. Now, I know it wasn't this commission, but I was on the other side of this diocese when it came up, and promises were made to get support. And the support was that they would do 70-30, maybe 60-40, dirt to pave 60, not 40. Well, this year it's 30% dirt to pave and 70% slush fund. Excuse my French, but that's what I think we're using it for. So I think we need to go back and we need to relook at this, and I think that it needs to be done in a responsible way. And if there's 3 commissioners up here that believe that we shouldn't use that for what it was promised for us for, then fine, I'll go along with them. But I don't think that's what we need to be doing. I think that we need to look at what's on that list, and it's very relevant to what we're talking about today, because if we pass this budget, then basically all these items are gonna go be purchased, and we've done it. So, unlike some of the conversations we may have had today may not be directly relevant to what we're looking at today, this one is. Because, like I just said, they're looking for 70% of the Better Place funds to go for other things. I'm not saying they're not viable projects. I'm just saying that I don't know that we can do them all in one year. And as I said before, it wasn't me that made that promise, but I was on the other side when the promise was made. And I don't feel comfortable going from a 70-30, 70% being dirt to pave, and to 30-70, 30% being dirt to pave, which is what's in this year's Better Place Plan. I can't get there. So I would like that list. I would like the other commissioners to have a minute or two to look at that list and see if there's things in there that they feel like could be funded in a different way. For instance, I think I brought this out the other day, we have a project in there for the sheriff's office. That's a good project, we need it done, the county needs it done badly. I don't know that we have to fund it out of BPP. I think that either the land or the building, or perhaps both, is owned by the Port Authority. If that's the case, then we could convene a Port Authority meeting. We've got, even with the promises made the other day, in a meeting, that we're gonna pay for part of the Triangle Park out of the port because they own it too. That still leaves us, give or take, about $1.5 million in there. I don't know that we couldn't take the $250,000 that they're gonna need to redo the laundry that they've been trying to do for 4 or 5 years now. And I don't know that we couldn't pay it out of the port and take that money and put it back towards a better place. And I don't know that there were, 2 dump trucks, one of them an extended cab dump truck to replace the one that burnt down this year, and along with another truck that's needed over at Public Works. I don't know that we couldn't pay for some of that out of that $1.1 million reserves that he's been rolling over in the past. That'd take some more money and put over into, actually dirt to pave. That's what the money was passed for. That's what people voted for around here, was to pave more roads. It wasn't to buy more dump trucks or to fix the laundry or whatever. And please understand, I'm not saying that these are not valid projects or viable projects. I just think if they're that important, we need to figure out how to fund them without taking the money that was passed to pave roads and go and spend it all on something other than paving roads. So if we could get a copy of that list, do I need to go get mine off of the,
I'll go grab it. Can you send it to the printer?
Do you have, Laura can get it.
Yeah,
if
I
it-
can send it, I can send it to the printer. That's fine. I'll have to close the presentation for a minute.
You
but
want to
yeah.
just recess for a few minutes?
do you mind?
No, we'll recess because you're going to give us time to take a look at it. And
Laura, bring about 10 or 15 copies back.
Okay, we'll reconvene the budget workshop. Everybody's got a list of the tentative projects.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Harvey, or Mr. Turner?
that don't bother me at all.
Doesn't bother me. I'm good.
Now that we have the list, I'm gonna, if you don't mind me taking a few minutes, I'm gonna go down it and just give this commissioner's feelings on some of the items on the list and maybe how they possibly could be paid for in a different manner that wouldn't be, harmful to the county. The first one is the software, it's the hardware upgrade for the AS400 device. I think that's the one that runs the whole county, absolute necessary, can't get out of it, I understand. I just don't think the Better Place plan is where that ought to be. I think that's something we need to pay for out of regular general fund revenues. That's just this commissioner. The next two items are the expansion upgrade of the jail and laundry and the new washers and the dryers for the jail laundry. If that building is paid for by, if that building is owned by the Port Authority or the land is owned by the Port Authority, I don't see where it would be harmful to take this, because this is not a reoccurring expense. This is a one-time expense to upgrade that laundry and that deal. I don't know why we couldn't take it out of the port. We would still have probably a million, 2.5 or somewhere in there. We'd probably still have that in port reserves. The four-wheel drive fire apparatus, is this I'm assuming this is in addition to all the four-wheel drive apparatuses we already have? This is replacing one of them?
Yes.
Okay, well, didn't you just say you was gonna buy you one of them, military surplus and put a tank on it? That cost,
15,000 was, what do you quote?
that cost 450,000, or?
This is an engine, truck itself, our engine is replacing.
Okay. So it's a four-wheel drive fire apparatus is a regular fire truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you got to have it this coming year?
Yes, we've gotta start looking at
You
this.
don't have to sweet talk me, just straight up. If you feel like you really got to have it this year, then that may be one we need to leave in there. Cause I don't know where we'd fund that 450 at if we didn't fund it out of this.
Can I ask a question? Have you looked at rechassing the existing
Yes.
body? And what's the cost difference?
Well, and that's the other part I was fixing to say. There's 3 trucks that have been wrecked over the last 20 days.
Oh,
So those are trucks that are sitting out there that are gonna have to be replaced also. That's not included in any of this, it's just occurred, so.
Oh, you're just a wealth of good news.
So,
is there any chance of sending them down to E1 and getting them reworked and not having to buy brand-new chassis and bodies?
if we were not talking about 1980s version, yes. If we had a program where we were more readily doing that kind of stuff, something within the 10-year range, certainly we could do that. But when you're talking 20, 30 or older trucks, you're past the ISO.
On the chassis, I could see, but the bodies ISO doesn't care about.
They don't, but you got the pumps they do, the transmissions, all that kind of stuff, and the bodies, quite frankly, are probably cracked and having
No
issues.
chance somebody else is getting rid of something that's still in serviceable condition that we could use for a few years, not on other departments.
We've looked at those and we've had a very bad experience with those, buying somebody else's, junk. So, I mean, we've got a number of trucks over at.
Mr. Chairman, I think I still have the floor. I'm not really wanting to get that deep in the weeds today. I'm just trying to figure out on this particular Better Place plan list, what items can be viably purchased or dealt with in another fashion than this. I'm not saying that we scrap your fire truck. That wasn't what I was trying to allude to. I was just saying, is it something you needed now? Say, obviously that and more. Thank you, Quinn. The next item on the list is the Animal Services Facility. I'm okay with leaving this in here, just so long as somebody up here is gonna tell me that we're gonna need the money by October. But I bet you whatever this iPhone costs right here, we're not gonna need it between now and a year from October. Because I know y'all went, or somebody went out and put a sign up next to the jail saying that, I've seen it on social media, saying that we're gonna put an animal control or animal services facility there. But number one, this $750,000 is not gonna build it. We didn't get that appropriation this year, I'm almost certain. Didn't even make the short list, the animal services building. So whatever we put in here is what we're gonna have, and I don't mind using this money towards that, I really don't, but I just don't think we're gonna be far enough along by this time next year to be needing this money in this coming year's budget. If y'all wanna leave it in there, that's fine, but, you know, there's no sense, Better Place Plan doesn't need a savings account. Better Place Plan needs to spend the money and not just continue moving a certain item forward to the point to where we know we're not gonna be spending it. I'm not saying we shouldn't budget it next year if that's when it needs to be done. I just don't see this happening in this coming year.
Well, to that point, in meeting with the Animal Services Committee, they're willing to settle for a much smaller building right now, and they do want to come in and talk to us. I believe tomorrow afternoon they're on the agenda for, to discuss building a smaller footprint building within the $750,000 and being more realistic, but.
Yeah, there's never been a conversation so far about what the design was even gonna be.
Yeah,
Previous commissioner from your district went out and tried to get some designs for some other areas. And, the one that he obtained was a $4.5 million building back 11 years ago or 12 years ago. So obviously now it'd be double that. So, that wasn't an option, but then we ran into the problems with, can we use the 30 acres or do we need to move somewhere else? Because if we use like I said, I'm not trying to get too far down in the weeds here, and I'm not trying to put off that project. You know, I'd like for it to go on just like everybody else, but if people around here seem to think that we're gonna be ready in the budget year coming up, the 19-20 budget year, then fine, I'll vote to leave it in there. But I want some level of somebody telling me that we're gonna try to move forward and not just roll it over from year to year to year and prevent us from taking that money and going and doing something with it that was promised in the first place, paving roads. So that's just for discussion. The next one is Public Works, needing the dump truck and the dump truck, extended cab dump truck to replace the one that burnt down, and then another truck. We just found out a little while ago that he's got $1.1 million in reserves over there. I think that one needs to come off, and he needs to spend $353,000 of that money out of his reserves and get his trucks that's vital to his operation. The skipping the dirt to pave, moved down, replace the playground equipment. I realize that we hadn't voted on it when you did this list, but that's taken out because we voted to pay for that out of the port. The next one is the Triangle Park upgrades. I think this is basically some nice upgrades and a sidewalk around the park or whatever out at Triangle Park. But we can't rebuild the whole park in 1 year all at one time. So if we're gonna put the money into Project Play, this commissioner, and it sounded like maybe by consensus some other commissioners had some interest in putting a splash pad out there. I think that would be a lot more advantageous to this county and people wanting to use it than a sidewalk that ran around part of the park. So go out and walk around if they didn't want to go to the ravines. So I think that more people would use a splash pad. I'd like to see, at least at this point, I'd like to see that taken out of the Better Place Plan, and if we decided to do a splash pad, we'd look at it from another funding source. The utility fund equipment, I'm not really sure what that even was.
backhoe,
Huh?
backhoe and trailer,
For who?
Public
For what
Works,
department?
water,
Utilities.
Is that? Huh?
water and sewer.
Utility department, they don't have any equipment to do repair work on existing systems.
Okay, well, that may be one that needs to be left in there, because we can't pay for it out of the reserve, because it's utility and not, the other, correct?
Can I ask a question real quick? A backhoe and trailer, you're gonna have to have a heavy truck, a CDL operator more than likely to pull it. Why not a small mini excavator and something that can be pulled around with a 3/4 ton truck?
They can pull this on their 3/4 ton, they go for the no, they can have 450 if you pull it. I checked with Sam before we ordered it, this is,
$131,000 for what kind of backhoe
it's,
that can be pulled with a,
the Cat 410. It can be pulled with it. And the trailer fork, they've got a small trailer for their little skid steer, but skid steer does not help them dig utility trenches or fix the water mains or services when they break.
Well, like I discussed earlier, Mr. Chairman, I'm not trying to get too far down in the weeds on these. If it's something that we can, because this would be a purchase that if done would come back before this commission at some point for our approval. And we could look at it at that time. The next
So let
thing
me ask
is,
a question. Excuse me, Chris, what are they doing now? They hiring it out or using,
Some of it out, and if my public works backhoe is available, we send out.
use that? Okay.
They don't have the equipment necessary, as we keep expanding the system, we need to have the provide a maintenance on it.
Mr. Chairman, real quick.
Harvey?
Press, did I hear you say you've already ordered it?
That's,
You said, I thought you said that.
you did, but I don't know that he meant that.
Okay,
He did say that.
but you did say it, okay, I just,
thank you for, yes, I did. Thank you. I was making a quick note over here to ask that question, but thank you.
okay, all right.
Mr.
Thank
Turner?
you. Thank you, Mr. Turner.
No problem, no problem. The next thing I noticed are the two tower replacement deals. I guess we started this communication tower upgrade from a grant, and at some point, no, we just did it on our own.
Phase one, I believe we used Better Place funds, 1.2 million, or is it 1.5? I can't remember. 1.3.
Okay, and so the
The
one up.
second phase is
One
what
up
we
about
just
middle
finished.
of the page, because they're not numbered, that's an emergency communication tower replacement. I'm assuming that's the one, the tower near Seminole, the one that nobody will
Correct.
climb because it's too rotten or
Yes, sir.
whatever? Okay, and then the one that's 4 up from the bottom is phase 3 of the, so phase 1, we used Better Place money, phase 2, we got a grant, and now we're
Yes.
wanting to do phase 3. How many phases are there? I know I should know,
it's
but.
$4 million in that last, that
Yeah,
million.
I understand, Jeff, yeah, I get it.
Phase 3 would be the last. Phase 3 is replacing the actual antennas on the tower to go to the 700 megahertz spectrum, and then all of the radios and portables in vehicles and the portables that they carry. That would
Okay,
be
so
the,
right now, we can't use any of the phase 1 and phase 2 because we don't have the phase 3 stuff, which is a different radio in the cars.
Phase 1 is actually microwave backhaul equipment. That was what converted the back end over to being network-based. So that is in use, and Phase 2 was actually the dispatch consoles, and they are backwards compatible. So they are working with our current VHF antennas.
tower
However,
at-
the final part is the
The
antennas.
tower near Seminole is bad, and I agree with you, it probably
Correct.
is. But the system's operating right now, what is it? Is it, there's still stuff up there working, but the people are just scared to go up there and attach it if it breaks? Is that what it is?
We haven't been able to finalize Phase 1, which is the last piece of microwave equipment. They have not put that on the Seminole Tower. That's the one tower that doesn't have that equipment on it still.
Okay, well, I guess, let me think if I can figure out a way to ask this question differently. There's operating equipment on the tower at this point that we're using for the current system. And you can't upgrade to the new system until you actually change the physical tower itself. That's what we're hearing.
Because, yes, correct,
Okay,
because
and
they won't go on the
These are
tower.
the radios for the sheriff's department, the EMS, what, you wanna speak? Come on up. I'm game. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. He had his
Mr.
hand
Rose, doesn't the light also need to be replaced on the top of that?
Yeah, correct. We have a NOTAMs right now, which is a notice to all airmen, because the light is out at the top of the tower, and we can't find anybody that will climb the tower because of the condition of the tower.
$580,000, we could probably, a lot less money, we could hire a helicopter to go up there. I saw them work on power lines out of helicopter, so, if that's all it is, then I know sometimes we got to do it, but it's a lot of money. Go ahead.
They did, the NOTAMs is an FAA violation, and we have been under that for quite a while now. I'm anticipating we're fixing to get a notice from the FAA that we've either got to fix it or take the tower down, which will in turn cripple our communications and portable communications, not only for us, law enforcement, the various other folks that are out there. This tower is a tower that we, in the first project, the communications we did back in 2004 or 5 timeframe, we went from the one tower to be able to get portable coverage to the system we have now. This was a water management tower that was donated to us. The tower is generally about 20 years lifespan. We've gotten about 30 out of it. So it's well past its design lifespan, and there's rust on it. It is not only a navigation hazard for the airplanes and so forth, it's a hazard for coming down. One of these good summer thunderstorms could take this tower down. It is at a critical point. So.
Okay, thank you, Chief. If I may finish, Mr. Chairman, I'm almost done. That whole animal fleet services all at one time, or is every truck so bad they can't like do half this year and half next year? And I'm just throwing these out as possible ways to get us closer towards where we're not spending 70% on equipment and 30% on roads, but the other way around, or closer to it than where we are. And if we've got to do the towers and the systems and the communication stuff to move on, and we need to do it now, okay, I'm not saying cut it down to zero, but then the bottom three, we basically have no control over whatsoever. That's debt service that's been set up by previous commissions or that was set up by the audit, that the auditors that came in here and made us put additional monies in for so many years, we don't really have a lot of control over that. And so I guess with all that being said, my point is I think there's plenty of ways here to get this moved back around to where we're at 50 or 60% paving roads instead of 30% paving roads and 70% on equipment and things. And I'm not saying there are not all valid requests. I'm just saying that this commissioner thinks we need to stick by the promises that were made when the Better Place Plan was passed, that they try to hold. I think it was 70-30, that they try to hold that to that best they could. Now, I know there was a year or two that they probably didn't make it, but when they did, it was something different, like a senior citizen center, or if we do an animal control facility, or, or something like that. I could see missing the 70 a little bit and backing it up to 60, but 30% paving roads, I can't get there with that. And I don't think it would be fair to our predecessors to try to do that. I think that we need to get it up around a minimum of 60%, and I think we could by taking some of these options that I just spoke to today and funding it out of other legitimate funding sources. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll let it go for now. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Rawls?
So back to the fire trucks. Has there been any consideration given to leasing or financing them over time? And what's the advantage to paying cash all at one time and not setting up a lease, a 5 or 7 or 10 year lease? And you had also started talking about, you said we haven't started a program. Is now the time to start the program?
Early on, when the fire service MSTU came into being, we actually lease purchase vehicles over time. The revenues are not there to continue that you get 3 or 4 trucks and you're paying for them over the next 5 years or whatever the term is. So we're not doing any capital for that period of time. Of the we've got 18 fire stations, just under 200 pieces of equipment out there, big, small, and everything. What the county works on, or, I look at is the brush trucks, which we do with surplus property, engines, tankers, and squads, the smaller vehicles typically. There's a few air trucks and, various specialized things that are out there, but That is the majority of what we look at. And what I meant is we need to get into a replacement program, so every 10 years, we're able to look at, or 7 years, or whatever the optimum time is, we're able to look at what are our options, rechassis, for instance, ambulances, that's where we're at now. But in doing that very thing.
But it seems like to me it would be more practical for us to set up a funding mechanism that can be paid over time, whether it's leasing, financing, whatever, and purchase what you need right now and not spend $450,000 on one piece of equipment and just manage debt service over a long period of time. Is that not possible? Do we need to take out $450,000, or can we make a $150,000 a year payment on whatever the program is?
Commissioner?
Yes.
You can do a capital lease, but the governmental accounting rules require you to book it as if you purchased it all at once, recognize so you've got the capital outlay booked as if you spent it, recognize the income from the lease, and then serve that debt as an operating expense for the term.
But at the end of
So-
the year, it comes back in.
So cash flow, you're not out the cash twice, but as far as your budget, you're spending it twice.
All right, so what about financing instead of leasing it?
Well, same deal if it's a capital lease or a capital financing. Same deal. If you take in capital equipment in government, they make you recognize 100% of the expenditure
purchase,
upfront.
right.
And this, we're talking about vehicles, but we've got the same situation with breathing apparatus. MSA, name it, Scott, whichever one you want to look at, they're at between $6,000 and $8,000 a piece. We have 200 of those out there.
Right, but I agree with Mr. Turner. When this was sold as BPP, it was to make Putnam a better place. It wasn't to install air conditioners in City Hall and Plaque. It wasn't to buy Scott air packs. It wasn't sold to the public that we're going to use it to buy fire trucks or a jail, but that's what it's ended up being. And, if it was originally sold as we're going to be building sidewalks and roads.
Well, if I may, it was sold as a combination, but it was, the biggest portion of it was
roads
gonna
and-
be
yeah.
dirt to pave, not the other way around like it is this year. So while I recognize that 30% is probably what it was sold for when it became, when it was being politic for back years ago, that's not where it is today. Today, it's 30% dirt to pave, which is unacceptable. And that's what we need to do, is figure out ways to cut things out of it. The conversations we're having are great today about how to save money as we go and all that. I'm on board with you 100%. But today, we've got to figure out a way to make this Better Place plan fit what this commission is willing to do.
There's got to be the way that we can leverage the future dollars to be able to get some meaningful money in right now, get the equipment that we have, because what he's describing, everything's broken. And Press is going to say the same thing. Their equipment's broken, their trucks are broken. And this is just going to be a recurrent conversation. Eventually, the Better Place Plan money just runs out. But if you leverage it over time, it's obviously worth a lot more money, or can be. So I don't know if there's any bond issues that can be issued, or, that's you guys, but,
While that's
and the-
an admirable way to look at it, that means that we'd be paying interest, so even less of the money would go towards dirt to pave because we were paying interest on the money. So I think that, this is just.
right now, we have no cash. That's the problem. We're cash strapped. And unfortunately, sometimes that is all you can
Commissioner, it
do.
really doesn't matter how much we spend this year or next year or last year, we're still gonna be cash strapped. Because that's the way the government works. It works is that you spend what you have and you try to be responsible enough to keep enough in reserves for problems. But it's not like private business where at the end of the year, you actually hope you have a little left in the bank. You try to just plan for reserves, but spend the money. The government doesn't need a savings account, they need reserves. So if we can spend those for those services, I guess my whole deal was, I think that we needed to know what this was really going for, and it was 30% roads, and I'm not for that. I think that's
Yeah.
just wrong.
I wrote user fees next to the washer and dryers at the laundry facility. Colonel Wells, do we charge inmates for use of the laundry facilities? Is there a way to recoup that?
So our statute's very specific on what we can charge inmates. We can charge booking fee, sustenance fee for portions of their food and portions of their medical care if they have private insurance or Medicaid. The staff, the only benefit that we get out of the laundry being on our facility as opposed to contracting it out, we looked at as it is completely run by inmate labor. But no, we can't charge them to do their laundry. It's not one of the allowed fees. Yeah.
That's a $125,000 is a lot of money for equipment. What's the longevity of that?
So just to give you a quick rundown on it, where we're at now is some of the equipment needs to be obviously replaced. It's beyond its lifespan. The problem is the equipment is very expensive. It's very large industrial washers, and no company that we've looked at will install it in the current location because the foundation is cracked, so they won't warranty it. So if we lose it a day or two later, then we're out the $75,000 for the dryer, whatever the case may be. So the lifespan on this should exceed what we're being told with the new foundations, the new draining and everything. We should exceed 15 years on the equipment itself, or be roughly around there on the equipment itself. All the equipment that is currently in the jail laundry is a carryover from the old jail. None of this was replaced or in the new
Right.
construction.
Is this the original equipment when the jail was built, or has it been replaced one? I know you haven't been there that
But
long.
you're right, I haven't been, but it's my understanding that that they have been replaced bits and pieces since 1986 when we moved to the new facility, but they were certainly in place for many years prior to the new jail.
Mr. Chairman?
I got one more thing. I took the 250 and the 150 for the Triangle Park, and that is port property. And from my understanding, the improvements at Triangle Park, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Suggs, this is to turn into the softball field for the smaller kids, correct?
It was part of it, but there was other things that Angie had laid out, Ms. Wilson had laid out with the walking trail and things like that, and
My
and do
point
some
is
other
that
improvements
this could
there.
be revenue generation, correct? That turns it, doesn't that, what we discussed today was making it look more like that place in Trenton or over by Newberry?
Over
whatever.
Newberry, it's an idea, yes, sir. I want to explore it further before any other concrete plans are put together. I'd like to take a tour of that facility over there and look at it. But the whole idea was to use that facility over there as a potential economic driver, yes, sir. And as you know, it's the first thing you see when you pull into, into that area of 19 and 17.
Do you mind me asking, what would we charge people to do?
Apparently travel ball.
Huh?
Travel ball apparently is very.
Travel
very
ball?
Softball.
Travel ball? And we would like charge people to go in and watch it, or to go in there and play it, or?
I guess through the tournaments, is that
Yeah,
correct?
there'd be weekend tournaments and things of that nature, but like I said, this is in the infant stages, but certainly more information needs to be put together and maybe even as far as a business plan and look at it, but it's an opportunity for us to utilize that park.
But we wouldn't charge if citizens of Putnam County wanted to go out there and play baseball or softball, we're not contemplating charging them unless it's a travel tournament circuit type ordeal. Is that what we're saying?
I would say yes.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about it. My understanding is there's a lot of money generated from these teams that come in and travel around playing softball. It's typical they pay for whoever's hosting it, and that, is it Newberry?
Yes, it's
There's
Newberry.
a huge complex on this side of Gainesville, Newberry, that apparently they do real well with theirs. I've been by it a couple of times, and it's just amazing on the weekends how many people are there, and they're from out of town.
And so what you're saying
Heads
is,
and
in your
beds.
opinion, what you're understanding is we have to spend $150,000 in order to lease our facility out to the traveling teams? Is that what we're?
No, what we're saying, Commissioner Turner, is there would be some needed renovations and upgrades to the facilities out there to make that a viable option for future use if we wanted to look at that. This is, again, It's in the infant stages of discussion. Me and Ms. Wisden had some early discussions about it.
I would
So
think
that's-
that would be a function of the port, though, at that point.
Well, it could be, but I think we could spend either money on it, but I still think at this point that this commissioner would rather see a splash pad go out
No,
there. I
I-
believe you'd fill that thing up on a hot day.
I think we need both of
We
them.
might have to get the
Yep.
sheriff's department to block traffic for all the people trying to get in there and let the kids play on the splash pads.
And I've had several conversations with some people that actually do that kind of work, and the $350,000 that's proposed, you could probably get everything in for that, except that, several of them are not recommending that soft, cushy stuff for outdoor because the UV and the sun, but, I talked to, the mayor of Hawthorne. They got a small splash pad, it's 20 feet in diameter. Theirs is not a recirculating type. You hit the button and it just starts putting out city water. So that could be expensive, especially having to buy it from the city, but, I think, you know, with that $400,000 that's on there, we could shift some of that to the port, free it up off of BPP, put it back into roads.
We've already done 250 of it. We voted the other day to do the
Yep.
port part of it, or the 250 part of it.
So that,
My suggestion would be to take the other 150 and put it over there too, and then once there is an actual plan of what they're doing, we'll decide how to fund it at that time, instead of just, yeah, we're gonna build a sidewalk, give me 150 grand.
and that frees up
I'm really not trying to
$400,000
be
for District
facetious,
1.
but that's about where we are today, so,
Okay.
I would like a little better plan, Mr. Chairman, on that one, but.
Okay, Commissioner Harvey, you had some comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate this conversation. It's been a long time coming, frankly. We needed to have this. Just kind of doing some math, though. Matt, I have a question for you before I go into my numbers. The reserves on page 25, the 446,815, are we paying that down or just keeping it in the bank account? Are we sending that money off and trying to pay that debt down?
No, that would just be reserved for contingency, should anything come up during the year when, you know, during workshops, when you guys say, well, we need to pull it from reserves, that would be
Grant
the one place
match.
where you would pull from reserves. If we get a grant, would be a match for a grant.
Yeah, but we kind of dedicated that to that extra few years on that wastewater, right?
That's a
Somewhere
different
else
line.
City didn't find?
That's a different line. The 1.65 million is separate.
Okay, are we paying that down with that money every year, or is it just accumulating inside BPP?
We are holding that money in BPP because if BPP is renewed, then that frees up that money to be used on other better place projects like paving more roads. If we transfer it now to pay the debt down and Better Place gets extended, then that wouldn't occur that way. So we are leaving it in Better Place Fund itself, and it is incurring interest from being invested, yes.
Can't we have an encumbered fund possibly that we could put that in? But that's just my thought. Because if I see it in there, I think it's in there, frankly. But going along with Commissioner Turner, if I'm doing the math right, the bottom three equal $3 million, $3,072,520. So really, of the $6,100,000 we get projected annually, we really don't have that much money left.
About 2.1 million is gone right off the top for the debt.
Well, I think more than that, 1.6, the 550, and the 872 for the jail.
The 1.6 is actually 3 years worth of 550. So it's 550,000 for the current year, 550,000 to go to the reserve line, and then the 872,000. So it's 2 million.
So going into the future, we won't see the 1.6 sitting there.
It'll get 550 bigger
I got it.
every year.
It gets 550
That was
bigger
my
every year.
question, how much
Okay.
longer?
So,
How much longer? I mean, did you have time to research that? Are we 5 years, 10 years? You know?
Probably 10 years worth in total, because that's what we're giving every year. And the debt, I believe, lasts 10 years beyond the sunset, the current sunset of BPP. It's either 10 or 11 years.
And how many years we've been doing this?
This will be the third.
The third, I'll say probably 3 years is, okay,
So 7 or 8 more
7
years.
more years.
okay. So bringing that conversation in then, if we were to use a 60% number for dirt to pave, we need 3.6 million. Taking the projects out.
Two of us there already.
Yeah, taking the projects out, plus the 2 million that we have is 2.9. So we're not that far away. We're getting close. Even if we do 50%, we're 2.9 and we need 3 million. So I think we're pretty close, give or take 500,000.
Commissioner Harvey, you still have to add that million in
Yeah.
because you've got 4 more years of that.
Right,
Or
I got
maybe
it.
5.
Yeah. I think it's a very good goal, frankly, and unfortunately, in the lean times, we had to look at Better Place Plan to help fund the purchases. But now we need to be more accountable to that. And I know you want to do it too. I know everybody does, so it's just a matter of how do we get there? And how do the other funds support those costs, you know? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Okay.
Continue.
I know we didn't spend much time on the phase 3 of the emergency communication system. We did set aside $1 million in Better Place this year. However, the cost estimate for that total project is between $4.3 million and $5.5 million to get that. That's the county's share, including constitutionals. Obviously, would be difficult to find that much money to do at once. So the idea was to set aside $1 million and look at doing some short-term financing to get that done, 5 years at the most, to go ahead and have that project done up front, and then have it completed and paid off within 5 years.
Are there other grants? I mean, I guess it started with a grant, or are there other grants available to get us to the finish line, and do you know, Matt?
We have been trying for appropriations on that. We've been talking at the federal level about appropriations. Doesn't seem to be getting any traction so far. So the issue is, we've done phase 1 and we've done phase 2. We wanted to look at trying to get phase 3 done, and I know Chief Romay and the sheriff and the undersheriff would gladly stand up and support that. They've been requesting that for some time to get that project completed. But just wanted to gauge the interest of the commission, and from what I'm hearing, it sounds like consensus of the commission is to look at doing at least 60% dirt to pave, so we can go back and take pretty much everything out of the budget, put it to dirt to pave. But just wanted to gauge the commission's interest on those, the Seminole Tower and phase 3, if those would be the projects that they would look at wanting to go forward on, or
I'm trying to crunch some numbers, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
3.6 million.
Matt, is there any place else to find, if we had to go short-term financing on phase 3, instead of taking $1 million in BPP, is there any place else that we could see that money coming out of? I mean, you're almost looking at $1 million.
not that I can think of. It would be general fund reserves, or look at trying to build in a portion of that into the general fund budget. But we would have to come up with that amount each year, because as we just saw, there's only so much surplus going forward. Or we could look at financing it for a longer term, but some of that equipment, especially the portables and whatnot, that it's not 20-year equipment. So
I'm
Mr.
done,
Turner?
thank you.
Along those lines, even if we just put it off, maybe split it into 3 years, and we borrowed the money, we're talking about $1 million minus a third, so $666,000. Maybe we could borrow that money from another place and then just commit that it be paid for within the next 2 years. And
5 million.
Huh?
5 million
$1 million here.
per
Well,
year.
5 more is what we need to finish the
Per
program.
year, yeah.
yeah, the total project is the estimate that we received from the consultant was between 4.3 million and 5.5 million, depending on the discounts that we get once it is sent out to bid.
Well, then what are you asking for the $1 million for this year, for phase 3?
It's one piece
To
of
look
five
at
million.
financing that equipment over, say, a shorter time frame, 5 years. And it might be less if it comes in at 4.3 million and we do it over 5 years. It would be obviously less, somewhat less than $1 million. But we wanted to at least include that in the budget to have a discussion on it, to gauge the interest of the commission in looking at doing that this year, or, you know, if it's not a priority this year, I know it'll be requested again next year.
Okay. Quinn, you want to come address that? Joe, you may want to too. I know this is something that's not going to go away. And, you know, I kind of would like to know, putting it off a year, what that does. I would assume that this equipment lasts 10 years, so we're not out of the realm of things by looking at paying for it in 5 years or something like that, so.
What we're talking about is the base stations, the computers, if you will, and then the portable radios, mobile radios, that sort of thing. Those are basically computers nowadays. And we have been working on this for many, many years. I know since 2012, 2013, this has been a very, very top priority for the public safety arena. It's affecting the way we communicate. Law enforcement gets out on a traffic stop and they can't talk to the deputy or the police officer. We were before a previous board and had some actual voice communications from right here, just 2 or 3 blocks from us here, where you couldn't hear the police officer calling for help. We are in a situation, this has got to be, you know, up to the highest point we can make it, because we can't just, you know, keep moving it down the road. I know it's a lot of an expense, but it is something that I think is truly critical.
Okay. Colonel Wells?
You know, just to follow up with Chief Romay a little bit, I'll tell you that prior to the upgrades made this year, we had 2 different significant issues going on dealing with the radios. One was complete radio failure, and the majority of that was occurring in the communication center consoles, where they were just completely failing and we had no communication at all for any period of time. We're actually having to call fire stations to send ambulances and stuff. So through the state appropriation, the communication center has been rectified, and we're not seeing, obviously, those failures in there. That equipment is up and running and has been flawless so far. So the biggest thing that we're dealing with now is some occasional failure where the tower sites haven't been updated, but more just the reception of just not being able to reach the deputies and the fire trucks in that case, and the communication with our partner agencies. For example, the event that we hosted this weekend was somehow we can't communicate with those agencies. We are the only agency in this area, so we're the island in the middle of everybody else on the radio system. So in order to communicate with an aviation asset that helped us through that this weekend, we basically had to take one of our radios and ask the pilot to hold one of our portables while he's trying to fly a helicopter and talk to us. So those things basically are where we stand, sound about accurate. But it's mostly the reception areas. We have large areas that are not covered by portable coverage and other things along those lines.
Real quick, and I know you don't want to get too far in the weeds, but we upgraded communications from what we had for a long time in 2004, basically. And what that did, that gave us a footprint for mobile communications and some islands for portable communications. Well, the FCC in 2012, 2013 did what they called rebanding and made us go from 25 kilohertz to 12 and a half. I know that's, but basically take the pie and go from 25 to half of that. In doing that, that made the coverage half of what it was when it wasn't countywide coverage to begin with. So that's why the colonel's talking about, you know, we're talking about coverage, we're talking about knowing where folks are at and those sorts of things. So.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
There's a 911 tax on my cell phone bill, all of my telephone bills. Where does that money go?
That goes to 911 addressing, and it takes care of the reoccurring maintenance on the consoles and some things like that.
And some of that money comes back into the general fund.
Who sets that rate? When was the last time it was looked at?
State sets the rate according to Bob.
I don't have 911 address, Bob does. so
Bob
thank you.
has it.
So we don't have a dog in that fight, that's set by the state?
Yeah, that's done by the state, and then most of it's done by the 911 State Board. I think 2-3 years ago, they cut that in half. Well, some of the big counties were swimming in cash, but we're not. We do get a piece of the pay-as-you-go cards that are in that 911 fund as well, but I would say it's not well-funded.
And
But-
also to tag on to that, that money is restricted into what you can and can't use it for. It has to go towards receiving the call and actually getting, we pay for trunk lines into the 911.
Does you no good to receive a call if you can't dispatch it?
It doesn't pay for the dispatching side, it pays for the
We
receiving.
can pay for 1/3 of the dispatching, which we do.
But does that not, does the first responders not count as part of the dispatch? Because that's the most important portion of it.
Our part of it, from the county standpoint, from 911, is to get the call dispatched. To let them know they have to go somewhere. And
On
that's
the-
where our
the console
responsibility is.
itself.
That's where that,
I think at the end of the day, it's a revenue conversation, and to me, the Better Place plan is not much of a piggy bank if that's what it is, and it may not be here forever. So we really do need to discuss at some point in time how to fund these kind of things in the future.
Gwen, for you, seeing Chief Grimes and Chief Shaw in here, how much do they rely on our equipment? Do they have their own? I mean, so it's universal
All the same, yeah.
throughout the whole county?
We have a
Okay.
central dispatch at the sheriff's office that dispatches all the police departments, all the fire departments, all the sheriff's office, animal control, I mean, just a various sundry of folks, and every 911 call goes to that facility. So it doesn't matter if it's a medical call in the city of Palaca, the ambulance is going, the city fire department's going, or a police, various. So it all goes through the one center, and we all are in the same boat.
Okay.
Is there nobody at the state, is there no agency that can loan money or give grant/loans for something like this? They just dumped this out there and said, you're on your own?
But we,
Well,
Mr.
I
Chairman,
haven't
if
had
I
any-
might, we can borrow the money from ourselves. We have funds all over the place that we can borrow money from, but we just got to be real careful, because if we have a national disaster or something, and then we don't have funds to go borrow from ourselves, like
I mean, I'm
the
talking about
landfill
at the state or
closure
federal
fund.
level.
Obviously, we won't need it for 5 years, so we could borrow money out of it. But that's basically what we use to go pick up and do things until we get paid back. Counties that doesn't have that landfill fund went and borrowed low-cost, short-term money from Florida Association of Counties that they set up in a deal back then. But we didn't
Well, they
need
came
it
across
because
today,
we were able to
2.5%.
borrow it from ourselves and then pay it back when the funds came back from FEMA.
Yeah, there's one that hit today from FAC for 2.5 or 2.6%. But I
We've
just,
certainly had those conversations. Congressman Yoho's office has been involved in this. He has established a line of communications between the sheriff and Department of Homeland Security, because if one of the things is we are not, Homeland Security's goal is to have agencies that can talk to each other. So if I need Jacksonville or Jacksonville needs us, whatever the case may be, and we're not compliant with any of that. So there's been a lot of conversation, but I can't tell you that there's been any huge step forward with any of that. I haven't heard an update on some requests that we made for, probably 90 days since the last contact I've had with any of them.
Well, one of my biggest concerns is on this is I think it's something that's very possibly we could get a grant on, or part of it, or whatever. If we go out and spend the money or borrow the money or do whatever, I've never heard of a grant paying back
Right.
something.
Yep.
So I don't know that we're not just a hair premature, or if we shouldn't do a piece of it now, or something, do something and continue on with looking for a grant to help.
But this
Instead of
isn't-
spending it and then we got to chew it ourselves.
this is one of those things where you get a little bit pregnant, right? You got to go all or nothing.
And that's why we did the three-phase process, taking the microwave first, 3 years ago, I guess now. And then, we were fortunate enough to get the appropriation to do the,
Yep.
911 center, because that would have been the second phase would have been talking last year about. And then the third phase is the next phase of it, so.
So the first, absolutely hands down, no way in hell got to be $5 million for the third phase? It can't be a fourth phase or a fifth phase or whatever? I mean, it got to all be done or it won't work anymore?
No, because you're talking,
Switching your
the
radios.
old technology that we're on now in VHF has been around a long time. Jeff and I worked, sorry.
Motorola HT500s.
You know, on that very same radio system back then. All we did in 2004 is replace radios and add some towers. So we upgraded that. Those are probably good for, 10 years or so. We're at, reached that point, but more so.
This is the same question I have, because I'm not the world's biggest expert on radios, but basically the biggest cost of this, Commissioner Turner, is the radio that's in the patrol car and on the deputy side. So once we switch over to the new system, you have to do that all at one time. And they're expensive individually on this new technology. So that's the biggest part of this, is the radio that's attached to every fire engine, every ambulance, every patrol car, and the ones that we all wear on our sides.
I understand, and I don't want to downplay the
Right.
importance of this, because
No, I
I know
wish we
it's a
could phase that
safety
in and do
issue and a
half the county
life-saving
and-
issue, I understand.
Yeah.
But from trying to be a responsible person sitting in this chair, I need to ask those kind of questions, such as, do we have to, because once we go all in, we're in. Because I don't know of any grant that's going to pay you back for what you've already went and bought. I've never heard of one. Is anybody else that I'm unaware of? Because I haven't ever heard of one.
No, and that was the beauty of the new system that went into the communication center, is it'll work with either technology. But the problem is the ones in our cars on our sides won't, so unfortunately, they've got to be done at one home run.
And back when the FCC did the rebanding that I mentioned a minute ago, we began in earnest looking for any funding source, like the Colonel was saying, Homeland Security grants, whatever. We've drawn a blank up to now, so.
So you don't think that Congressman Yoho's going to be able to come through on some of that at
Other
this
than
time?
providing, I can't tell you that I am overly confident of that at this point, other than they have provided us some good contacts. We've done a lot of follow-up calls, been giving us some suggestions on some grants to take a look at, and we're having some issues with it. I'll tell you, a big part of it is, most of those grants are reserved for jurisdictions with major infrastructure, such as international airports and ports. Is where most of that Homeland Security grant stuff goes for, and we just don't have that here to help us with it.
One thing you said that concerned me a little bit is you said you started this back in around 2011, 2012. If you pull the trigger on this technology today, where are we? Are we that far behind already?
No, what we would be going to is the 700 megahertz band. The 800's been out for a while, 700 came out several years ago. They're 800, 700 are interchangeable, if you will, so we would be getting current equipment and, that sort of thing, but it wouldn't be outdated when we got it, if that's the question.
Yep. Administrator Sykes, did you have?
Oh, no, I was just kind of, it was a comment from before, but, we did get a $790,000 grant, a state appropriation 2 years ago to do the consoles, and we haven't been able to find another grant like the Colonel and Chief was talking about. We've been in contact with our folks in DC, and we haven't been able to secure anything or get a line on a grant at this time.
What are other counties doing, small counties?
Columbia just did their entire towers, so they did phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 all at once. And I think it was close to 10 million for them? 11 million for them, and obviously they've probably financed that over time.
And to further answer Commissioner Turner's point, phasing in phase 3 would mean the sheriff's office can talk on it.
Right.
But I can't now talk to his folks like we can today. So now we're even further isolating things out, or the cities, those kind of things. That would be the only way to incrementally
Well,
phase it in, and now we're just compounding.
My concern here, and I'm sure it's every commissioner's concern, is it's not, that you're not asking us to spend a one-time, non-reoccurring $1 million out of Better Place. You're asking us to put $1 million a year out of Better Place funds and promise them that we're gonna pay for a loan payment for the next 4 years on top of the $1 million we have now. So it goes back to what I said in the start of this. I know this is something that's got to be done. I know that it's something that's a safety issue, so I get it. I'm just telling you right now, I'm not comfortable taking $5 million out of Better Place funds to fix the communication towers. If the citizens of the county hadn't voted, I mean, if you'd have told them that you were gonna spend $5 million of their Better Place plans, you'd have never got any of it to start with, because nobody in this town would have voted for it. So they still, like I said earlier, I know it's got to be done, and I went down this list trying to find out different ways to purchase all these different items. I don't know how to do this one. I really don't. I'm up against the wall here too.
Need revenue.
I'm not comfortable in spending $5 million of the Better Place money on communications upgrades. Maybe that's what we have to do. I don't know, but I'm not comfortable with it, because I think it blows us outside of our minimum 60-40 deal, you know, or whatever. It blows us, and there's no way, because we'll have debt service on 55 to 60% will be spent on debt service if we do this. And so now, I don't know, I'm just not very comfortable with this situation. I know nobody is, but I don't know that we shouldn't figure out another way to try to do this other than that it's got to come out of Better Place monies. I mean, I don't know where it's got to come out of. All you guys want it, tighten your belts for part of it. I don't know. I know I'm gonna upset y'all, but I don't mean to. But I mean, it's just, I think we should find other ways to do it. You know, if we're gonna make that commitment, then I think we should make the commitment out of general fund, and we should do it over a 6-year term. And so instead of being able to have the reserves at the levels we have, and maybe we need to put it off a year, because next year, hopefully the tax base expands and we'll have a little more money. We could take some of that and spend it towards some of these payments, you know, going on in the future. I mean, we just have a bunch of options here other than just taking it out and committing those funds out of the Better Place pan for the next 5 years. So, sorry, back off my soapbox.
Maybe we could get some numbers on the possibility of using debt service to pay for it, borrowing the money and servicing the debt, and seeing how long you can stretch it out and what it would do. I mean, I understand his anxiety. And right now it's this 5 million, and in 5 years it'll be something else. And but at the end of the day, we need alternative funds of revenue as well, alternative sources of revenue funds. That's probably going to be discussed here today, I'm guessing.
Well, I would, I guess, for a term of clarity, if I may, Mr. Chairman, ask to Matt. I guess today you're kind of wanting some idea about where we want to go with Better Place and try to get there for future times and whatever. And then perhaps we need to do something a little more out of the box for some of these big ticket items that maybe some of us or all of us don't feel comfortable paying with Better Place funds. So, but to move forward today, you basically want what? Just for us to say, okay, we're not comfortable with this one. Would you please change it around and try to get us a 60-40, even if we got to come up with some kind of financing? Is that the kind of stuff you're looking for
Yes, sir.
today's budget session?
Is there and I had it on a bullet point coming up to get input from the commission, is there a set percentage of the annual revenues that the 6.1 we get every year? Sounds like the consensus is at least 60%. So each year going forward, is that what the commission would like staff to do, is to bring forward the Better Place budget with at least 60% in dirt to pave of that annual revenues that we get?
I think this next year, I think we're in agreement of 60-40, but we need to, you know, try to move
70-30?
to better 70-30. So that's just my opinion. Commissioner Harvey?
Yeah, I think everybody would like to be 60/40, but is it practical to do that right now?
Right.
Or is it a step-up plan? Do we have a 5-year plan to get to 70%? Maybe we start this year at 50 and 55 and 60
Say
and
50/50,
65
right.
and work our way up. But I'm agreeing with Commissioner Turner and the rest of the board. I think that it was sold, whether the ballot said you could use it for all this, and it did, but the people heard and the people were told, roads, roads, and roads. And there's no doubt. But I don't think we can get there next year. I think we have obligations that previous boards have done and needs. St. Johns County spent a lot of money on their communication, a lot. So if we can get out of this for what we're even looking at, we're gonna be okay here. But, so I think we set a benchmark today, and we set a step plan, and we get there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rawls?
So, previous boards obligated BPP money for debt service. Is there anything that says that that debt service can't be covered at a general fund as it starts to go up? So going back in and having a strategic plan that discusses that and it starts to move the money back in
We can do that.
would alleviate that. And then the money, you would have your 70/30.
Chairman.
That is
Commissioner
possible.
Turner?
I agree with every bit of that, I really do. But I think even this year, that we could figure out a way to fund the communication tower upgrades out of general revenues. I do. We may have to finance it a little longer. We may have to borrow some of it from an in-county fund. I don't know. There's other options. So I think we can get a lot closer to this 60/40 this year. I really do. And then with the hope that we can get back to 70/30 where it was sold. When it was sold, it wasn't sold that they were gonna build a new jail, and it wasn't sold they were gonna do an East Plaquemine water system. That wasn't deal, but previous commissions decided, and I don't disagree with them, that was a good thing to do. And so, but do we wanna just keep on going in that direction to where we owe all the money from BPP to debt service for communication towers, senior centers, animal control facilities, all these different wonderful viable projects, and then next thing you know, we have no money left for roads. So I think this commissioner thinks we need to stop that now. We need to move back in the direction that what was sold to the public, which is dirt to pave. I think we can get to 60%. We're gonna have to get creative on some of our funding or whatever. And I think that, I truly think that we need to do our best to try to get back to a 70/30, which was sold. And then we just need to fight for that 70/30, and if future commissions disagree, let them vote different. But this commissioner would like to see us moving back in that direction, and I think we can get to 60% this year. We may have to take a little more of our general revenues or whatever and move towards it or what have you, but I think we can get there this year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Goddard, you have a comment?
No, my comment is, looking at these numbers, we can reach 50. Looking at what I'm seeing here that we can eliminate, so 60 is not that far out of whack, but that's where we need to be heading. That's absolutely where we need to head. Press, now, if you suddenly did have this money, can you get this work done in a year? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
Madam,
Mr. Harvey?
I'd like to make a last comment on this. If you're gonna do that, I think we should do an ordinance and a resolution that kind of ties us to this. I think just having a plan that we want to try to get there or something, but I think if we're really serious, let's put it in writing that we're really serious.
I agree.
The other thing that concerns me, though, there is, your jail facility, Colonel, that's a 40-year note, correct?
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken? I think it was a 40-year note that we
$32 million
signed.
payback.
And golly, I had always had concerns when I first got here that, we're gonna be paying on this jail long after the life of the jail. And that's something else we gotta look at one day, and we don't have to take that bite right now, but, you know, we're thinking outside the box today. I appreciate this conversation, but I do think we gotta look at that too one day, okay? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Correct. Okay, you got what you need?
I believe
Matt,
so.
to move
Staff,
forward with
staff
this?
will go back and we will rework Better Place so that we can bring it back later in July for the tentative budget. And we can go over it again then. Or we could go over it again, well, if we have enough time by the 15th. That only gives us Thursday, Friday if we have a meeting all day tomorrow and then potential workshop Wednesday as well.
I don't, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I don't really see how you have any option. If the commission says we're gonna shoot for 60/40.
I agree.
You go to taking stuff out, putting it in the port, doing all the stuff we discussed earlier in this conversation. And then if we absolutely got to have the communication towers and they absolutely got to start right now and we don't have an option, then let's figure out another way to pay for them other than just BPP. Maybe if we need to pay for them out of part BPP and part of it out of general revenue. I don't know what the answer is, but, you know, I think we need to shoot for 60%. I mean, and a lot of these items can just be taken right off this list right here and just put in under other funding sources that are readily available.
That is what staff will do.
If I could, Mr. Chairman?
Administrator Suggs?
Yeah, I think we can get there. I really do. I know Matt and Stacy have put in, again, yeoman's work on this, and now we have a consensus of the direction that you'd like for us to go. I think pulling out the ones that we talked about moving the general fund, public works and port gets us to around 50% just by moving those. And so that's $1.53 million. So, I think we can get to where we need to be. If not, we'll get real close and bring back a balanced budget, utilizing as close to 60% as we can, and I think we'll be okay. But just, you know, just want to make sure that those are the ones that we talked about earlier, those are definitely going to be moved out. And, we'll come back with a pared down list.
Okay.
All right, next slide is number 27. This is a review of general fund reserves. Right now, the estimated reserves that we'll have available is around 10 million. The estimated fund balance policy minimum, the county has a fund balance policy that states we'll keep approximately 10% of general fund operating revenues or expenditures. It's one or the other, but we've estimated it to be around 4.95 million. So of that 10 million, we need to set aside at least 4.9 million. In this coming year's budget, we did include a transfer to the insurance fund of 1.35 million. That's approximately 90 days worth of our current premiums, which are about $450,000 a month. So the total reserves that are needed is the 6.25 million. That leaves about 3.75 that's available. I did have a little, some other information in here. The GFOA, as the commission did hear several weeks ago from our auditing firm, that the general fund reserves, unrestricted reserves, had finally met the minimum recommendation from the Government Finance Officers Association of 2 months, which is almost 17%. Our fund balance policy says the 10%, but the 17% is approximately 8.2 million instead of the 4.9 million. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the board that even though our fund balance policy says 10%, the Government Finance Officers Association recommends having 2 months worth, which is about the 17% or 8.2 million. So administration, you know, recommends that we be conservative with the available reserves that we do have, but staff is, and I'll get to the next, is it the next slide? I think it's the next slide.
Matt, were you able during the break, or have you had the opportunity yet to find out what the level of reserves were that were budgeted in the 18-19 budget? In other words, in this one, you have what potential remaining reserves of?
Right, going into next year, we'll have approximately 10 million. That's what we've calculated to have available going into next year's budget, correct?
Yeah, but we're gonna spend 1.3 million of it on insurance, and 4.9 million is the
minimum.
estimated fund balance that's required. So you're basically gonna have 10 million moving in, and I don't think you can really count it as part of your general reserves, because if we spend it on insurance, it'll no longer be reserved, it'll be insurance reserves, it won't be.
Right.
Correct. It decreases that amount. That's why I
Right,
included it
so-
in the,
So basically, we're at 8.7, or give or take. So do you happen to know what we budgeted in this budget, in this year we're sitting in, how much we budgeted in reserves? Do we have a copy of last year's budget?
We had 5 million in contingency, and we had an additional 2,135,603 sitting in, future spending.
so almost 7.2.
7 million.
All right, so we got a little more in this year's budget than we had in last year's budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Pay increases? Are they coming out of that?
No, sir. That's why we discussed earlier the recurring revenues and expenditures. So we wanted to take reserves out of the picture, so that way we're not approving recurring costs for, that would dip into reserves.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Harvey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, if you have the 4.9 left, and we put that up, that's 10% by our own ordinance, and you have the 3.7, you're at the 8.6. Now, I know that's not spending any, but, you know, even if we had to spend half of the 3.7, we're closer to the 8.6 anyway. You see, you know what I mean? We're at 7.2. So we're really close to what the GFOA is recommending at that point. We just got to be watchful of our reserves this coming year.
Correct. And the next slide, slide 28, is information on other capital expenditure requests.
Okay.
That figure was very large. And these are other requests that were not included in the Better Place, for example. We did receive a very large amount. I believe Mrs. Papel's been working on a comprehensive list of that, and your figure was over 27 million in requests. I included a short list of some of the things that were requested from the various different departments. It's shown at the bottom of slide 28. Again, that's not a comprehensive list, but some of that capital, especially that first bullet point, that 2.9 million, we attempted to include that in the general fund budget. However, we need direction from the commission on is there a certain amount of that 3.75 million that we can spend out of reserves that the commission is willing to look at spending on capital expenditures, one-time expenditures, 500,000, $1 million, half of the 3.75, whatever it may be, because we did receive a large amount of capital expenditures requests.
I think that we need to start at the top of the capital expenditures and find out the ones that are real. And when I say that, I know that everybody wanted everything this year, and they sent in a list of everything they could think of, and even their old granny shoes. And so I think that what we need to do is try to come up with a real list instead of this fictitious list. I'm not saying that it's completely crazy. Everybody wants something. If you bought all this next year, the list would be just as long. I need some help from some people to tell me what you actually really need instead of what you wish you had. So I think that that's where it needs to go first, and then we're not gonna get to all the millions of dollars of stuff they've asked for here. It just isn't gonna happen. So, I wouldn't mind a little input from the people who actually work on the front line here and tell me what they really need instead of what they'd really like to have.
Okay. Commissioner Goddard?
Well, right away, I see the Buena Vista, the Buena Vista sewer extension, that's going ahead anyway, right? Isn't that in progress now? And we're gonna have to
Tim
put this
design.
350 in there, so that is one I know we can't get away from. And up here on these bridges, it's 1.1 million, but that's times 5. And from what I gather, we're gonna have to tackle these bridges or shut them down. And every one of these bridges is gonna be 900,000.
The estimates we have gotten from the consultants from DOT to replace these bridges.
And you're talking about total replacement.
Yes, these are well past their service life, they have sufficiency ratings down in the 20s, 30s. This is based upon a 2-year bridge report that DOT does for all fine bridges.
Okay, so, and we need to start, what bridge has to be started right away? Which bridge will either be shut down?
10.
Is it 310? I'm not sure. It is 310. Okay, so 310, so we either replace it or we shut it down. Okay, now if we replace it, we're still sending people all around. How long does it take to replace this bridge?
You're probably looking at least 9 months.
So 9 months, that road would be shut down?
So we've determined that no repairs could be made, or has that determination been done yet?
It hasn't.
Well, the scour on that bridge is super critical. We have to do weekly scour reports on that bridge. It's just, we got less than 2 foot of cover on several pilings, so the bridge is actually holding the pilings up.
I understand, but this is what was said last week or whatever, or 2 weeks ago. So basically, there's nothing we can do to go in there and help with the scour, like put in some diverters or to put in some riprap behind the diverters where the diverters would make the water run around the pilings, or none of that could be done?
Crowding?
We did discuss that with DOT. They felt like that was not even a Band-Aid. It would not be sufficient to adequately support the bridge.
Well, I know DOT wants a new bridge, but unless DOT is gonna pay for it or give us a chunk of it, they need to let us repair the thing till we can afford it to keep having to close that road.
Well, I say DOT, I mean, they hire a consulting firm that does the analysis for them. We've talked to that consulting firm several times, trying to come up with an economical way. There is some talk about some Band-Aid procedures we could fix on it, but we've got at least 6 bridges right now that are in the other critical stages. I mean, these bridges haven't been touched in years. They're 50, 60 years old.
Stand press, but you can't suck blood out of a rock.
Oh, I understand. That's why, you
And there
know-
ain't no money to do $6 million worth of bridge fixes this year.
No, I wasn't asking. What I asked was for 1 million and then $1 million a year after that as money to do it. I didn't ask for all 6 at one time.
Right.
I agree with you. There's no way to do that. We were trying to spread it out over the next 5-year capital plan, knowing that these bridges were getting to the point they're gonna have to be replaced. But I was not asking for all 6 of them at one time.
There is no grants, anything that we can?
We're talking to DOT, they do have some funds, it's for they call, it's not on a state highway, so they call it off-system money. They do have some monies for some off-system improvements, and we are trying to work with them, see if there's any money we can get for that.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Harvey?
I was going to mention that DOT sent an email out last week that they are looking at rating that bridge on County Road 310 to see if they can come up with some funding to help us out or even to replace it themselves. So, but the concern I think I have is that by our own admission, we have a tonnage problem on that bridge.
Yes, sir, we do,
And we don't enforce it. And we don't. 70,000-pound pulpwood trucks go across there all day long when we have, what, 15 tons?
It's rated at 15 tons, and I'm not gonna put, well,
I'm just
Colonel
saying,
Wells on the
I
spot,
know,
but
I
I don't
know.
know how to do, I don't have mechanisms.
I know that, but I don't know, but if we're gonna inconvenience the citizens out there for 9 months because we're not enforcing a waiting limit, we got an issue there.
Commissioner, I agree with you. I mean, right now, I
I was
believe.
gonna bring this
As
up at
part of the new
transportation.
bridge, they might could build a temporary bridge around the side of it. I've seen it done all over the place. I had to go through 2 of them
Also
this weekend.
do
this
one lane
past
at a
week.
time.
Okay,
And we've looked at that, renting what's called the old military Bailey bridges, try to do that. The situation we get into is there's still numerous wetland impacts you have to mitigate for, to put in a temporary bridge or a bypass.
Damn, government is terrible, ain't it?
It is.
all right, I guess what we're looking at is, are we gonna come back another day for them to maybe get some more information on what they really feel they need? Because we can't fund half of this.
It,
It's only 16 million.
Yeah.
basically, is there a set amount that the commission wants to look
Is
at
that what you're looking for?
expending out of the 3.75 that we could potentially spend out of reserves this year? Do we want to look at taking the reserves all the way back to our fund balance minimum? Or is there a million, 1.5 million, and staff can work on a list can work with Mr. Tompkins and other departments on what the urgent capital needs would be for next year, and then bring that list back for a further discussion?
We can always, oh, excuse me.
So we're looking at $3,750,000 worth of work, is that correct?
Approximately, roughly that amount, and that would keep us above our fund balance policy minimum.
If you don't mind. Right away, I mean, the first thing I see looking at me here is $2 million that we can't get out of. The bridges, 1.1, that's, again, just one a year. So you can count out 1 million every year. 600,000 for the storage facility for the Public Works, and I've got down here a high priority, and from what you've told me, it's the pole barn's falling apart. If we got hit with the storm, and yeah, come on up, but and then the other one is this other one we can't get out of. That's $350,000. There's $2 million before we even, I mean, that's 2 million right from the get-go.
Okay, Commissioner
Yes,
Turner?
sir.
I guess my point here is that we don't have to make this decision today. We can tell you, as of today, we're not funding any of this. We want all the reserves, because it ain't gonna make a lick of difference in the budget when we move forward. We're still gonna have this money. When press comes to work to a transportation workshop, the first one in October or November or whenever it may be, of next budget year, then he's gonna come in and say, guys, I got to have this bridge, it's falling apart. Because this is next year's money, it isn't this year's money. By then, we may have a SCOP grant, or so whatever is appropriate. And so, if that's the case, then, you know, I just don't see where we got to get in the weeds on this today. This commissioner just said, I don't wanna fund any of that right now. I wanna keep the reserves we had, not fund any of that, and we'll fight over the issues. My problem is, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you what's gonna go bad between now and November, when we've got to do an emergency drainage repair, or we've got to do something we cannot get out of. Most of these items are very important, but we can get out of a lot of them if we don't have to do it right now. This is a wish list. I say we don't fund any of them as of this point, and we just move forward and let them present their case as we go into the next budget year.
I concur.
Damn, really? Who gets the gold star, me or you?
Go hug and have a moment.
Can I ask how much we spent or obligated this year to date out of last year's reserves?
We'd have to gather that information. There's been multiple different projects that have come up.
I didn't know if you had
Along those lines of that questioning, do we have any projection yet, or is it too early in the year on how we're gonna do on the current budget as far as having money to turn back in, or is that projection
That would be that
already
10
in?
million. Yes, sir. That's incorporating what we estimated on revenues, what we estimated on expenditures
The only thing
altogether.
that's not in there would be if the constitutionals decided to give us some back, which they may not do. if
No,
we're mad at
that is included. There is some estimates of getting back some from constitutionals. That's included in that.
Okay, so we're in agreement to just hold the line and let them come back and request and move that forward with,
Yeah, we can't
with that
fund
or
any
reserves.
purchase anyway.
Right, I don't see how we can.
Can I
do
ask
it.
Press a question? What size building is a $600,000 pole barn?
It was, I'm thinking 100 feet by 270, which would be ample enough to handle all the equipment we have. We still have a bunch of equipment just parked outside. Half our pole barn is now missing. We had that storm that blew it off. The only thing holding it together is the termites.
27,000 square foot,
Yeah,
clear span metal building?
right.
And you're gonna get that for $600,000?
Yes, sir. I got several quotes on to have it, and that includes a concrete foundation for it. And right now, we're parking in the dirt.
Do you need a concrete foundation?
Yes, sir.
Do you need a concrete foundation?
Yes, sir, we do.
Yeah, and all those contractors got to be DOT certified and poured.
Yeah. I mean, you can't put the building up and then, put some rock in there and you're parking equipment there, correct?
I'm trying to extend the life of our equipment. You know, we have trouble with the dirt and everything else getting in the equipment, so
Yeah, but what about just some crushed rock or crushed
we
concrete?
can look at that, but what we found out, by the time you buy gravel, 57 stone, then you're just about the money you're gonna spend for concrete. I mean, we looked at that at the fire station. We had a parking lot area, we was gonna put 57 stone in. It actually came out cheaper to put asphalt on it.
Yeah, but that's not correct in every instance. I understand
it's
why
not.
it
I'm
did then.
just-
They already had the paving crew on site. They already had everything there. So all they had to do was purchase the asphalt versus this 57 stone. And they already had the base they needed to put it all on anyhow. So that's not,
No,
not
I'm just saying it, sometimes it does, sometimes it
always a
doesn't.
correct situation. But,
Yeah.
you know, sometimes you can take some of that new crushed concrete they got now and put it on just a decent base, not a 6 or 8 or 10-inch base.
Right.
It'll hold up pretty good.
Yeah.
And from a scratch standpoint, it will be less money.
But I believe from what I've been told, this pole barn is somewhere around 50 years old or older. Like I said, about the only thing holding it up is the termites.
Okay.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, I suggest for clarification, that take the 3.75 and roll it back into our reserves, and we'll deal with it on a case-by-case basis moving forward.
Yep.
Thank you.
Next section, slide
Yeah,
30
Can we-
is,
We'll
Hang
take
on,
a,
Larry's kidneys are tickling.
okay, we'll take a couple-minute break. reconvene in just a second.
Hit it like you mean it.
Hard to find. It must be too far down, he can't hear you.
Tell me, I used to beat it to death, but there you
Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene our budget workshop. Well, the first time I hit the gavel, Tim Smith made mentioned that it's not a hammer, it's a gavel. So anyway, so I lightened up a little bit, so anyway. All right, Mr. Reynolds, you want to
All right.
continue?
Moving on to the next section, this is just to have a discussion on other potential revenue sources to gauge whether the commission wants to discuss any of these or direct staff to look into these any further. Slide 30 has the list of the potential revenue sources that we could think of. First one being reinstating impact fees. Another one is the half-cent indigent care surtax. It'd be similar to Better Place. It's a half-cent discretionary sales surtax. It would generate about $3.75 million a year. Mrs. Papel understands it better than I have. I haven't done a lot of research on it, but from what I understand, it would free up potentially about $2 million, correctly, in the general fund?
A good share of what's in welfare administration. And there's, I think, 2.4 million in there right now. A good share of that
Right.
would be free up.
And then that could be used for other recurring costs, or looking at doing part of using that towards capital and other one-time expenditures. Another option is we believe it's somewhat newer. We haven't seen it before up until this year, the fire rescue surtax. Again, similar to Better Place, it can be levied at either a half cent or a whole cent, just like Better Place. However, this one must be offset dollar for dollar with the millage rate, so it wouldn't really generate any additional funds.
When we were told this today, you had looked it up and said that combined the two could only be 1%.
That's correct. And when we looked on the state's website, and I was about to mention that as well, since we do have Better Place at the 1%, we only have the ability to add another 1% under discretionary sales surtaxes. So if we looked at the indigent care surtax, which is a half cent, we would only be able to do a half cent on the fire rescue surtax.
I mean, if I could, real quick, the nice thing about the half-cent indigent care is, right now it's 2.25, 2.4 million, but it can go up as BPP, or as the money's spent, it would go up.
Correct.
And the state, right now, if we're reimbursing them anyways, I doubt the state's gonna have them paying us back less in the future. That's probably gonna go up, but this frees up real money in the general fund. And then the fire rescue surtax, by sinking the millage rate down, makes us look a lot more attractive. Right now, we're at the top of the almost 10% anyway, so that would make us look more attractive to potential developers or people moving in from the outside.
Sure. If he's done.
Okay, Commissioner Turner?
So you're just telling these as bringing up possible options or whatever, so I don't have to like blow a fuse. I mean, they got all the way through 8 years of the worst damn depression we've had since the 20s, and they didn't raise any of these fees, but now we're broadening our tax base, and you're wanting us to raise fees and become a tax and spend commission? I can't get there, and I ain't voting for that. I know you're all right. I'm not saying that you're telling me to do that. You're just showing me options of ways to do that.
He's the messenger.
The half-cent indigent care surtax would have to go on the ballot and be voted on.
Correct.
Correct?
Actually, both of those and the fire rescue.
Fire rescue would too?
I
Okay,
believe
well,
so.
ain't neither one of them gonna happen, I'm just telling you. And anybody that puts them on there, I believe, will be unelected along with those taxes not passing. If we made it through the biggest depression in history without impact fees and without increasing permit fees, and I'm not for doing it now, at some point in the future, there will be a time that we need impact fees because our growth is running away from us. That hadn't happened yet. I don't care if we're getting more now. It's not compared to any county around us. So I understand they're trying to control some of their stuff. We're still trying to welcome people in here with good quality development to broaden our basic tax base. So, I'm not for any special assessment on drainage unless it's on a small area MSBU. So that's my,
Okay, Matt, you want
I
to
just-
finish with them?
I just wanted to bring these up.
Exactly.
As we did have, throughout the presentation, we talked about general fund, we talked about the personnel scenarios. We only have the 1.3 million available. Constitutional requests were obviously much more than the 1.3 million we had available. Just wanted to present potential other revenue sources to the commission for discussion.
Okay, Commissioner Goddard?
Yeah, well, I understand everything that Commissioner Turner is saying. The impact fees around us are 17,000, is that what they are?
They're
I don't know.
all over the map.
But I think like St. John's is 17,000.
It goes, that's a minimum, it goes north from there.
Oh,
depending on the
really?
site,
It
yeah.
goes above 17,000.
they're
If we
trying
were,
to slow down.
yeah, they're trying to slow their growth down, and it's gonna come over here. I looked at this, and I came up, my number was $10,000 for an impact fee, but if we were to implement this, I'd want it to be dated. I mean, seriously dated, like January 2021, which would give everyone an opportunity, if they're going to build a house, to go pull a building permit now and be ready for it. And if you don't, it's coming January 2020.
You
Before you beat
remember-
me up on this
No,
one.
no, I'm not gonna beat you up on anything you do or say. I'm just gonna say that we have an impact fee ordinance right now. Every single year, we have to vote on it to place a moratorium on it, or impact fees will come back at that time.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to
But I'm saying, if we were to implement this, and I really, in talking to a lot of the other counties, commissioners, I think it is something that is needed. I think it is. It's a common, I didn't agree with it in the very beginning, but it is a common thing in the other counties. And it does cost us, When we have people move in here, it costs us money. But what I'm saying is, if we do this, I want to make sure they know it, and it's way on out there. So if you really want to build a house, get your building permit now, be prepared for it, because it's coming. That's just one. And on the other one.
Before you move off of the impact fee, I know we have one in, I guess, place, and we could activate it, correct? How old is that, and would it need to be updated?
2007.
And how long does that take?
2008.
And I want the 5-minute version from you and Commissioner
I can talk to
Ross.
that.
Okay, it would have to be updated, is that correct, probably?
No, we
Yes.
just needed to suspend the moratorium that we
Well,
have in
the
place, and
impact
it'll take
fees-
off the next day.
The impact fees, the majority of them were school district fees, and from memory, it was about $5,000, and the county threw about $2,500 on top of that. The city had an additional $2,500. But understand this, and back me up, Matt, the money can only be used in the area of impact. So, one of the frustrating parts that I had, when the last house that I built before the impact fees were rescinded, was in Floor Home. And the gentleman came to me and said, "Can I have my money back?" And he did the research and said, "You have to spend the money in my area."
That's not correct.
Impact fees do have to pass what's called the dual rational nexus test,
Right.
which means there has to be a rational nexus between the area that they're spent in, as well as the actual impact from whatever development you're charging the impact fee on.
Right.
And I believe you have up to 5 years to spend the impact fees, or somebody can legally request that you refund them if you have not spent it.
So it's not the cash cow thing is. If anything, we should be having the conversation about community development districts. And that would impact developers as they come in, being able to raise capital, put in the infrastructure, and the folks that are living in those areas are the ones paying for it. They pay for the paving, grading, drainage, water, storm, sewer, and all that, not you. Me personally, I don't want to be paying for somebody else's paved road if I'm not going to be benefiting from it. It's just the way I feel. So, but the impact fee reinstatement, in my estimation, is a non-starter. There was a group in town a couple of weeks ago from Birmingham, Alabama, looking at financing some apartments here. And one of the comments raised was, this is the only place we've looked at that doesn't have impact fees. They got 4 projects going on down in Lake Nona in the Orlando area. They're used to that. They're shocked. So there's an attraction to having no impact fees, believe it or not, as far as development goes.
I'm for that. There's a question. I didn't know if we got to the point, if it happened in just 2 years, if it would take a year to put this, to revamp it or update it. Okay, that's all I want to know.
Not long.
That long. Okay, all right. Go ahead, Commissioner Gardner.
All right, yeah, well, I'm gonna skip over the half-cent thing. Somebody else can take that one. The fire rescue, that would eliminate, so basically, we would lower our millage. And instead of the percentage of those having to pay the millage, it would now be spread out across anyone buying commodities, even traveling through our county.
That's correct. It would be like the Better Place. It'd be an additional 1%
Right.
on the sales tax.
But it would not, it would
Or half.
actually, for those paying their taxes, millage taxes, it would reduce that.
Correct, yes.
And it would also put some of the onus on the people that are actually using the services that aren't paying
Well,
for it.
that would be the thing. Instead of it being put on, let's just use the number, 60% of the population, which I understand is probably even less than that, but instead of it being 60%, it's now being put on 100% plus those traveling through our areas.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question on that?
Yes.
Matt, we don't fund our fire by our millage. It's under our MSTU, which is kind of funded on millage, let me say. So how would that really, is it going to be a dollar for dollar? Would it replace the TU system completely? Because really, the impact of general fund would probably be minimal at that point.
Looking at it, if we were to do the full 1% on the fire rescue surtax, it would end up being countywide. And so when you look at what Better Place would bring in if it was countywide, it's approximately 7.5 million. That's just rough figures. We would then have to decrease the millage rate dollar for dollar for that. So our 1.1 mil on the fire MSTU brings in approximately 3.5 million, 3.6 million, something like that. The rest would then have to be out of general fund millage. Without doing enough research, I'm assuming that's what we would be told by legal counsel as we research it further.
Thank you.
So I don't mean to say that you're proposing, but what you're showing us here is a possibility that if we did the fire rescue, number one, it's got to be passed on the ballot. And number two, it wouldn't necessarily take care of the fire tax that you're already paying. It would just offset your actual millage rate. It would have to come down if it passed.
It would eliminate the 1.1 mil and then probably another mil,
Yeah.
a little over a mil to add up to the 7.5 million that it would bring in.
Understand in government that no matter what you do, there's never enough money. I understand, guys. If we raised $1 billion, we'd need more money next year. So, I think we need to be very careful here about just taxing and spending and raising fees and going and just any way we can. When we have, I understand we can't buy that extra fire truck that we want this year, or that we have to be frugal with our money. But that's the way conservatives want government to be, is frugal with their money. And so I think that's what we need to do here, is try to do the same thing. And I'm not running next year. That's the first time I've said it on camera. I'm not running next year. But I'm telling you right now, you ain't gonna get me to vote for raising taxes or raising fees. Y'all gonna have to wait till my successor comes in, because I don't think the people that elected me to come in here and raise their taxes and raise their fees.
Now, this is
Mr.
lowering,
Chairman?
that's why I'll go back to this one. If I'm understanding it right, it's gonna lower,
The millage rate would be
The millage rate.
7.5 mils.
Yes, sir,
The
if
millage
it
rate
gets
would-
passed, which
Right.
in my opinion, it won't pass, because you're not gonna get people to vote any kind of tax on themselves unless they get something out of it specifically, like the Better Place Plan passed because promises were made that we're trying to uphold
Right.
today. That's why it passed. First time around, it barely passed. Second time around, passed a little better. But I'm telling you right now, it passed because promises were made. That's what we're upholding here today. So with that being said, I believe that anybody that votes for that to put it on the taxes along with their name next year can just kiss their ass goodbye in the seat they're sitting in up here right now. Now, that's my opinion.
But
Mr.
don't
Chairman.
sugarcoat it. Tell us how you feel about it, Terry.
Don't hold back.
Mr. Chairman.
Don't hold back. Tell us what you.
It's too late to hold back. Okay,
Okay.
I'm in agreement there. I don't think it would pass either, but anyway.
Well, that was just, if there was anything that I'm looking at, yeah, if we lower the millage rate, we're not, dollar for dollar is not going away, but you are lowering the millage rate, which does help. I think it would help like Georgia Pacific, some of these other ones that are paying, they're paying their lion's share of it. Increasing the permitting fees. Are we way behind on that?
50%.
Depends on where you go, what county, what municipality, whatever, they're all over the board too. But it's kind of like an impact fee. At some point or another, it's gonna have to be raised, and at some point or another, something needs to be done. We're still dealing with people that don't have pockets as deep as people going into St. Johns County. We're still dealing with that. That's why we're getting their overflow a lot of the time, because the people that can't afford to pay $1 million for a house over in St. Johns County can come over here and build the same house for $400,000. Just the way it is, I'm sorry.
But
No,
Matt-
you're
Matt and
right.
I- Matt and I ran through some numbers the other day, and the average permit cost was $1,800. And what we figured was it was gonna go to $2,200. So you're not having a lot of dollar conversation, number one, and it's not gonna impact the people that live here now that have a house. Most of the people that live here don't need a building department. They don't ever wanna have to meet Mr. Siafi and shouldn't have to, because they don't need the building department. The people that need it are the folks that are gonna move here and build new homes or buy a home and remodel it, and it's a user fee. When I get the mic, I wanna go back and have a conversation about the other user fees above this, but go ahead.
All right, well, let's jump down to the next one. Increase the water and sewer rates. Again, I know that we're behind. We're behind because we're not paying, we're not covering our cost. Is that because we only have a few people on it, correct?
Because of our volume, yes, sir.
Correct.
Volume of the system. Once we have we're using a larger volume, we'll make more money. But that's the one increase here that you can get me on board with, but first, we need to do a study. We need to do a study that says what our fees are versus other municipal systems in the area, other rural municipal systems in the state, and if we're low, fine, jack them up. But if we're there with them or higher, then I don't think we should.
Okay, so that's basically what we need is a rate study
Yes,
on the surrounding areas.
in my opinion, sir, yes, sir.
Is that in the works, Press?
We have talked about it. I think we need to hire a consultant to do the rate study. And these rates were established 11 years ago. And I agree, it's a two-pronged thing. We need more customers, but we definitely do the rate study. We charge $27 base fee, and that includes 2,000 gallons of water. Majority of my customers pay $27 a month.
Well,
27?
I'd sure like to know how much the rate study was gonna cost, because if it's $100,000, that's a lot of $27 a month to pay for the rate study.
We can't do that
So,
in-house? That can't be done in-house? Rate
Haven't you
study.
been around government long enough to know that it doesn't take much to get to $100,000?
No, can't we do it in-house? Just run a spreadsheet and call some municipalities and other counties, see what they're charging?
It would take some time to do it in-house. The FRWA provides a template to do so. However, it is time-consuming.
Wait a minute, wait. We're all businessmen here.
No.
No. Why do we need to call anybody? What does it cost to produce the services that we give? That's the bottom line.
Well, we know what it
And then
costs.
you divide that, and you know what your price is. You don't need to call Marion or St. Johns County. You go, this is what it costs us to produce the product. End of story.
I would certainly like to know what that number was, but I don't know that I'm willing to charge it on a system that was purposely overbuilt where it could expand for future revenues in future areas. So it was purposely overbuilt way more than what they needed at the time. I think the flows were at 50-60% at most. Yeah, so we got a lot of capacity there right now for future growth, and I think that was part of it, was to get there. Wasn't my decision, but that's where it is. So I don't know that we can charge right now for the 50% flow, but, you know, if that's $34 instead of 27, okay. If it's $173 instead of 27, y'all are gonna be by yourself again, because that's not fair to somebody that's living over there.
Look at Palm
Tell me
Port.
into your product here, because I'm not going.
All right,
I
Commissioner
think we
Goddard
need to
still has the
do-
floor.
Yeah, I think we need to do the rate study, because, Mr. Harvey, I understand where you're coming from. We figure out what it costs, but in my business, if my competitor was charging $200 a square foot and it cost me $50 a square foot, I'd be up there almost $200 a square foot.
And then I'd come in and go to 100, and I'd take all the business.
You might could, but how come he's there? How come he's at that market there? You know, I wanted to, you know, why are they charging that? I mean, we're already seeing we're falling behind. Now, I do not, you explained some of this, so I'm gonna need more information on the special assessment on the drainage. I know you explained some. Maybe I was so busy with the rest of this, I didn't gather it all, so
Well, there's multiple different things that you can do, and with special assessments, drainage is one of those that directly benefits property. You can only do special assessments for services that directly, that have a direct connection to benefit of property, and drainage is one of those, and as we just discussed a couple slides ago, there's obviously a need for funding for drainage projects. We've been hearing it for a while now of, you know, press comes to workshop, emergency drainage repair, you know, take your pick, various different areas, and there's still a need for further drainage work in the county. And that would be one way. It'd be basically MSBU for
okay, so
drainage work
be
countywide.
okay, so it's countywide, so everyone would have to pay this.
You could also look at doing it the way that they do special assessments for road paving. You break the county into different subsections, ones that might need more drainage, and come up with a cost of that, and do it in a certain geographical area.
Right,
Could be
well,
countywide, could be
that's-
smaller districts, could be.
Well, I don't see it being countywide, just because, as we've discussed, a lot of people, they get their paycheck and they look at it and they go, do I pay the rent? Do I buy groceries? I mean, that's sad, but that is true what they do with it. So making them pay for drainage for District 1,
Where all the equipment is.
yeah, where all the equipment is.
We know
What
where
I'm
the grade all
saying
is.
It's not gonna be fair. I don't see it being countywide. I'd say if you're even thinking about this, it needs to be as an MSBU that is for that particular area, and they're the ones benefiting from it. Okay, so I did understand that right when you were first telling me, okay.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner
I give
Harvey?
up the floor, I'm
Commissioner
done.
Harvey, you have any
Yeah,
comments on any of these?
You know, when we talk about MSBU's for drainage, that's been talked about way before Press got here, and I remember that was one of our first conversations. But again, folks, the MSBU's out, that you have in your districts, allow for drainage. So you already have that built into your maintenance MSBU's that you currently have. But what you don't have is the other areas of the county that need help. And just imagine, I'm just gonna give it any number you want, but it would reduce the general fund expense. So the 700,000 that you're short now in transportation would reduce that. And I'm not advocating it one way or the other right now, but it works well in my district, let me assure you. And it would increase the level of service that we talk about all the time. Why are 10-inch trees or 12-inch trees growing in our drainage districts? Why are they there? Because there's no money to clean them out. And you can throw 100,000, you could throw 200,000 a year, and they're still gonna talk about this 20 years from now, until we get a handle on it. I don't have 10-inch trees growing in my drainage districts, in the MSBU's in my area, we mow. We get rid of them. We don't have that issue. So we don't have that. I think that's something that we should look at, because I think that benefits the whole county when we talk about drainage. And I tell you, I'm going to say this, if this is the new normal of getting 3 inches of rain in 2 hours and 2.75 an hour, where's this water going to go to, folks? If we don't get these drainage districts, and press, if we was to give you $3 million today, you don't have enough staff to go out there and clean all this stuff out. But
Go hire a contractor.
you would have to. So I think we got to look at, I think Putnam County deserves the drainage districts. We got them in Flora Home. They're there for certain reasons. But I think one day we've got to look at this water and how it flows throughout this county. There. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Ross?
I want to start at the top again. So I'm assuming that we all have consensus on the reinstatement of impact fees as non-starter.
Yeah, no, I'm not for that.
Have sent indigent care surtax. I really think that that should be given a lot of consideration. And political suicide or not, ad valorem taxes are not working in this county. It's going to be a long time before ad valorem taxation does work. We just had a conversation about ditches not being maintained. And you could pick almost any aspect of any part of what we have to maintain on a daily basis, and we're getting further and further behind in that maintenance. So depending on a taxing system that has not worked for us in quite a while is futile. It's just chaotic for us to continue to go down that road. So I really think that we should consider some sort of user fees, whether they be this half-cent tax and half-cent fire rescue or 1 cent fire rescue, whatever we can do to relieve the strain on the ad valorem portion of the budget and bring in more money and bring in more participants in the taxing system. I understand, Mr. Goddard, that people have to make that decision, whether or not they're going to pay rent or pay whatever. But where else in the world are you going to live where you don't have to make this decision? And, why do we have to be the dumping ground where, are we unique that we're the only ones that have folks that have to make the decision? We still have to get people to and from the hospital, the doctors, work, school, whatever, in a responsible manner. And we have to be able to maintain the assets that are the roads, the ditches, our buildings, our parking lots, everything. So how we get more people to participate is through fees and not through taxes necessarily. And, recently you've heard me talk about, having a fee on boater registrations, increasing, the boater registration and recouping that fee. That puts the onus on the boaters to pay for boat ramps. If you're not a boat owner, you don't need a boat ramp. Do you care if boat ramps get maintained? Probably not. So I really.
That's a huge. I
But
agree with that. That's not across the board.
But there's the 73 plus or minus thousand people that live here are users. And the people that use police, fire, rescue have to pay for it as well. Whether or not that's collected in their ad valorem assessment doesn't matter. They still get to use it. But our workload is not declining. Our assets are not getting younger, they're getting older. They're going to be more and more burdensome. So when we have the opportunity, I think we should look at fees, building department fees. Last thing I want to do is have to put another $500 or $600 in a budget looking at building a small house, but it's what the responsible thing to do is. Let the person that's building that house be the person that pays the building department, and take that $500,000 in shortage and put it back in the general fund. And now what you've done is you've created money for people that don't need the building department, and you've given them $500,000. So, as far as increasing water and sewer rates, it's going to have to be done. If our rates haven't been looked at in 11 years, I think the cost of doing business has probably gone up at least 30% over the past 11 years. So that would be justified. And I live in the city of Plaque. I pay a water bill, and I can't remember a year that I haven't had an increase in water. So, I built my house in 12, and our water rate's around $42 a month, and we've doubled it, literally 100% increase in the water bill just in 7 years. So it's a responsible thing to do. I'm a fiscally conservative individual, but I also believe that personal accountability is at the top of that fiscally conservative aspect. I think we need to get people back to the table and paying their fair share.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Turner?
Well, I guess I'm gonna lose my gold star I got earlier for agreeing with him. I disagree. I don't think we need to raise any of these. I do think we need to do a rate study to see where we are. We can do it in-house, we can do it however, but we need to find that out. If, I know that Press just got his, if we're wanting them to do it, I know he just got his secretary back or his assistant or whatever a couple of weeks ago. He was out one of them for a while, so, you know, if we want this to actually take place, we're either gonna probably have to see what it would cost to go outside, and do a rate study, or designate somebody in the county that may have the time to do it, which would be preferable if we could designate somebody to do it in-house, but, at some point in time, this county's gonna have impact fees. I don't believe they're here yet. We can talk all day and all night as long as you want to about anything that's got to go to the county for vote. I think we're wasting breath, because I don't believe it'll pass, and that's my honest opinion. And I think it would be devastating to the people that are trying to run. I know that there's some people up here that probably won't run again, but if they do, if they keep up with this, they ain't gonna win. Putnam County is not gonna do it. Permitting fees, you betcha. I bet you Mr. Sioffi'd would like to see them double or triple or whatever, because it would be easier on his department's budget. But again, that's how you raise your building permit income, is by making development easier and broadening your tax base. And once we get there, then you may need impact fees. But that's how you raise your revenue. We're fixing to start working on our comp plan. If we do our job, it'll make us more development friendly without giving up the farm. We can do that. It was like that at one time, but our previous head of planning wasn't an exact, let's try to be the most development friendly county in the rural county in the state of Florida. Sometimes when you were on the planning commission, you had to disagree with him wholeheartedly about some things he wanted to do, because it maybe made things a little easier, but it dang sure didn't help this county in the long run. And that's the kind of things we need to fix in this comp plan rewrite that we're fixing to start hopefully shortly. So like I said, I'm not for any additional assessments. I'm not for anything at this point. If one day you may talk me into impact fees, but first they're gonna have to be needed because of the impact, not needed because of the strained budget. To me, that's a difference in there. And that's, right now, it's because of a strained budget. When we start having hundreds and hundreds of people building houses and all the commercial business and all that, you bet you start lining them up, and they're in place. You just got to not agree to the moratorium again this year, and they start right then. I'm pretty sure you can change the amounts on them with the stroke of one meeting, because the ordinance is already in place. So I don't think it'll take long to do that. So like I said, I'm not for raising taxes, and just for the reason that our budget's constrained. I think we just need to work within those budget constraints, and just thank goodness it's not like it was back in 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and 13 and 14, where they actually had to take reserves and balance the budget or start firing people. That was their options. So I'm glad we're not having to do that. We were able to talk today about a raise for the people around here. First time in 10 years. That's a good thing. But it was a good thing because they couldn't do it back then. They were balancing their budget with their reserves. Now we're getting an expansion of the tax base. That's what's happening right now. Hopefully it'll expand a lot more next year. I don't know, but I see it coming. I see it coming. The GP thing should kick in next year, at least our portion of it, should kick in next year. I think Seminole's gonna kick in on one of their power stations this coming taxation. So we've got some stuff coming, and there are a few houses being built and different things. So the tax base is broadening, and I just feel like we're just right on the cusp of it really getting good. If we can just give it a little nudge, with a comp plan, some comp plan changes, I believe it's gonna help tremendously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And I'm not gonna beat these up much more, but, that's why I asked about the impact fee, is how long it would get to get ours up to date, because I knew it was outdated, hadn't been implemented in, 10 years or so? So it didn't sound like that would take a long time. I really don't believe as a commissioner, and I appreciate you bringing these to our attention, the half-cent tax and the surtax. I don't think either one of those would pass because of the perception and of the reality of how the Better Place Plan money has had to be spent. If you see that dip in revenues, I don't think they had any choice. It was a matter of survival, and we're in better shape. And they're saving reserves during the good times, paid off during those bad times. Increasing the permitting fees and everything, I believe that'll come from time and from growth, and from John Ciaffi's office suggesting now I believe it's the time to raise these permitting fees. I do believe we need to look at the water rates in the surrounding counties, but we need to know what an assessment's gonna cost, and hopefully we can just do that in-house. So anyway, that's all I've got there. So, Matt, you got the
Next.
last page? So
Yes, sir.
I think we have addressed some of these, but
Yes, sir. Slide 31, we discussed personnel scenarios, came to a conclusion on that one. Based upon that, we have about 425,000, 430,000 left of recurring monies. That brings up the next bullet point, the request from the constitutional officers. The total requests were almost 2.1 million. Some commissioners have opined on the request from the constitutionals, but with that remaining surplus, is there, what would the commission like for staff to present on those requests from constitutionals? Is it hold the line? Is it divvy up that remaining amount? Is it take that 425, 430,000, put it in reserves, bring up capital as we move forward and need it? But the third bullet point, again, I think we addressed the third and the fourth. So the last remaining one is just request from the constitutional officers and get some direction from you five on that, and we'll be able to bring a budget back to you in a couple
Commissioner
weeks.
Goddard, we'll start with you
Well,
first.
Mine, as just one commissioner, would be to tell them that, we really don't have the extra money. We'd like you to hold the line and get their response. Let's see what happens with that. Wait for their return, I guess, is what I'm looking at.
Commissioner Harvey?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think supervisor of elections has some hard fixed costs that are fixing to happen.
Yeah.
And I don't think we can ignore that. I think it's kind of hard to tell him to hold the line when he knows he's got some additional costs coming. So I'd really like to look at that today and give him some satisfaction that he can go home and get ready for the elections. Elections are important to this country and to this county, and not like anything else is, and I'm just saying that's really important.
That was 100, correct?
I'm sorry, that's
100,000?
100,000, yeah, $100,000 request. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Turner?
I agree. I think we need to go ahead and address supervisor elections. We can't ask him to do this he can't run an election. What's he gonna do? Like, go out there and hand out papers and let them hand them back to him? I mean, he's got to have the equipment and the stuff that he needs.
Right.
So, and he did cut his budget for this year on a non-election year, probably by, I don't remember how much, and doesn't matter. But he explained to us in workshop why it's different. He's not asking for additional equipment and all this kind of stuff. He's asking for what he needs to operate the election this year. I think, I don't see where we have a choice on that one. So basically that brings us down to like $400 and something thousand that we have left. I have a question, and Colonel Wells could probably answer the question, and if you can't, I don't want to put you on the spot. Were the laundry services that we've decided we're going to try to fund somewhere else, and was that in the budget request y'all made this year? It was last year, I'm pretty sure.
It is not. The sheriff had me remove all capital, all equipment. These are operating cost expenditures, which if given the opportunity, I'd like to address when the time's appropriate with you. But no, sir, that is not included.
Okay, so basically we got 300 and some thousand, because I'm with Commissioner Harvey, so I get a gold star from you now. I'm with him about, we need to go ahead and fund the supervisor elections in this budget, or I think so. And, what we do with the other $300,000, I'm open for suggestion. If we wanna split it up amongst the constitutionals on what their budget was last year %, I don't know that it makes that big a deal to have that small a slice, or do we just put it back in reserves and let them bring their stuff to us as they need? We're gonna get some of that this year, I understand it, we're gonna get some of it. When the sheriff department wrecks a car, when Quinn men tear up another ambulance, or whatever the case may be, if we cut in their budgets to a certain level and they can't fund it out of that, they're just gonna have to come back. Hopefully, they've got enough in there to help with some of that. I'm sure they got some budgeted. Surely they don't think they're gonna make it through a year without a sheriff's car broke or ruined, so I don't know that it wouldn't be the most fairest thing to do, just put it back in the general fund and let them come back to us when they got a emergency type deal, or something that just won't fit in their budget or whatever. That's, I guess, my opinion.
Commissioner Rawls?
Yeah. Property appraiser asked for like 40 grand. I think the clerk of court wanted another 100 to get that position started, but he said he could do without 60, if I remember correctly.
Wasn't it just the opposite? 100 from supervisor? Weren't you 100?
He was 100, I think.
And then
property
40.
appraiser
Clerk was
40.
also
Property
100.
appraiser,
Clerk of
40.
court was 100, wasn't it?
The clerk was also.
For clerk of court.
He did say he could push it a year if you needed him to, though.
Well, and he was dealing with a request from the Auditor General's office, correct? For that Inspector General, the Officer Inspector General, we're gonna utilize St. Johns County starting out, for 3 years, and then eventually have our own in-house, but, you know, it's a tough position to be in. We don't have the money right now. The sheriff's department indicated that they were looking to replace 20 cars, and they didn't replace any cars last year. They have cars that have over 200,000 miles, and I think that's gonna be the problem, but, I wish I could look in the crystal ball and see what September was gonna look like.
Yeah, I agree that we should take care of the supervisor election because that's fixed costs. Now, what I ask is, we've talked about having, you know, the head of, I guess, either Quinn and press, and maybe some others could come back to us and actually say which ones are more important to them. Since we decided to put all that money back into reserves, that's over with, and they'll come during the course of the year. Okay, well, Colonel Wells wants to address us. Is this time for him to address us now? Are we gonna have another budget meeting Wednesday, or are we done here today?
One is currently scheduled, but this was the full presentation. I mean, we can have further discussions, you know, as we alluded to earlier in the presentation on Wednesday, if the commission wants to have it then, or if we want to schedule it, you know, on the 15th. We can cancel the one Wednesday and hold it on the 15th, or.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking, is it'll give you time to get all your numbers together for us maybe to make some notes and do a little more research, ask some more questions. So if we skip Wednesday, we'd have it on the 15th. Is that the time we want input from some of the constitutionals?
Well, yeah, I guess so. I mean, basically, we got a little over $300,000 to fight over, and I don't know that it wouldn't be fair just to let the constitutionals just do what we asked them to do. Could you please hold the line this year? Every one of them got an increase last year, and we had to do less. We had less money budgeted for the county, for the employees, for everyone. The constitutionals employees got raises, the county employees didn't. I'm just telling you, for 1 year, I think the constitutionals should get on board And they're all my friends, and I'm sorry if it pisses any of you guys off, but I'm telling you right now, I think they need to get on board for 1 year and hold it at what they got last year. I truly believe that. And so, then, if they have something that Wade just doesn't fit in their budget or whatever the case may be, then come on. I mean, if there's some way we can fund it, we'll do it, we'll move forward. But, you know, there's no way of us knowing today what that's gonna be in next year's budget. Their total requests were 2 million, 2 plus? I know you the numbers guy.
I got it.
One I can trust. $2+ million. We don't have it. We got 300 and something thousand after we fund the supervisor of elections, in which I don't see how we have an option not to on that particular one. The other ones, yeah, we got 300,000 left. If they wanna come back and make a presentation or just hold or do whatever, we just have to take that when it comes. I don't know that I wanna sit up here and say, okay, I'm sure the sheriff could use all 300,000 of it with no problem whatsoever. Property appraiser, tax collector, every one of them could use part of this money, every single one of them. I think we just need to ask them to come and make the presentation, knowing that there's only 300 and something thousand dollars left to divvy up. That's it. And then I think we need to make a commitment amongst ourselves at some point to figure out how to pay for some of this stuff that's got to be paid for. The sheriff's department's laundry. I know it ain't glamorous, but they've been trying to do it ever since I've been involved out there, which has been 10 years. There's only so long you can make this stuff work. So maybe that one, and some of these, well, I'm not gonna go back down the list, but there was a bunch of them on that list that we could fund in other ways, that's got to be done. But I just think that that's what we need to do. I think we need to ask them if they wanna make another proposal, or if they wanna fight for that piece of 300 and something thousand dollars, or whatever they wanna do, then let them come back to us on Monday morning and tell us why they should have a piece and somebody else shouldn't. That's just my opinion.
Commissioner Rawls?
I concur. And
Oh, you get the gold star back.
again, along these lines, one thing we've not discussed, and I don't know if, this is just to get a conversation started, is looking at our facilities and the facilities that we have to pay for every year, and the viability of them, the longevity of them, what our operational costs are, and what they could be. You look at some of our buildings and they're pretty old, and they're high cost of overhead. Monthly electric bills, heating and cooling, general maintenance. I think that enters into it too. I'd asked Matt and Mr. Suggs at the meeting if they could quantify what we spend, and I think at some point we need to sit down and take a look at that and you look at the buildings of the tax collector and the property appraiser where they're located, and that's in the growth path of downtown Palaca, what Palaca's talking about doing in the first 4 blocks off the river. That's right in the middle of that, basically. On top of that, you got some really old buildings that don't perform well. And I think we really need to make a decision on what we're gonna do and going forward and how to do that. Because there are cost savings that could be captured there if we made other decisions, but just something to think about.
I'm okay, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm okay with some of that, and we could start looking at some of the low-hanging fruit, like changing fluorescents to LEDs or halogens to LEDs or whatever, saves you a ton of money over a
Yep,
year.
yep.
Enough, I think it's, the current projection is 2 to 3 years, you pretty much pay for your fixture, so I mean, some of that kind of stuff we could take a look at, but I don't know that we need to start doing it now, but at some point, I agree
I mean,
with you.
as far as, a lot of the conversations up here today have revolved around strategic planning, long-term planning, short-term and long-term. And that really has got to be part of the conversation.
I don't disagree with that either. Do I get the gold star back? When are we gonna start doing some of that? I know you've been working on it some, Terry.
I've reached out to some folks and we'll be getting some information back. I've gotten some really good conversation from one organization, actually talking about how they'd like to set one up where they they come in for a couple days and meet with stakeholders and citizens, and then go back and put information together, and then come back and schedule follow-up meetings with the commissioners, and they kind of share all of that. So we're working on putting some type of plan together, a timeline, as well as, so you can commit your calendars to it.
Okay. Commissioner Goddard?
Well, I'm just want to put in there the tax collector's office or the property appraiser's office. We have looked at that. We thought about bringing them over here, but the cost of getting the rest of this building together is a major obstacle, and then the cost of moving all them. And of course, in their offices look nice. The only one that doesn't look good is the IT office. You need some paint, right? That's what you need.
He needs a few more air
But,
conditioners.
yeah, I guess because nobody goes up there, his place really not too. Yeah, that's about it, the basement upstairs. But the cost of moving, I understand that building is prime. But the cost to get them over here is more than that
You
prime.
gotta leverage that over time, and that could be a long-term asset that can be,
It's
leveraged over 30 or 40 years.
something we've been rolling, but good gosh, it's expensive.
Okay, so if I'm understanding, we'll cancel the meeting Wednesday. And
Sounds like that's the
then we'll
commission of
have
the consensus.
The meeting on Monday at 9 a.m. and ask any of the constitutional, they want to come and be part of that to.
Next Monday.
to come. Yeah,
Next
next
Monday,
Monday.
Yes, next Monday, 15th.
Colonel Wells, is that okay with you to, or would you want to say a few words today since you are here? Or both?
I thought we already let him speak.
I think we cut him off. Yeah, yes.
Hit the timer.
He's the one that's got the gun.
Listen, I understand some of the angst over the budget increase by the sheriff this year, and I just wanted to take a few minutes and, as the one that presented this to the sheriff, for him to make some decisions on. I know there's been some angst over pay raises that were given by the sheriff last year. You know, that was something that I recommended and something that I think he took a courageous step in doing. Prior to those pay raises, on any given day, we had 300 uncovered square miles of this county, 50% staffing in the dispatch center, and on occasion, our calls were rolling to other counties because we let them exceed the number of rings before they had to go to another county. The jail was understaffed to the point where we were in violation of regulations. Those pay raises righted that. For the most part, the comm center still suffers, the jail is still suffering, and law enforcement, for the first time in history that we can find, is all of our zones are covered. So I know that doesn't make any difference in any of the budget struggles that we're facing this year. So when I presented, after meeting with our bureau chiefs and the department heads, presented the sheriff with some budget that did have some requests for improvements, enhancements, and equipment. And the sheriff immediately sent us back and said that there isn't any way that I'm going to approve any request of anything other than what absolutely has to occur. And what absolutely has to occur, ask for nothing new, nothing additional, no new pay raises, not the first vehicle or anything. But what has to occur is I have to pay the additional risk and fund insurance to insure our cars. There's no option to it. What has to occur is I have to provide medicine for inmates with an all-time high in HIV/AIDS medications and an ever-increasing inmate population. What has to occur is we have to buy motor fuel. We have to buy servers to, actually the server was canceled. We're hoping the server will hope us till next year. I have to pay the increased liability insurance on high-risk deputy sheriffs. I have to pay the increased inmate transportation. So none of that is optional. So what will happen with the hold in our budget this year, and I think the sheriff will reiterate when he speaks to you next year, I'll be out of town. I'll be taking my scouts to the Carolinas and hopefully not having to think about this budget. But what he'll tell you is that what will happen with the hold in the budget is a cost in services, or a reduction in our services. There's just no way around it, because there isn't one bit of fluff in this. So just to reiterate, and I understand, and I heard something earlier said about, well, what option does a constitutional have? Well, he has the option to go to the governor. That will never happen. We trust that all of you sitting here today will do the absolute best that you can to deliver the sheriff and all other constitutionals and department heads the absolute best budget that you can, and whatever you hand us is what we'll begin to work with. But in all fairness, we will be, just, as a matter of fact, I've sent 2 text messages sitting here telling them to cancel 2 hires that were scheduled for later this week and to not set a meeting with an inmate medical provider that we were looking at to do some changes in our inmate medical. That's just going to be the reality of it without a change in this budget this year. I don't say that to say that you're not doing everything that you can. We understand that, and we're forever grateful for the increases that we received last year. But there isn't anything that can come out of this. The sheriff already did that to me, and as we deliver it. So again, there won't be any kind of confrontational hearings with the governor or anything along those lines. We just I wanted you personally, because I won't be here next week, to know that the sheriff already did chop my knees off with the first budget, and this is what we're left with, and it is just ever increasing costs that just are, every day we turn around, we're getting hit with one or the other of them. So do the best you can. We appreciate you, and we'll do the best we can to live with what you hand us. Thank you so much.
Joe, I'd just like to say how much I appreciate you working with us and trying to get where we need to go. And I'm willing to get there with you as much as we can, but there's only X amount of dollars.
We understand, and I think if we doubted that, if we doubted everyone's good intention, that there would be no option off the table to finalize this budget, but that's not the case here. I mean, we know you're doing what you do, doing what you can do, and we certainly support our other county employees that have been in a bad place for a while. It was a huge risk for the sheriff to take to give those raises because, as we know, and we've heard many times today, those are reoccurring costs. But I think he was faced with one of a few options, which was one, letting other counties answer our 911s because they weren't getting answered, or going higher than 300 square miles of uncovered county. So he made the choice and gave the raises, and now we are living with those reoccurring costs that go with those raises, and it's just something that we'll have to continue to do. I still stand by him and think it was the right decision. It's just going to make for a very challenging year and possibly more years ahead for us as you do what you can do. Thank you.
Yeah, Joe, I think y'all are doing a great job, and as I said in y'all's budget presentation, y'all inherited a situation.
Right.
And I won't go any further than that.
Sure.
I think y'all have done a great job, and and we will have a tough budget situation next year. It will be different, but some of the same, but yeah, this is not going away in the near future. So, and thank you so much for working with us, and we're going to do the best that we can.
We were talking about it, excuse me, last night as we were at the event at the fairgrounds, as what a great relationship we have with both county administrative staff and our county commissioner, something we've never had before. I mean, we had the support of the administrator with us at our event last night, and heard from several of the commissioners calling and checking on how that was going and was there anything that they could do for us, and all went well. Whole nother conversation. We don't doubt your loyalty to the sheriff's office. We don't doubt your appreciation on that. We just wanted you to know, or I wanted you to know, since I had a pretty big part in creating this budget, that there isn't anything in here asking for money that isn't somebody else passing that off to us. Insurance companies, medical providers, pharmaceutical companies, that type of stuff. So, and we'll do what we can. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
Okay,
Joe.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Ross?
Joe, you mentioned prisoner transport. Before we meet next week, can you quantify that for me?
What it is or what it costs?
What it costs.
I can do both.
Okay.
We contracted a portion of our inmate medical transport, those that are requiring long-haul transports, extraditions from other jurisdictions. In that same company also, well, I'll back up just a little bit. We changed companies in the past year, which is causing part of this increase. There was basically 2 companies that were able to fill the need that we had to transport these inmates. The one that we were using, we had to discontinue it no matter what the cost was. We had them come into our Sallyport, into our jail, transporting inmates, and was dropping one off to us when our deputy sheriff discovered that an inmate headed to Palm Beach County was overdosing in the back of the van because they were allowed needle syringes inside that van and overdosed. We got an inmate into our county that was being transported from just above the Georgia state line, and when we got to us, we found out he'd been in that van for 12 days as they circled. We had to terminate that company. The other one that was able to fill its place cost more money. So we are seeing that cost there. But what we also did with this transportation company is extend our contract a little bit, but it kind of evened itself out, or better, actually to the better, because they will provide inmate security if one of our inmates goes out to a hospital or to a nursing home for long periods of time. which is much cheaper than time and a half at a deputy sheriff guard. So we're doing both of those. But I can get you the name of the company. The bills don't always stay the same. It depends on who's getting transported from where. So I can get you 12 months experience or something like that and let you look at it.
So this is strictly medical transport?
No,
not-
it could be extradition. It could be a Putnam County suspect arrested on a warrant in Texas, and the judges here have ordered us to extradite back, so then we pay that. That's the extradition cost for that. So it's not medical transport to medical visits. Our deputies take care of that. It may be security while at a long-term medical facility, but it's mostly interstate interdiction or extradition of inmates that have been arrested elsewhere.
Thank you.
Okay?
Okay. All right. So we're set for Monday, the 15th, I believe, at 9 a.m.
Out in the morning.
Okay. All right, we'll go to closing comments. Administrator Suggs?
Yes, sir. What a day, a long day. I know you guys are tired, and I appreciate all the dialogue here today. I think it was needed. I think we've slayed a lot of dragons here today. And to the staff that worked to help put this thing together, and that are still here, thank you. To Matt and Stacy. I think you folks saw on their face today as they were presenting to you, it was much more difficult this year than it was last year. And I appreciate the work that they've done here. And I just want to make sure that we all understand that, we presented the information as prudent as we could possibly supply you folks today to make the tough decisions that you had to make. And the Better Place, certainly, we got direction on that. We got direction on our CIP. I think we know what we're going to do with that now. And as far as the last page, you're talking about potential revenue sources. We would be remiss as staff if we didn't bring ideas and suggestions forward for you five to consider. We don't have an opinion one way or the other. We're not pushing for one or the other. But you also understand that there's, as we heard here today, there's a cost to doing business, and so we have to look at all of those things. I do not envy the position either the five of you are in. You're doing a great job, and you're giving us great direction and leadership. Now we just need to see how we can bring this thing home, present a balanced budget, and do the things that we need to do moving forward. And I just thank you as the opportunity to do that. So thank you.
Okay. I haven't heard that in about 6 months. I don't envy being in your position, so anyway, but here we are. Correct. All right. Commissioner Harvey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to take the opportunity again to thank Matt and Stacy and Mr. Suggs, all the staff that has worked really hard. And Colonel Wells, your sentiments are very heartfelt and understanding, and I appreciate that. I really do. It is time that we do something over here for our employees. And Matt, I think you did a remarkable job today presenting. I always said two people in my business that I didn't want to have a personal relationship with my attorney and my bookkeeper. They had two special functions for me. One was to keep me out of jail, and one was to keep me straight on finances. You did that today, and you've been doing that. And Ms. Papel, you have too. So, it's a lot of teamwork around here. But you can present the facts as you see them. They're not made up facts, they are the facts. And our decision up here is the one that makes it. And, we're going to look at what's best for the whole county. And I think that we're all looking at that right now. So I just want to say thank you, Mr. Suggs. You got a great team. And appreciate all the hard work and look forward to the things we're going to talk about next Monday. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Turner?
I don't want to say anything else. I want to go home, Mr. Chairman. I think I've said enough for the day. I think we've already, good job, great job, appreciate everybody. Now, can we go home?
Getting close. Commissioner Goddard?
The same thing, yes. Thank you very much. I know it's hard work, and you spend a lot of time with us. And I just want to throw out here, is anybody be interested in doing not just budget, but some other well, let's get back to the budget and the things that we have going on, doing like town hall meetings at night.
Absolutely.
Good. I'd like to push that further. I think it's something that needs to be done. We can bring that up tomorrow at our workshop, but I'd like to.
Do it Monday at our.
Well, we can do it then too, but I would like to push that forward if everybody'd like to. And thank you.
We also have a third Tuesday workshop also, remember that.
Like district work, like district town hall.
I'd like to see them
You
in
can go or to your district, or somebody else can go with you, either one if they want to, or.
If I'm
Just
not mistaken,
advertise
if we advertise it,
Just advertise
and then we can all, whoever wants to be there can be
What
there.
I'm saying, anybody wants to go can come, and
Yeah, I think it'd be good.
Okay, I think so too.
by me,
All right.
if you want to do
Commissioner Rawls?
that.
Good job, good job, good job. But, you know, has been a lot of numbers thrown around and a lot of things said, but one thing I just want to keep reiterating is it does appear that we're getting further and further behind in our maintenance and our commitments, and the money's not coming in as fast as the maintenance and the commitments are. So at some point, as distasteful as it may sound or seem, somebody's going to have to step up and be willing to pay for this in some fashion, whether it's taxes, fees, assessments of whatever kind. We're really going to have to take a look at all options. And while I realize it's not the staff's responsibility to make the decision, I'd like to hear more from staff on potential recommendations. You know, at the end of the day, this is your job as much as it is ours to be able to get the money spent. And, you know, if I break the county into just the small work centers and look at them each individually, it looks worse than the totality. When you look at the county as a whole, it doesn't look that bad. When you sit down and start talking to Mr. Tompkins, it says he's got termites holding hands to keep a building together. And Mr. Romay says 3 fire trucks or ambulances and fire trucks got wrecked in the past 20 days. We don't have the money or the latitude to incur that. You know, equipment failure, staff issues we're working on, but the actual facilities and equipment that we have right now, including, I'm talking about roads and ditches and bridges and all the other stuff that makes this county work, we're going to lose the battle. Every year that the CPI or the inflation hits at 2 or 3%, and this year we brought in 1.6%. But every year this happens, we're just going to get a little further behind the 8 ball. And it's been going on for so long, we're way behind the 8 ball. So getting caught up is not an option right now. But if we did this strategically over the next 5 to 10 years, but we also have to have a means of funding it. And I don't think development in the next 5 to 10 years is going to pay for what it does. And you know, there was a comment made about the build department. If you just issue more building permits, but more building permits means more of a burden on the building department. They're going to have to hire more people to keep up with that. So it's just, you know, you have these problems that start compounding each other. And I think that we really need to be thinking about that and how we're going to resolve that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Rawls. Commissioner Goddard handed me a note, and I neglected to do public comment. So I'm going to open the public comment portion of this meeting. Anybody wishing to speak on the budget? Seeing none, we'll close that. I didn't think there would be any. But just want to get that in there for the record.
There hasn't been public at all.
Exactly, so, but I figured I'd go through the motions. I just want to thank the department heads, all the constitutional officers for what they've done with their budgets, and hopefully they can whittle them down a little bit more. And I want to thank Administrator Suggs for all his effort, and Matt and Stacy again. We knew this was going to be a tough budget, a little different than the last two, different than one next year. So, but thank you for your work and the presentation. And is there any other further business? Okay, we have a 9 o'clock commission meeting tomorrow, 2 o'clock workshop, and then we'll be back Monday the 15th, correct, for the budget?
Correct. Monday and Tuesday next week.
Yeah, okay. We stand adjourned.